What's good, Royal Family? What is good? What is good? So, I was just sitting behind my computer and J.H.E. Ruga had dropped this song a couple of months ago. Now, I heard it, but at the time I was looking for something to play in the beginning of one of my lives. And I thought about it today, like, oh, that song that Ruga dropped. Now, normally I like some violent ass music, but this is not it. Now, Ruga's music is normally violent, or he raps about the streets and what goes on in the streets. But I love to support and salute artists that also talk about real things. Now, this song, I'm going to drop the link to the description. I'm kind of sad that I can't play the video for you because it may be blocked if I do so. But I want you guys to check out this um video. And a song is a song, but when you put video to it that kind of lays the line or whatever for the video, it hits much deeper. Now, the story that he's going to be talking about is a girl that is a stripper. It's not my story, but I do sympathize with what is going on in this song. She's a stripper. She went to the club and a man had put some drugs in her drink and then he raped her. So, I want to salute him, and I'm on the verge of tears, y'all, dead ass, because like I salute people that called things out, and he didn't have to do this video. So I'm a little bit emotional, and I kind of regret that a little bit, but it's for a positive reason. So if you guys could and would, please hit that like button and also check out the link to this video. It is called Ruga She Ain't Proud official music video. Now I'm gonna play the song for you guys and hopefully you get the picture. There's a part where like dramatic music plays and that's where the girl is raped. It is obviously censored because you can't play that, you know what I mean? But you guys will get the hint. But I thought that I should break down today's song before I just play it because it's just not another rap song. To me, this is deep. It reminds me of a song that I had made named Forgotten Victims, and it's really touching. Anyway, let's get to it so we can start with the show, y'all. We finna talk about Dr. York's takedown. We're gonna hear from supporters of York. We're actually gonna hear from two agents, FBI agents that were involved in the takedown. Salute to everybody in the room. Please hit that like button. Let's get started. I play that song. I've heard that song probably about 7 times, because I like to support the folks. Clearly, I mean, I used to be or whatever, but I like to support them. And, I've grew up for a portion of my life in Chicago. My baby daddies is from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Still got family from there and stuff like that. And I actually did know Duck before he had passed, a while before he had passed. But I like to support people that have real music. I do, like I said, I listen to some violent ass music because I'll be having to turn up in my real life on a daily basis. And that kind of, geeks me up even when I'm tired, especially right now. I was gonna play another one of his songs that was more violent. And then something reminded me, like, girl, this is your chance. And you will hear a lot of Ruger over here and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to promote violence at all, but look, you like the music that you like, okay? And I love that song. Shout out to Ruga for making that song. Again, he could have just made another song talking about killing and dealing and this, that, and the fifth, right? But he actually did that. And again, it reminded me of a song that I did called Forgotten Victim. But anyway, it's not about me. It is about this edit that we got that is 1 hour and 56 minutes, y'all. Of course, Saneter and them are gonna come up towards the end. But first, we're gonna learn more about Dr. York. And there was a video that DMO, I forgot the rest of his channel name, but it's in the description, had made. He had did a series, I believe, about black cults. A new subscriber to his channel. But one thing that he stated in his video, which I got the audio portion of what he had stated in a lot of what he had stated in his video. In this video, I didn't use the whole thing, but I didn't know that York had a sexual molestation charge at 19 years old, into which he was having problems with that probation that he was given before he started all of this cult stuff. What's good, Derek? I see you up in the building. What's good, Judah? Risley Lyrics. I hope I said that right. I see you, V. Bennett. Shout out to y'all, Jeanette. What's good? Not on my watch. Of course, Alicia. Much love, sister. Thin Blue Line. I see you. Let me see here. Delicate Lace. Tar, of course. I kind of feel like, I don't know Tar that much, but like if people had like YouTube family members, I feel like Tar is like unk. You know what I'm saying? Not the unk that like touches you or nothing like that. No pun intended to any other situation, but like the uncle that like you go around and he got nothing but knowledge. Like you got the uncle that's a drunk maybe or whatever, but then you got the unk that got the knowledge. And that's how I look at Tar is like a YouTube uncle, right? He gonna direct you in all the ways. So the portion that when we're gonna hear from the YouTube child, the FBI agents that dealt with the case, it's two women, Joan and Jelane, something like that, child. You're gonna see it in the video. That was brought to my attention by him. So salute to him for that. I really appreciated it. And the other information in the last live stream that we had looked at, we heard from him. That was his information that he was bringing forward. So I definitely, feel like he my YouTube uncle or whatever, like for real, for real. Something that, Saneter tries to do and become or whatever, but he never quite got there because he's not the one with the knowledge. Everybody else is. Anyway, we gonna look at this video, y'all, and we gonna start at, kind of the beginning. We're gonna go over some of the people that support York. Like, what was his name again? Killer Priest. Oh yeah, see, over my last 2 days of being gone, I ran across a video and they were talking about York over there, and I have to admit, Nepal kind of went in or whatever. In a portion of the video, I was kind of surprised, but I was also very much surprised at the way that what's his name again? Killer Priest went ahead and tried to condone the actions of a predator. Now, if you don't know, York got 135 years. He's in federal prison in Colorado for his crimes. The prison is not underground. We'll get to that. I really meant to throw it in. But at the end of this, like I was drained in making the video, hearing over and over the acts that he had done and all this and that, and watching some other people because I had another playlist of supporters. We're gonna go down that road too. But I just want to know more about this situation. See, when I edit videos, first I got to go watch the video to see if it's something that I want on my channel. Then I have to edit it, and then I have to come and listen to it here with y'all. So if I'm kind of low in spirits today, because I am, and then just watching and learning about the other celebrities that look up to York, even still to this day, they believe, royal family, that York was set up. Now you're going to hear about Jacob York a little bit in this, and we may venture down that. I'm not intentionally trying to hold out any accusations towards Jacob York, but I'm only one person. I'm not an octopus, so we got to just kind of work our way through this, okay? Now we got roughly about, like 33 days until Polight goes to court, and every video that comes until then pretty much will probably have his name in it somewhere. But I'm kind of distracted right now with this York thing. But let's start with the video, y'all. I don't want to hold y'all, period, because we're going to be here at least for an hour and 56 more minutes. I really don't have to add any audio, any commentary necessarily on my part, because I've been told that I do a great job of depicting whatever point I'm trying to get across in my videos. I'm doing a great job at doing that. So I may, when I do videos that are like longer edits, I may cut out any portion of me really communicating, because I'm communicating through the video itself. Now, if it's a shorter one, 20, 30 minutes, under an hour, I definitely will put commentary with it because there's probably a reason why it's cut that little. But anyway, y'all, make sure that you hit that like button overall. Anything that is a great way to support me, because that does help the video get out to more people. Not on no clout chasing shit, but everybody that is on YouTube hopes that their video gets seen, and I'm no different, okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. Now let's get into the takedown of Dr. York. Let's go. Now this portion or whatever of what you're looking at will come up a few times in the video for those that have, come in late or whatever. Also I threw it in there, but this is something that I made, obviously.
Welcome to episode 2 of Black Cults. Allow me to introduce you to the Nuwaubian Nation of Moors. The Nuwaubian Nation of Moors, or just Nuwaubians as they're referred to, was founded by self-proclaimed Dr. Malachi Z. York, born Dwight York in Massachusetts in 1945. Little is known about York's childhood, and much of it is unconfirmed. York claims that at the age of 7, he moved to Egypt to study Islam and returned to the U.S. at the age of 12 to finish his studies. One thing that can be confirmed is that at the age of 19, York caught a statutory rape charge for which he was placed on probation. And after violating his probation, he got caught with a deadly weapon. York served 3 years in prison. After serving his sentence, he moved to Harlem to hustle, mainly slinging pamphlets he had written, as well as selling incense and going by the name of, try not to butcher this, Iman Isa Abdullah ibn Abu Bakr Muhammad.
Now, I hope that the music on this portion where we're listening to the guy Damo, whatever, speak, I couldn't control the music necessarily. I tried to turn it down a little bit, but it was already in the video. But what he was stating was factual and it was right there. So I threw it up in there.
Along the way, amassing a handful of followers who mainly lived with him in his apartment he shared with his wife. This group he named the Ansar Pure Sufi, but at some point in the 1970s, he relocated the group to Brooklyn and changed the name to the Ansar Allah community. At this point, York's philosophy was not unlike Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. In one of York's famous speeches, he states Christianity is merely a tool used by the devil, the pale man, to keep you, the Nubian, black man, woman, and child blind in your true heritage and your perfect way of life, Islam. It is another means of slavery. The Ansar Allah community, men were sent to the streets to sell pamphlets and books and incense. The literature raised money for York and his group, but it also promoted the AAC and encouraged readers to come and hear York preach. York went by several names while leading the group, and it was at this time he began to adopt the moniker Dr. MONETIZED York. Within the span of about 10 years, York and the AAC had a come up. Membership exploded to about 500 members, which he relocated to the Bushwick area of Brooklyn. They lived in brownstones that he owned. They operated bookstores, gift shops, a clothing store, and a grocery store. AAC chapters were founded in other U.S. cities and abroad in Trinidad, London, and Toronto. If you wanted to be down with the AAC, you were required to give up all your earthly possessions, move into one of the many apartments that he owned, and work for free. You were required to reach a quota of about $25 to $100 a day to cover your living expenses. Those who did not meet their quotas were beaten or otherwise disciplined by the big homies. York controlled his followers' lives almost completely. He chose their spouses, mating them according to his whim. Men and women lived in separate buildings. When they wanted to have sex, they were forced to ask permission to use a designated room. Sex was a privilege to a spouse. When one's duties had been performed satisfactorily, you were allowed to. It is alleged that York used his followers as his personal harem, if you will, with claims that he was able to have sex with any woman in the cult. He allegedly impregnated many of these women. He is speculated to have close to 100 children. Between the 80s and the 90s, York racked up a gang of accolades, being awarded the key to the city by Mayor Ed Koch after cleaning up the slum and drug-infested Bushwick Avenue community in New York. Being named one of the state's most 50 influential men by the Georgia Informer, he generated millions of dollars in revenue for himself through entrepreneurial ventures. He launched his own record label, Passion Records, and recorded himself as a solo artist. Imagine the DeBarge mind frame. Throughout the years, York's philosophies and teachings changed, and I mean a lot. An article from the Pan-African Alliance states, no matter what the underlying doctrine of the movement was, Dr. MONETIZED York absorbed it into his teachings. At different times, his organization was a Hebrew Israelite, Sufi, Christian, Kemetic Science, and Orthodox Islamic movement. You can see by the pseudonyms that his organization operates under go on to include the United Nubian Nation of Moors, the Yamasee Native American Moors of Creek Nation, Ansar Allah, the Ansar Pure Sufi community, and so on and so forth. There's about 20 different names. With each of the philosophies the Nubian claimed as their own, their names and teachings changed to suit. Not only exclusive to the group, but York's name or pseudonym would change as frequently as well. Some of them including Amundi Rockpot, Chief Black Eagle, Dr. MONETIZED York, Isa Al-Hadi Al-Hamadi, and a few others. Fast forward to 1993, York buys a 476-acre property in Putnam County, Georgia, and moved there with his members from the Brooklyn chapter. The largest town in the region was Eatonton, with a population of about 6,764 in the year 2000. Authorities speculate that the move may have been prompted by the fact that the group had been being investigated by the FBI for criminal acts allegedly committed by its members in Brooklyn, including arson, welfare fraud, and illegal possession of weapons. In Georgia, York dropped the pretenses of being a Muslim. As mentioned before, the group went through several names and identities. This is when York claimed to be Chief Black Eagle of the Yamasee Native American Moors of the Creek Nation. He even applied for a license to operate a casino. After this failed, York settled on calling his group the United Nation of Nubian Moors, using an Egyptian motif. He also started identifying himself as a god from outer space, from the planet Risk to be exact. York had followers build 2 pyramids out of wood and stucco and other Egyptian-style buildings around the compound they called Tamaray. Most of the Nubians at Tamaray lived in cheap trailers, while York lived in a mansion on the property. As many as 400 Nubians lived in the surrounding areas. York's operation became very profitable. during a June 1998 Savior's Day. At the Georgia compound, York took in about $500,000. He charged the Nuwaubians $500 a year for their Nuwaubian passports, which he allowed them to enter and exit the compound with. A network of chapters and bookstores called All Eyes on Egypt also brought in funds, and members continued to raise money through begging and holding jobs. One of the group's sources of revenue was a nightclub called Club Ramses. It was illegally operated in one of the Tamaray pyramids, which had been zoned only for use as a storage facility. In May 1998, police officers shut down the club. In response, Nuwaubians printed slanderous articles about the government officials in Edenton. They threatened town leaders and disrupted government board meetings. After attorney Frank Ford represented the county in a lawsuit against the Nuwaubians, his tires were slashed by Nuwaubian spokesman Bernard Foster. A rock was thrown through his office window, and a gutted dog was left in the street next to his house. Also, Putnam County Sheriff Howard Seals was sent a number of anonymous death threats. The Nuwaubians claimed that the town's attempt to regulate their buildings were racially motivated. One Nuwaubian flyer referred to two local black leaders as house niggas. Though these allegations gained little traction in Edenton, they received national attention. Al Sharpton came to Tamaray in 1998 to speak against the town's ostensible racism. Jesse Jackson spoke at Tamaray in support of the Nuwaubians in the year 2000. Jacob York, one of York's oldest sons, who left the organization in 1990, learned about his father's Tamaray compound in 1998, and he flipped out. He went to Georgia to confront his father. According to Jacob, York told him, "I don't believe in any of this shit. If I had to dress up like a nun, if I had to be a Jew, I'd do it for this type of money." Jacob worked to build a case against York by helping Sheriff Seals find and interview victims of his father's abuse. The story goes, Jacob pulls up to the sheriff's office and told the sheriff that his father had been molesting underage girls since their days back in Bushwick, Brooklyn. The sheriff in turn tells Jacob, "Okay, that's great, but all that is at this point is just hearsay and accusations. Do you have any actual evidence? Do you have a witness?" And Jacob goes, "I can do you one better. I got one of his victims in the whip right now." You see, starting in the year 2000, several women had began coming forward with paternity claims and child support actions against both York in New York and in Georgia. These allegations, along with rumors that York had both raped boys and girls as young as 5 years old, led to Dr. York's last stand. On May 8, 2002, FBI agents and Putnam County Sheriff's offices raided the Nuwaubian village. Dr. Malachi York was arrested and charged with over 100 counts of child molestation. York was not helped by his bizarre behavior in court, where he appeared alternatively in full Egyptian, Masonic, or Native American regalia and claimed to be outside the U.S.'s jurisdiction, either as a leader of a sovereign Native American nation or as a Liberian diplomat, a claim to this day the Liberian authorities do not confirm. Or he just simply said that he was God or the Messiah. Regalia and bizarre claims were interpreted by the media as an unsuccessful plot by York to persuade the court that he was mentally insane. York was ultimately sentenced to 135 years in prison on state charges. He was convicted on 4 counts of racketeering and 6 counts of molestation-related charges. The racketeering charges enabled the government to evict the Nuwaubians from Tamaray and confiscate their property. I was introduced to York by a neighbor in 2010. And what's interesting is doing this research on the group, information is really split between followers or supporters of the group versus the mainstream media. On one hand, I can see how people appreciate his work, Black people mainly. Not only that, but York was going in on the power structure, calling out organizations like the Bilderbergers Group, going in on the Illuminati back in the early 90s. I mean, hell, he had even been championed by people like Nas, Prodigy, from Mobb Deep. They even have video footage of Jay-Z, young Jay-Z, handing out some of York's information. Bro, Mark Lamont Hill was a Nuwaubian. He claims that he left the group when he saw that young boys were being molested.
Shout out to Dr. York. You know what I mean? He's doing 135 years right now. Hope you.
Like Dr. Malachi York, cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York, cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York. Play the sidewalk, hold.
Let me tell you something. Not only will they persecute you, they'll lie on you. They'll fabricate lies. They'll imprison you and create cases around you. The same way they tried to defame Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then they tried to defame Malcolm X, and then they even tried to defame Dr. Martin Luther King by some secretary.
Don't this sound like Saneter or Polight?
That's what they'll do. They'll imprison you, and then they'll create lies to turn your own people against you. They'll persecute you after righteous name sake. The same way I'm talking to you, they're going to come after me eventually. Believe me. They're going to say, that man is too dangerous. I don't like him. Let's make some lies up on him. Let's turn his people against him. Let's imprison him. And if we can, let's kill him because his people won't help him anyway.
Like the great Dr. Malachi York, cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York.
And there was Dr. Malachi York, consulted by the son of Malachi York. Doggy.
70 miles southeast of Atlanta, Eatonton is the seat of Putnam County, best known as the dairy capital of Georgia.
Oh, they got 400 and something acres. Goes up to that corner, young.
William Larman is a dairyman, and he's talking about his new neighbors.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy for them.
But they are not dairymen.
Because they said they come from what? Ritz. Planet Ritz, I think.
It is not a joke to the people who've built these two large pyramids and elaborate Egyptian-style ornamentation and put up rows of double-wide homes on some 400 acres of rural Putnam County farmland and woodland.
How many people live here?
Got different families living.
It's a place that granted our request for a visit inside the secured gate, allowed us to watch the workers build new ceremonial structures, allowed us to listen close up to the continuous chant broadcast from a speaker bank at the top of one of the pyramids.
For people that want to get spiritually in tune with the innocent.
But for the most part, sidestepped our requests for answers.
What about the guy from another planet?
We'll make sure you get all the information about that.
Are they a cult?
Depends on the definition of a cult. Certainly there are many characteristics similar with other entities that are defined as cults.
How long you lived here?
About 6-7 months.
Jerry, our tour guide, says he came here from Alabama. The sheriff says most of the other residents come from the Northeast, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore. How many, including how many children, is unclear.
He's Yanun?
He's known by many names.
The group's leader is identified in literature as Malachi Zodok York, the Supreme Grand Master. He is described as a charismatic speaker and apparently a prolific writer, producing...
Y'all heard how he said his name, Malachi? I left it in there on purpose. His name was Malachi York, but it is, if you read it, these people read it, it would look like Malachi.
Monthly newsletters and dozens of books.
He says that he is from the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy of Heliwan, a universe far outside of this one. Does that make sense to you?
That's in the book. If he wrote it, then yeah. We're from Orion. Dr. York is from Risk. He's from Orion. What's the deal?
Judah.
It's nothing strange. It's just new to the public.
The vast majority of cults are started by an individual who's extremely charismatic, who's very confident, very commanding, in some cases very demanding, expects an awful lot of the followers.
So this is the Compound nightclub?
No, it's not a compound.
Oh, it's not a compound? I'm sorry.
Not at all.
The centerpiece of the Putnam County property is a nightclub the group opened in October. At midday, it was in high decibel preparation for an upcoming party. Outside, there were parked 3 stretch limousines.
Oh, it's an Egyptian theme park.
This is a theme park?
An Egyptian theme park.
Now, there's some people who think this is a cult.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. We don't happen to have a religious belief. You know what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, culture, there's a connection there. So if you say we're a cult in the sense of we found a culture that works for us, yeah.
Are they dangerous?
I have no information to indicate that they are dangerous.
What they are is a roadside curiosity to native Putnam Countyans. And
not risk it all, planet risk it all. I'm
to
dead.
the folks inside the gate, a community with children and entertainment and an Egyptian theme and a leader they call Grandmaster, who writes that he's from another planet.
Maybe the spaceship come in here and I can get away with him.
You see all that we're building out there?
Yeah.
Does it look like we're going anywhere soon to you? We building, it's so beautiful out there. It's a beautiful, peaceful environment where we invite any nationality, any race to come out and visit.
Welcome to episode 268 of.
So what we're gonna be listening to now, starting now, till when it starts to turn up or whatever, is a podcast. So there wasn't much, but I did add some visuals, some stock footage. So of course it may not pertain necessarily to the case during the podcast portion
of FBI retired,
but there are actual pictures of the case.
Case file review with Jerry Williams. I'm a retired agent on a mission to show you who the FBI is and what the FBI does. Today, we get to speak to retired agents Jelaine Ward and Joan Cronier. They discuss their investigation of cult leader Dwight D. York of the United Nation of Nuwaubian Moors. York used his charisma to recruit thousands of followers. Several hundred cult members lived with their children on his 475-acre compound in Putnam County, Georgia, where, for years, he sexually molested boys and girls, 18 to as young as 3 years old. In 2004, York was convicted and sentenced to 135 years in federal prison without parole. The FBI code name for the investigation was Operation One Man Act. Jelaine and Joan, along with other members of their prosecutive team, received the Attorney General's Award for Distinguished Service for their work on this case. Retired Agent Jelaine Ward served in the FBI for nearly 27 years. She was assigned to the Atlanta Division, Macon Resident Agency. She worked a variety of investigations with an expertise in white-collar crime, violent crime, and crimes against children. She was the National Center of Analysis for Violent Crime and Crimes Against Children coordinator for the Atlanta Division for over 20 years and received extensive training in behavioral analysis, threat assessment, interview and interrogation, crisis management, school violence, and the sexual exploitation of children. Currently, Jelaine operates Integris, LLC, a private investigative security and threat assessment consulting service. Retired Agent Joan Cronier served in the FBI for 20 years. Joan spent her bureau career in the Atlanta Division, where she utilized her financial crimes education and experience on white-collar crime and government fraud squads. After the successful investigation and prosecution of David York, Joan switched her focus to crimes against children. She spent several years as a member and coordinator on an Innocent Images Crimes Against Children task force. Since retiring, Joan works as a consultant and investigator on the global cybersecurity team of a Fortune 100 company. Before you listen to the case review, I need to issue a trigger warning. We discuss graphic descriptions of child sexual abuse. I want to welcome my guests, retired agents Jelaine Ward and Joan Cronier. Hey, Jelaine, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Hi, Joan.
Hi, Jared. Thanks for having us.
Both of you worked on this case, and I know there's so many people in the true crime audience who follow cults, but this may be one that they're not aware of. This case is going to focus on Dwight York. He called his followers and the compound that they lived in down in Georgia, where you were, the Nuwaubian Nation. Before we get into who Dwight York is, Jelaine, could you talk about how you became involved in the case? And then Joan will talk to you about what role you played.
I got involved in the case a couple years before the key witness came in, only in the sense that I was assisting Agent Tom Deal. He had a source that had ties to that community and was giving him some information, and there were allegations of copyright violations, narcotics, trafficking, stockpiling weapons, things like that. When I got involved was when we had two potential witnesses that alleged sexual abuse, or there was possible abuse. We interviewed those witnesses in Memphis, Tennessee, and basically learned that there was secondhand information and really no direct knowledge. They had seen things. They had seen girls go into York's bedroom or go upstairs in that compound, but they'd never been abused themselves or actually witnessed anything. The case did not materialize, and it was eventually incorporated into the case that I opened in 2001.
And Joan?
Let me kind of tell you, Jerry, how I got involved. This was like around 2000, maybe 2001. A couple of the agents were doing a undercover operation. I was assigned to help out with that. So when I first started, I only did it for a couple weeks, a couple months maybe. There really wasn't a lot of work for me to do, so I was looking to get something started and get involved in something interesting. So I was reading through the files, and I noticed that a lot of the reports referred to Nuwaubian Compound and Dwight York in Macon. And at one point, they had a intel case open when it was transferred to Atlanta from New York, but it had been closed. So I'm like, there seems to be a lot of smoke here. Maybe there's something worth investigating further. I noticed that they had a case in Macon signed to Tom Deal and Jelaine. So I called Jelaine. I was like, I'm interested in looking at this, seeing if there seems to be some leads that we could pursue if interested. And we started talking. I don't really remember how it happened, but at some point, not long after that, Jelaine called and said one of the, what do we want to call her, a ex-Nuwaubian or somebody that had left, wanted to come in and tell her story. She came in with the sheriff to the Atlanta office, and we sat down and talked to her. And that was kind of my first opening in the case.
Jelaine, you were assigned to an RA out of the Atlanta division, right?
Macon RA.
Okay, that's a resident agency, and it's actually like a satellite office out of the Atlanta division, and that's where Joan was.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about Dwight York and how he ended up in Georgia.
Dwight David York started a pseudo-Muslim type community in New York, Brooklyn, New York, had a group called the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, not accepted by the legitimate Muslim communities in that area, and basically run out of there.
So he moved to upstate New York, Sullivan County, in about 1989. So he stayed there until he purchased the property in Putnam County, Georgia, in January of 1993.
Investigation of him started in our district when he purchased the property in Eatonton, Georgia, which I was going to look up the population, but you have to appreciate Putnam County and Eatonton, Georgia, to be just a small town. I'm sure it's less than 20,000 people, and then moved to a rural area and bought a piece of property for $500,000 and puts like a $400,000 cash down payment on it. It was about 476 acres, 19 acres containing living space. So what happened is when he initially moved there, he just put up a place, a couple shacks to stay, and he brought a few followers with him. He didn't move full-fledged onto the compound, so kind of laid in the weeds and didn't attract a lot of attention at first. But then when he brought in more followers as the years went on, then he started to try to get permits from the county and run a production studio and do different things. Sheriff Sills and a lot of community leaders started to have a lot of problems with Dwight York and a lot of his followers, and we're trying to address those problems. So it kind of starts back then where the sheriff comes to us and wants some help with it. To make that story short, he just follows his request for assistance, and Deal was the case agent at the time. He had an informant that had given him information about some of the illegal activities going on there. So they tried to get some interest from the U.S. Attorney's Office, but there was none at the time. It fell on the heels of Waco and Ruby Ridge. The U.S. Attorney's Office at the time basically said, no, this is a religious organization, just leave it alone. Naturally, Sheriff Sills was frustrated with that.
I believe he was getting calls from parents as well.
Yes, good point. Yes, he was.
Looking for their children, grown-ups. None of them were minors on the compound who wouldn't return their calls or didn't know if they were being held against their will.
Yeah, they would be missing and they didn't know if they were there.
Parents who were calling their adult children were missing.
That's right, correct.
And these were the kind of things that the U.S. Attorney's Office initially did not want to get involved in.
Nope, they did not. And I want to also mention that when we say what their group is called, the United Nation of Nuwaubian Moors, we obviously were not targeting them at all in terms of followers. It had nothing to do with what they believe or their membership. We weren't looking at them at all as villains in this. I think they felt like that somewhat when we did the search, that we were breaking up their world in a sense, coming into the compound. But really, we had nothing against the followers in terms of their choices to worship or to follow and stuff. It just had to do with, obviously, what we felt like was a Wizard of Oz and a charade involving Dwight York. He eventually has like 300 plus followers there, including 50 to 100 children. He had all these kind of identities that he used over that period of time, and certainly while he was in Georgia. Some of his known names: Iman Isa Al-Hadi, Melchizedek, Chief Black Eagle, the Master Teacher, Rabbi York. So when he first got to Putnam County, when he first got here, he started with an American Indian kind of theme. He called it Egypt of the West, Egyptology combined with American Indians, and they dressed in cowboy hats and jeans and boots, and he wore a headdress and called himself Chief Black Eagle. He's gone through several themes. The alien theory is going to take them to Planet Risk in 2003, and there'll only be 144,000 followers chosen. And he just had a lot of people fooled.
I looked at some of the images and photos that you shared with me, and you're right. One minute he is dressed as a Native American chief. The next minute he's an Egyptian pharaoh, I guess. Next minute, some type of Islam sheikh, and his followers just seem to kind of go along with it. What do you think, Joan?
I don't think he believed any of his philosophies, really. Why do they follow him? I honestly... It's like any cult.
Where is he getting this money that he could spend that much on buying property in Georgia? How is he making his money?
I think that's a good one for Joan to answer. You knew more about his financial design.
Sure. So understand that York did have a lot of followers outside of his compound. He was a prolific writer and he sold a lot of books. So he had several stores throughout the country and he sold his books. He also would have parties and charge entrance fees. Like he would have his birthday parties, his own birthday party in June. I can't recall what he called the party. He could make $400,000 just on entrance fees and selling $4 for a bottle of water. It was all cash. He would also charge people who wanted to be part of the group. They submitted applications and he charged a fee for those. He had plenty of money coming in, and it was almost all cash. He would have, I think we'll get to it, we found one suitcase of cash when we did the search warrant.
Another thing I wanted to ask, Jelaine was saying that the U.S. Attorney's Office was hesitating in getting involved in the initial case because they deemed his quote-unquote cult a religious group, a religious organization.
Jerry, what happened there is we got a new U.S. attorney. It was the leadership had changed at the time. And so then we were able to move forward. And especially, of course, as we were able to interview a couple witnesses, the key witnesses that cooperated, that's obviously when the case broke open. But we did get more interest after we had a new U.S. attorney take office. A lot of those publications that Joan was mentioning, a lot of them were written by his followers as well. A lot of the things that they marketed and the trinkets and sold, the men would run stores in different parts of the states, and they would make, like she said, they make a lot of money from marketing items that were kind of organized and put together by his followers, along with his own publications, of course.
The women followers would work in the office for hours and hours a day on his publications. And I don't think they realized that they were doing like some serious desktop publishing, something they should have been getting paid a lot of money for. And it was all free labor to him.
Yeah.
So it didn't cost him anything to put these books together.
What was his message? What was he sharing that would make these people come to him and want to hear what he had to say?
His sermons were recorded and reviewed by behavioral experts and by us as investigators, etc. He preached that this was going to be a new country with its own fire department, its own hospital, etc., and that they were going to be a sovereign citizenship. By having their own country, it was going to keep the racism out. I had actually heard some of his sermons from surveillance. He preaches racism. He preaches anti-law enforcement. He had a way for reaching followers that were missing something in their life. Some of them were born into the compound. Some of them moved there from, like Joan said, they were at one point 10,000 followers. So they were all over in different states and parts of the country, mostly towards the East Coast, if I'm not mistaken. They would come and follow him because of his promise for calm and peace and something that their family would grow with, only to find out, of course, so much more the opposite of that.
If you study cults, you do see that they all have a charismatic leader, and he definitely was charismatic and had a lot to do with why these people followed him.
Yes, he did. And he has several of the red flags, too, because when they moved to the compound, he separated the women from the children, the husbands from the wives, and they all lived in different areas. The children weren't disciplined by their parents. They were disciplined by his women that followed him and that he had sexual relationships with. They were the ones who would feed and house and discipline these children. So he was able to control what they did and what they thought by keeping them away from their parents. And he also would use the victims that he chose. He would use other sexual partners to shun them or influence them if they didn't comply with his wishes or do as he told. So he had a lot of, like you say, Joan, a lot of control over all of them, the men as well. They weren't allowed to go off the compound unless he gave them permission, and then he had to know where they were going or be escorted. The women had their babies in a hospital with armed guards or guards accompanying them to the hospital. So it was definitely hit on many of the dynamics of a cult leader. He would portray himself as a god. You know, he's got all kinds of pictures and depictions of him with white robes and standing over small children and a lamb, just like in the pictures of Jesus. He presents that image to his followers, and then they literally, if you looked in the rooms when we did the search warrant, all of them have pictures on the wall of York portrayed as a godly-like person. It's a lot of control, for sure.
Why do they follow him? It's like any cult. I think they feel like it's a family at some point, and they thought he was their father, the God, and they just went with what he said. Because to disagree was to be shunned by him and the group.
You know, this kind of reminds me of another cult, Yahweh Ben Yahweh. And I actually did an interview, episode 113, about that case. And one of the things that he did was that he had his followers, he demanded that they be involved in violent activities, such as random racial killings. Did Dwight go that far? Was that part of his philosophy, the activities he had his followers do?
I know that he had his followers harass and vandalize property in the community and harass the leaders and the various community members, planning and zoning commissions and things like that. That was all early on more what the sheriff was dealing with at the time. I interviewed a male witness that at some point he had thought about killing the sheriff and had talked about it with his male followers, but obviously decided that that would bring too much attention to him and had changed his mind. But I don't know of any killings. I wouldn't say for sure, but we were told that there were allegations of arson and murder and crimes like that in New York. Joan, do you know anything else where he would have actually carried out a murder?
No, not in Georgia.
I mean, he threatened now. I mean, he threatened the judge. He threatened the witnesses. We had to have special protection for our witnesses during the trial. The U.S. Marshals in charge of all that and accompanied the witnesses each day to the trial. So he certainly threatened to do harm. He threatened his followers if they would file child support lawsuits. And of course, he threatened Judge Royal. There were definitely a few threats that we dealt with after the trial, really right up until my retirement for Judge Royal. We identified someone that was allegedly supposed to travel and cause harm. Either we thwarted it or it just never came to fruition. Certainly I think he was capable of it. And it's something that we talked about a lot, I guess, in preparing for the search and the entry. Was he going to kill himself? Would he kill others? Obviously our objective was to arrest him off of the compound, not on with his followers, because we felt like that could have generated a problem.
There was a lot of allegations, stockpiling of weapons. The sheriff, Howard Sills, he was just looking for help on what can we do? Is there anything we can do? And then when our victim witness came through saying she wanted to talk, she provided such detail as, okay, we have people we can talk to, interviews we can do to pursue interstate transportation, transporting children across state lines for the purpose of
sexual exploitation of children.
So our victim witness came in May of 2001, and she was at the time in her early 20s, and she had been born into the Nuwaubian compound. She was born in 1973, and her parents were followers of York. So that's all she knew. She told her story of how she was raised separate from her parents and basically laid out how everything worked. And then she detailed how York molested her starting when she was 14. And then how it evolved from Bushwick, from Brooklyn, and then he moved her to Sullivan County, and then eventually down to Macon. And she provided details of all the other children that he had molested.
Before she came in, were you aware of the allegations of child sexual abuse? Or were you looking at him for other things, other illegal and criminal activities that the sheriff had told you about?
Jelaine, I'm going to leave that to you because this was my first exposure.
I wouldn't say early on, but there was a point when we had received some allegations, or someone had said that they were, I think the sheriff actually had learned that too through different individuals coming into the hospitals, having the babies, and different cooperating witnesses that he had that would tell him that there were allegations of sexual molestation. We did suspect that, but with that said, we were never able to, until Habiba came in, we were never able to talk to someone who had direct knowledge. We went to Memphis, Tennessee. We did some interviews with some former followers up there, and they had heard that was going on there. They saw girls going into his room and young girls talking about his private parts and things like that was in the interview, but nobody experienced anything firsthand, and they couldn't tell us who to go talk to from there. So it was some allegations of it, not early on, but as we kind of dealt with other matters with that group, started to surface, but it didn't come forward where we actually were able to corroborate all these witnesses that told their story and kind of realized that it was obviously not only going on, but it had gone on for years. And the acts that were done to these children was just horrific. He chose male and female victims. He chose different ages. He's often referred to as a pedophile. Ken Lanning would say, when Ken and I talked about this, he's really more of just an indiscriminate sexual predator. His love that he professed for the children was fake, kind of fake presentation, and he just chose victims based on their eyes, their rear end, how they walked, whatever he chose. He would tell the women that were following him already and had sexual relations for years, he would just tell them to bring that child to him. And of course, from there, it just went. Some of the women didn't want to and didn't have any choice because of the whole dynamics of the living. They had no place to go. Their parents were there. There are all kinds of reasons that they would end up agreeing to his requests. He would have the children come to him daily and multiple times daily in groups. And there was typically a lot of oral sex, but it was typically in a group, 2 to 3 and 4 women at a time and girls at a time, or boys, 2 boys at a time, things like that. It was, I think it was unusual for him to have just one partner with him during a sex act.
When Habiba came in, she definitely provided evidence of that.
We only had allegations of it. We never had another witness tell us that they were molested until Habiba came in. Habiba was the first witness.
Yes, and Jerry, she had a really good memory. When she first came in that first day, she was kind of shy and reserved. And then she provided enough information for us to go, okay, we need to look at this. And so I went back and we sat down. I did a detailed interview. We sat down. She went over her whole life. She, of course, remembered all her friends and everything that happened. And we did a detailed 302 of everything that happened. I have an excerpt if you want me to read it to you. I think having her own words.
Yes, that'd be fantastic.
Here's an example of the details that came out. This is just an excerpt. Once, I'm going to call her W, moved to Sullivan County, York continued to have anal and oral sex with her. York had a trailer where he had sex with W and the other girls. Sex with York became more frequent, and York became more open about having sex with the girls. It became an orgy-like atmosphere in the trailer as York had sex with the girls in front of each other. W saw York having sex with N, C, and C. York also began having sex with other girls who were 14 or 15 who had moved to Sullivan County from one of York's communities. These girls were S, E, and E. W saw York having sex with these girls as well. When W was approximately 15 years old and still living in Sullivan County, York told her to get A and bring her to him in his trailer. York told W that A was having problems and needed extra attention. W brought A to York's trailer. York talked to A about sex. York told W to talk to A and tell her that it was okay to have sex with York and that it was part of a Sudanese culture. Shortly after York had his first meeting with A, York told W to bring A to his trailer again, which he did. York put in a pornographic tape and told W to perform oral sex on him in front of A. He told A to watch what W did and do what she did. W placed A's hand on York's penis. A performed oral sex on York. A was 8 years old at the time. Around the same time that York began molesting A, York told W to bring K to him in his trailer, which he did. York put K on his lap and began touching her. York told W to perform oral sex on him in front of K, which he did. K was about 4 years old at the time. W saw K perform oral sex on York. We had very specific, detailed 302s of this. We had all that detail in all those names. Most of these girls had left the compound, so we were able to locate them, mostly in Atlanta. I spent weeks, months getting to know them and talking to them, and had similar interviews and 302s where they provided very graphic details about what happened to them and who they witnessed being molested as well. When you put that together, and we gave it to the new AUSA, which Jelaine would know more about, and our SAC, and it was, we got to do something. We can't just let this go. When you consider they also provided specific details of at least 5 minors, victims who were still on the compound, who they know were being molested because they were there and saw it happening. They had firsthand knowledge that these 5 kids were still on the compound and most likely still being molested. So it adds some urgency.
Initially, when you're first learning about these child victims, whether they had left the compound or they were still on the compound, but when you were getting ready to put together charges, how many people were you aware of at that time? And then after you actually executed search warrants, how large did your victim population get to be?
I mean, there's more that were mentioned kind of like during the interviews of other people. But as far as who we interviewed and talked about their own molestation, there's at least like 21, 22 victims. We have like 40 interviews in a notebook, some of which are male interviews where they talk about their involvement with York as well. But there's about 20, I counted them. There was probably like 21 victims that we interviewed and identified that were prepared to testify at the trial. There's so many more victims because they were molested in Athens. A lot of this went on from New York. A lot of the followers that were there that were supporting York, some of them were female victims that had been molested when they were children back in New York. I would say there's, like I said, 21 that were prepared to testify, but there's many, many more victims than that.
And as far as the interstate transportation, we have specific detailed interviews by the victims who say, we were in New York, and then when York moved to Eatonton, he called up to New York and he decided who was coming down. He was molesting the kids there, and he's like, I want them to come down here, and then he continued to molest them in Georgia. And there are a few trips to Disney World where he took his victims there as well.
Those trips kind of gave us the teeth of the indictment in terms of the sexual exploitation. I mean, they were a good half of it, I should say. The other half was when they're transported from New York to Georgia, but also when they're transported interstate to Florida. That gave additional sexual exploitation of children charge accounts for us because they were transported. And, we used what they call the One Man Act, MANN Act. It's an old name for a statute that for transporting children across the state lines for sexual purposes. That's when the case kind of got the name One Man Act because of that, because obviously it's the statute we used and he was the lone offender.
As far as his cult is concerned, was he the only one that was molesting children? I mean, did he have restrictions where others couldn't do what he was doing?
I would say that the ones he selected to molest were his victims. To my knowledge, in our investigation, he never had other men participate in those acts with him or was knowledgeable of them taking any of these girls to their trailers, etc., to molest them. It was just him.
Based on these interviews that you've done, you take it to the U.S. attorney and it's decided that you're going to proceed and charge him. I could imagine that arranging that search and arrest operation had to be a pretty big deal for the Macon, Georgia RA.
Yep, it was about 9 of us at the time. We did the affidavit in the Middle District of Georgia for the search. We did the indictment first and then the search. We presented the affidavit to Max Wood, the U.S. attorney here, and then there was a U.S. attorney from Washington, D.C. Her name was Stephanie Thacker. And then Richard Moultrie was the assistant U.S. attorney in Macon. And there were others, Sharon Ratley. There were several others. I kind of had a list of tributes toward the end, but there's so many people involved in putting this case together and getting us to the point to even be able to do the search and the arrest. It wouldn't be possible without numerous resources. I think one thing we could talk about a little bit was their living conditions. I think I mentioned earlier that they were separated in various buildings and trailers on the property. It was, I want to say, 65, Joan, or 66 buildings that were identified and numbered for the search. And, of course, the multiple divisions of the property to execute the search. And there were trailers, and in his house, there was a barn where a lot of men stayed. There was a nicer house next to his home where the women he molested stayed. And of course, his house, it was large and I guess somewhat luxurious to some of the residents there, but it certainly wasn't well kept up and clean and things like that. A lot of the buildings when we searched were trashed, trashy looking on the inside. Again, like I said, they separated everybody. And there was a building called 103 that if the girls didn't comply with his request for sexual purposes, then they had to go live in building 103 and they ate rice and beans. And they were shunned from the rest of their friends, just not accepted into the mainstream of activities. And they certainly weren't escorted out to dinner or to Walmart to buy a diamond ring and all the things that he did to the girls and boys that accommodated him sexually. So that's kind of how the building was massive. It had armed guards outside the gate. We encountered them one time to try to drive through when I had some visitors from Quantico. I had the hostage rescue team and the negotiators and profilers and things, and we tried to go in to look around, and we didn't get past the one circle around the main pyramid that they would allow us to drive in.
So you've decided to do this search. You're going into a cult compound. You mentioned people being concerned about Waco and Ruby Ridge. Were you concerned about the possibilities that this could go really wrong? And what did you do to prepare for that?
Yes, absolutely concerned about that. We certainly didn't want to have any kind of a situation similar to those other incidents. And for that reason alone, we knew that we had to come up with a plan to arrest him off of the compound, which turned out to be kind of almost an adventure in and of itself, because when we set up a command post nearby and when we thought that he was going to move, he moved a lot earlier off the compound, so we didn't even have the phones plugged in yet. And Joan and I were throwing our gear into the trunk of the vehicle to race out to where he was headed. He left the compound with 2 or 3 females in a vehicle. We definitely planned to arrest him outside. There was so much that went in and so many individuals that contributed to the success of the search warrant that you couldn't even begin to name them. But I know when we wrote the affidavit, or that the affidavit was presented to headquarters, because as you know, Jerry, this had to be approved by headquarters and the president basically before we could go in on something like this. Ted Jackson was the SAC, Fred Snellings was the ASAC, Howard Hatfield was in there too. But those two guys, I remember talking to headquarters, I was standing outside their office. They were quote unquote battling with headquarters to get approval for us to go in. And we felt like we had every I dotted and every T crossed. The sheriff's department had established a perimeter of about 300 officers. And we had 5 different regional SWAT teams there and all the other resources, the computer analysis, evidence response, interview teams, and things like that. The planning that went into that was massive, absolutely. And when you begin to try to name all the team leaders and the supervisors that made it come together, you know, we had planned and allowing him to leave. And then we also made a plan for what to do when we got on the compound with the followers that might be there, because we were getting close to Savior's Day. There were followers coming in. There was actually more on the compound than we initially thought there was going to be. And then we knew we were going to have children. We knew we were going to have other children. And we knew we had to identify everyone on the compound. So we had a huge team set up to fingerprint everyone because of York giving them fictitious names and the fact that they were using false names oftentimes. And we planned for that. And we're going to try to identify everyone there.
And we did get lucky, because we were prepared. The plan was we're not going in there to arrest him. We'll have to wait till he leaves. We had 300 people ready to go with the SWAT teams and the search teams, all the teams. So we had a lot of people on standby, and we were prepared to sit for several days. And it just so happened within an hour or two, he came out. The SOG was on him, and the SWAT team was prepared to make the arrest. So once he entered a shopping center there, I think he was going to the grocery store, they made the arrest. The SWAT teams entered the compound and cleared it relatively quickly, separated the men and the women and children into, I think it was the temple.
We've seen authorities going in and out of those 2 pyramids as well. Some of the Nuwaubian Nation remain on the grounds. Authorities, SWAT teams and officers are sitting next to them as they sit on the ground over here near the shade. They have sat there for the whole hour and a half that we have been on scene, being watched by those FBI agents you see at the top of your screen. Authorities have also, in the last half hour or so, lined this compound with squad cars. Local authorities are also on the scene. As we pan out here, every few feet, there is what appears to us to be Putnam County Sheriff's officers with squad cars just lining the area. Highway 142 is shut down. They have brought in lights. The authority, the FBI, has to flood this compound with lights, as it appears they're going to be serving these warrants for quite some time.
And it went really smooth after that. There was a huge relief.
We put mothers and their children, Joan, you can help me out here, but we had a large building. I don't even remember what building it was exactly without looking at the layout, I guess. But we had a large building that was somewhat of like an auditorium or conference area. We put all the children in there with their mothers, if they so choose, and then had all kinds of resources for them to occupy their time, toys, games, food. The supervisor, again, Fred Snelling, spoke to them as a group to kind of keep them calm. We put everything in place that was, to me, was just all intended on a efficient and peaceful raid. We had 5 computer analysis teams. We had defects there to deal with. We had 5 victims that were on the property and needed to be interviewed. We had numerous interview teams set up, and on and on and on. It just was that kind of massive enterprise or massive operation, I should say. But we did have help early on from behavioral analysis and hostage negotiators. Sat around the conference tables many times and talked about who are we dealing with here. I think that was measurable contribution as well, because when you have a leader like that, you're trying to answer the questions. Is he insane? Is he in touch with reality? Is he just antisocial? What kind of person here, in case things would go awry or he would do something crazy and take hostage or whatever, that we were prepared from that aspect. So we did that, and we certainly learned a lot about him and his personality assessment, which prepared us for that. And then the negotiators were on standby. They were at the scene in the event of any crisis that way. And to be honest, the men on the compound were unpredictable as well. We didn't wait till all of them were off or anything like that, but those men have been told by York to protect him at all costs. We weren't sure how far they would go either when they learned that we had their leader, et cetera, in custody. We did all that preparation for something like that. And in the end, Ken Lanning testified at the trial to the grooming process and the whole sexual exploitation. He's an incredible expert. And Jennifer Aiken, you might know her as well, but her information regarding predators was used in the affidavit for the warrant. And the next day in the paper, it came out that the FBI carried out a flawless raid, or was carried out flawlessly or something like that. We were thankful for that. I think it could have turned either way. We felt definitely lucky to have it turn out the way it did.
Well, you mentioned the name Ken Lanning, and I've spoken with him, and he's definitely an expert on child sexual abuse. So this flawless raid, what did you find during the search?
Well, that's a bit of a story too, and Joan can jump in here anytime, but in short, we found items to corroborate what their testimony was, and that was absolutely essential for the trial. For example, they said York maintained a journal, and they would tell us where it was in a notebook and things like that, a journal of his children and his wives. So we found that. They would tell us there's guns and where there's guns at and things, and we found the guns, we found the cash. I think an interesting item we found was that one of our male victims tells us about a pink panther, a stuffed pink panther with a penis attached to it. And it was in the room, and he was allowed to play with it or touch it or whatever prior to sexual activity with York. He knew it was there, and he told us about that. We found that. We found the pink panther.
How old was that victim?
When it started, oh boy, I'd have to look at his interview. He was young. Do you remember?
Probably 10.
10, yeah. John and I interviewed him, but he was, molested repeatedly after that, and then had brought another male victim as well. There were a few. And we found, of course, the cash, the silver suitcase that the cash was allegedly in, and that was obviously helpful.
How much cash?
In that suitcase, I want to say it was $500,000, right, Joan?
Yeah, about 400,000.
Yeah, of course, that was forfeited. And so that was good. And then we found letters from his followers. We found pornography, and we found some videos. We did not find what you would consider child pornography. And there's, you can speculate on why that might be, but I think he had victims available to him and access to him every day. He didn't need to have the collection. We found some of the sex paraphernalia, and I think a big thing we found too is so many of the victims told us that the sexual acts going up a spiral staircase into his bedroom and then on a large oversized animal print pillow, and that pillow was obviously taken from the scene, and we took pictures of the stairwell, the spiral stairwell, and the stairwell had a name on it that says, "Do not go upstairs." So many victims told us about that was said. And again, that all helps to tell the jury that they were there, that they're telling the truth and not York. The animal print pillow, we sent that to the lab. The lab report came back, and it was too much DNA on it to even begin to separate and identify whose it was.
And that's absolutely horrific and sad.
Terrible. It's absolutely terrible, yeah.
We got on at about 2 p.m. and then at around 10 or 11 at night, one of our witnesses called me and let us know that there was a group of his followers forming at one of the parking areas in a mall close by, and that they were planning to storm the compound. And once we got that information, management decided we need to pull the plug. So at about that time, we wrapped it up and took everything out. I do remember one thing we didn't think about was bringing lights. So it was extremely dark at that point. And there was no outdoor lighting, and there was very little lighting in the buildings for the teams to work. So we wrapped it up at about 11 o'clock that night.
The men and women that were on the compound were temporarily detained.
Correct.
Everyone was contained until the search was over.
Now, I do remember that we knew, based on our extensive interviews with the witnesses, so we knew exactly who lived there, where they lived. At one point, I knew every single building, what was in it on that compound, had it all written out. We anticipated like 40 people, I think, men, women, and children, but there was over 100 because they were there preparing for his birthday party. The Savior's Day was what he called it. So there's way more people than we anticipated.
Based on all of this evidence that you've found during the search, I take it that you were able to put together some really strong charges, because I think I read that he decided to plead guilty.
Oh, son, the prison really isn't underground. They have one tunnel in that prison that the guards would access only normally, and a portion of that tunnel is underground. The prison itself is above ground. We'll get into that at another time. I got a couple of other videos of footage that will show of York, but yeah, it's not underground.
Right. And that's where things.
But it is a maximum federal prison where most of the fucked up people go, but it is highly secure. I'm gonna have to be careful when we look at that one, because the footage that I've seen to prove my point is copywritten. So I'm gonna have to be super, super careful. Okay, period. But we will, if you look into it, you'll see that too, that it's not underground. But anyway, let's get back into it.
Get crazy in this case as well, because we had a real good indictment, and one of the federal judges accepted a plea for 15 years. Of course, would have been federal time, 15 years in prison. Joan and we had nothing to do with, obviously, those negotiations. To be honest, the U.S. attorneys that worked hard on this case, they had a lot of mixed feelings about the plea as well. But with that said, some of the things you consider, I know Joan and I talked about this, I remember right after we learned of it, is with a plea, you don't subject your witnesses to this grueling testimony and to have to relive this again, because they were giving testimony on a state level as well, state grand jury, a state trial. So this would have prevented that. And also, I think the other thing is, for those of us that are experienced with these type of cases and crimes against children, unfortunately, you don't ever know what your witness is going to say, when they take the stand, how they're going to do it, if they're going to even make it to the stand, to be honest, with such sensitive testimony. You don't know if they're going to be believable. I think we had intelligent victims, and that they were articulate and had, like Joan mentioned, excellent memories, and obviously they did well. But again, it's all the things you think about. And so then we were like, okay, so 15 years. He was an older guy, about 56. Well, needless to say, that judge recused himself from the case, and the new judge, Judge Ashley Royal, said, we're going to go to trial. It was a Judge Hughes, I think, rejected the plea, and then Judge Royal was assigned to the case and went to trial. That kind of took a crazy twist, too.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. The newspaper article that I'm looking at that says that he pled guilty to federal charges and gets 15 years, that was rescinded.
That's right. That was rejected by the judge.
He rejected it because he didn't think the sentence was long enough.
Absolutely. And I will give credit to our probation office, because that probation agent that wrote up the sentencing report wrote it up. Obviously, she was not happy with the idea of pleading to 15 years as well. It was a 3-week trial in Brunswick, Georgia, and he was convicted. And he was sentenced to 135 years in prison.
Well, that's a big difference between 15 years and 135 years.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
In between that, when he, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jelaine, my memory's kind of faulty on it, but after the plea was rejected, Richard, the AUSA, Richard Moultrie and Stephanie Thacker decided, well, let's add the financial crimes aspect of it, the structuring charge, and then add the forfeiture of the land to the indictment, which we did. So we brought in the IRS to help with the structuring charge, which basically had several of the ladies who worked in his office described how he would give them cash in increments less than $10,000, and they would run around several days of the month and deposit money into the accounts.
Yeah, I was thinking that was in right from the start. But IRS definitely did a great job. They put that structuring charges together, and obviously the interviews that we did produced the testimony that the structuring was going on, and the tellers at the bank cooperated, and that had a big, big impact.
That's a pretty easy case. You just get the bank statements, and you can see the deposits, and you have the women who testify that he told them to do it.
In addition to federal charges, was he also charged with the state? And did he get any additional time on state charges?
Yes, he did. He was charged on a state level. He pled guilty to state charges, and Kathy Johnson pled guilty. They charged several others with kind of more minor charges, but they did charge some of the whites that had been bringing in the victims.
What did the state charge him with?
It's all basically the sexual exploitation of children type charges on a state level. There were a number of them.
Just to kind of sum up this case, which was just wild and had so many complex stories and twists and turns in it, how would you sum this case up in both of your careers? Where does it place?
Joan, you want to speak to that?
Sure. It was the first case I'd worked involving children, and it was extremely difficult and time consuming. I was pregnant and just had a baby, but it was also very rewarding. After this case was over, I ended up working on a Crimes Against Children squad, the Innocent Images squad, for several years.
And Jelaine?
Yeah, I, on the other hand, have worked numerous cases involving crimes against children, but nothing like that. Some of the dynamics are the same and have been to trial on a couple of them. But this case just took so many, obviously it was massive. It was involved so many resources to make it successful. I mean, the trial was horrendous. You know, with 3 weeks of being out of town, Joan and I stayed in St. Simon's Island or something like that during the trial. It just took, like you say, a lot of twists and turns. He changed attorneys a couple times. But when people ask me what cases had an impact, obviously there's many, but this is definitely, I guess, the second one I mentioned. It just never went away either. It never went away to the day I retired.
And what do you mean by that? It never went away?
Because there continued to be threats when he was in jail, and threats against the judge, threats against the sheriff. The Nuwaubians were placing liens on the judge's property. Things would surface. So really the case just kind of stayed with you right until the end.
Are you aware if the Nuwaubian Nation, quote unquote, cult continued even after Dwight York left the compound and was sent off to prison?
Yes, they continue in small groups and kind of spread out in the Atlanta, still in the Athens area, still in Milledgeville, Georgia. I believe there's even some following in Macon, Georgia. York gets visitors in prison from Nuwaubian followers. I would say it's scattered, it's nothing organized, and I don't believe that any of the male leaders that have tried to take over, they don't come close to the characteristics like Dwight York had. They don't come close to being able to have that influence over the followers.
Speaking of Brother Polight, so my name now often go by as Nisut Amore Senatumre, which is my preference. I'd rather be called Nisut Amore Senatumre. You know, the master teacher, Reverend Dr. Malachi Kobina York, gave me the name, as well as name my family, name my daughter since birth. He's my spiritual master and guide. He's my father. You understand? He's my God. He's my deity, however y'all want to call it. He's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing.
I can't see what you're seeing. I can't see the I know what happened to me. I know what he did. I know what kind of person he is. You know what I'm saying? So
What kind of person he is? That's a question I want to ask you. What kind of person is Dr.
I mean, you get what you see. You get what you see.
Tell me,
What,
who is
what,
he to
what
you?
people didn't see is also.
I asked about other people. I want to know about you personally. I want to get into your mind. I want to know, what is he to you? Who is he to you?
Who he is to me right now? He's somebody that did a lot of things great, but had his flaws, and it didn't correct those flaws. And he had years and years and years to correct those flaws. He didn't correct those flaws. Now I came back, and now he's incarcerated. Should he be in this? Should he be out? Someone
yes
like
no?
him shouldn't be incarcerated if they uplifted the community and doing what he did. But if you're gonna do that, and on top of that, still do the wrong thing for years and years and years, then you definitely shouldn't be out on the streets. That's if I was the devil, the perfect devil is the one who's gonna be a pastor, a preacher, or the one doing the right thing, and actually the one doing the wrong thing and send you to hell. That's the perfect devil right there. The perfect. If I was a devil right now, I'd be telling you to do the right thing. I'd be telling you to live your life this way, and I'll be sending you right to hell. The devil knows the gospel as well as any pastor or preacher. So if the devil is going to do his job, what better way to do it than to have everybody lifting themselves or doing the right thing? And in actuality, it's like they're going up, but they're going this way. It's not just up. It's like they're going up and they're going astray. You know what I'm saying? That's the only really way that the devil could do his job, is to deceive people into thinking that he's actually God, to deceive people into thinking that he's actually Christ. That's why they say you will have false prophets and false messiahs. I would respect a wolf. If I was a sheep, I would respect a wolf that approached me and tried to hunt me down than a wolf that came in sheep clothing.
My whole argument in this whole situation is, should people be locked up based on what people believe? I got the right to be angry. You know why? Because the Lord promises me something different. The Lord promises me that we will lock people up beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's what the Lord promises me.
But in this case, it was up to 12 people to have that reasonable doubt or not. And those 12 people make the decision.
It's not. So what's the point?
If you want to fight for
it's your matter of opinion if you
fight for it for another reason. Don't fight for it because he's innocent of molesting kids.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually. Okay. Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your Most High, acknowledge him as your Most High God? I would have to.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually. Okay. Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your Most High, acknowledge him as your Most High God? I would have to.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually. Okay. Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your Most High, acknowledge him as your Most High God? I would have to.
Let me ask you a question. You keep saying that Dr. York went up in court and admitted that he was guilty. Am I correct?
He copped out. He didn't go to trial. He copped out.
Did you see the video?
Did I see the video? I seen a few videos with him in court. What that mean? He got drugged?
What did he cop out to, Poppy?
He copped out to all of those charges. The charges, not tax evasion, not that. Like Prince York tried to say, he copped out to all of those charges of molestation, and the reason why he copped out was because he gave those children herpes.
Now, hold on. Now, what did he cop out to, though? What was the charges for him copping out?
Child molestation.
No. What was the time? What was the time that he will get if he cop out?
The time that they gave him over 100 years.
Now, Poppy, reason with me. Let's deal with some real truth for a minute. If a man would cop out to 200 years or to 100 years, come on, Poppy, it don't make sense. He have nothing to lose. Why would he cop out to 100 years, Poppy? He would automatically, hold on, Poppy. He would go to trial. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. See, but y'all hate so damn much. Hold on, Poppy. Hold on. Y'all hate so much, and you want to prove that he's that y'all going along everything what the damn white man told you. If the white man is the fucking devil, how come everybody all of a sudden now believes what the fucking white man is telling them? Come on, bro.
So, Saneter, let me ask you a question. You gonna tell me, just like Ben Potter, that there was a rumors in New York?
Brother, we talking about Dr. York right now. Let's get back to Dr. York.
So now, hold up. Yes. So now you gonna tell me that the Brooklyn Knights didn't run Dr. York ass out of Brooklyn because the rumors of him being a child molester been going on for over 40 years? This shit didn't just start with Dr. York. Dr. York was being accused of being a child molester since the early 70s, 60s and 70s. That man has been being a child molester, number one. Number two, not only is he a child molester, but he taught Africa Bambaataa. He is Africa Bambaataa's teacher, and he taught them about the occult. He is his teacher. He is Bambaataa's master teacher, and that's another place where Bambaataa started that practice from. He recorded his first record inside Dr. York's studio. Dr. York turned Africa Bear's got out. He's a pedophile.
All right, I hear what you're saying, brother, but guess what? You still have not proven anything. Give me some proof. Show me something. Ain't no man. For example, I'm going to court. I'm not going to cop out to 100 damn years, Poppy. What do I got to lose in going to trial? I'm already in court. I'm 50-something years old already. I'm 40-something years old already, and I'm going to court for 100 years. Why would that man cop out? You know why he copped out, Poppy?
I know why he copped out.
Why he copped out?
He copped out because he didn't want his medical records to be released and lose all his followers because his medical records told the story of him giving them children. He gave all of those children herpes.
All right, Poppy. He copped out, my brother, because he wanted to release his wives. The fucking white man had all of his wives and everybody locked down in the dungeons. So he said, I'm going to take the fall. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. No man is going to go inside the shit and go and say, I'm going to cop out to 100 years. Who does that? You might as well go to trial. You think Dr. York was that stupid, Poppy? Something else was bigger than that. Come on, man. I don't believe that Dr. York was molesting little boys. How old?
Shout out to those that are just coming in the room. Earlier, we went over a little bit of the York case and things like that. We also heard from 2 FBI agents on the case and from their words. And now we have Saneter, caping for York. So it's interesting. We have about 40 minutes left of the video, but make sure that you go back and check out the beginning. It was very interesting, and all the information that was brought by the FBI agents.
What was Tariq? Tariq was what? He said he was what? 7 years old? I don't believe that.
Yep.
Now, I have a right to my own opinion. I don't believe that. I don't believe he was having sex with little boys. Dr. York had 50 beautiful fucking wives, women. I don't believe that. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse.
You understand you're charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation that you could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 34 counts of child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 1 count of sexual exploitation of children, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement, and you're charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count, and that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most and the least. You understand that? Actually, Your Honor,
that's where y'all all got it wrong. He didn't go to jail for that. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He went to jail for a whole different other shit. He went to jail for a whole different other shit.
So if he didn't go to jail for molesting, then why was those children on the stand testifying on the stand and got their testimony? And anybody, all you got to do is pay the court for the records. They testified and said everything he did to them in the bedroom. So if they wasn't in court for justice for what he did to them, then why would the district attorney even have them on the stand? That doesn't make any sense.
Poppy, do you believe in the white man now? All of a sudden, you believe in the white man?
Do I believe in the white man?
Yeah.
Did dogs fly?
All right, so you don't believe in the white man. So why do you believe the white man now, brother? Why you believe in him now?
Here's the thing, Si. I'm not one of those Negroes that's going to sit up there and act like 1 out of 3 females is not being molested. 1 out of 6 young men is not being molested. We know we got rapists in our community. We know that. We know the black man, when we walk the street, we hate each other. We know people go to jail for rape. Let's stop acting like black people don't commit black on black crime. Let's not act like we all don't have an uncle or a grandfather that done molested all of the children in the family. Like, let's stop pretending that the white man is making up the stats and that black man don't do no wrong.
All right, my brother. See, now, let me talk to my people. Y'all keep saying, "Saw you wrong. Saw you fucked up on this one." Y'all don't understand. Saw you wrong. Y'all think Saw never don't know these things. Y'all are dealing with slow gases. Y'all niggas are really dumb. Some of you are stupid. And the reason I gotta come out like that is because y'all all in here, Saw you wrong. Saw, oh, how can you do that? So the really stupid motherfuckers is you. And y'all niggas are stupid in the chat room. God damn, I've been here for 20 damn years, man. You think I don't know what's going on? Come on, man, sit your ass down. Let me and Poppy deal with this shit. Sit your ass down and enjoy this damn conversation. Damn, y'all niggas is weak. Damn, y'all niggas is slow. Y'all niggas is slow, man. God damn. So go ahead, Poppy. If I was to have sex with a 9-year-old, would you say that I am a molester?
Tariq got a question.
Yeah, peace. Hello?
Peace.
We can hear you fine, Tariq.
All right. Peace to the panel. Peace, Saneter. I just want to ask a question about the interview that you had with Dr. Reggie when he interviewed you, and he was talking about the Poppy situation. My question is, because you mentioned my case and my story, and that how you have a ledge on it because, you said that you didn't know, you don't believe me. So
I said I don't believe you.
Well, you alluded to you don't know for sure. That's
right.
Why you put a ledge.
Did you hear me say I don't believe you, brother Tariq?
Tariq, you still there?
Oh, sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Did I say Did I say that I don't believe you? I said that.
What do you remember what you said?
I'm asking you. You question it. You asking me the question.
You may not have used that particular word.
So Tariq Noel is down here and he's questioning Saneter. I think at some point Chuck Morgan comes up. Shout out to Chuck Morgan. He was in the chat earlier. Y'all, if y'all want to know more about this, in my opinion, Chuck Morgan is a great source to find information about this case. He definitely did all of the things that he was charged with, and I'm sure probably more, okay? But not him. I'm talking about Dr. York, okay? But also Tar has a lot of good information. If you go to the last video and check the description, you'll find his channel.
Said you alluded to the fact that you didn't know for sure, so you put a legend on it. And then you're not wrong for that.
Well, let me answer the question. No,
we also heard from Tyreek during that portion that I played a few edits ago, a few live streams ago, where Tariq Noel, the guy down here, and Saneter were eating lunch together, whatever, breakfast. And then a short time later, Garfield came up and they had a talk about his molestation that he went through by the hands of Dr. York. So Tariq Noel had heard what Saneter had said, and he's questioning him about that now.
I'm not wrong for that. I was not there. I didn't see it go down. I'm not one to just take people's word for it. All right? Even if Dr. York was here, I'm not taking his word for it. I said alleged because I don't know if it's true or false. I don't know. But I'm not going to say you're a liar or you're wrong. No, I would just say I don't know. I would say I don't know. But guess what? I will give you the platform to tell your story to the masses of the people. That don't mean I got to believe in all of that. You see? I would simply say I don't know if it's true or false. I was not there. See, I'm not like a lot of, and excuse me, ladies, but I'm not like a lot of the dick riders that be on here and go for everything that people say. I don't do that.
I sit
Yeah, but
back
let
and
me
I
ask you a
listen to
question
the
real quick.
story, and I let the other person. It's up to y'all whether y'all want to believe it or not. But I'm not the
That's
one
fine.
to go for everything and listen to what everybody says.
Yeah, but like typically in situations like this, a big profile case where something like this happened, there's normally nobody that comes up or reachable that you can talk to and try to find out for themselves. Like you're not able to reach the Michael Jackson victims or a certain high profile case. So for this situation, when you are able to reach a victim and talk to a victim, you get their side of the story, you know. And I, you know, this is not something comfortable for me to do or come out and say, but I'm doing it for a greater cause for the people and for because the Nuwapians and the son came out and he was saying that his father was innocent on your platform, and people watch your platform. So to me, that's not the truth in reality. So I have to come and
So when
correct
he
that
came
and
out
tell
and
the
said
truth.
his father was innocent, I brought the other side up where you condemned it. And just now, I would say the same thing to Prince York. I don't know if your father's innocent or not. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, he's innocent. See, I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing.
Well, I'm just all right. Well, just look at this. Polight, you basically made Polight. Polight is studied under Malachi York. You know, he called himself the son of Malachi York. You know, Prince York is you know, was on your channel a lot, and he's a, you know, a mainstay somewhat. You know, that's the son of Malachi York. There's a lot of ex-Nuwapians that's through the House of Consciousness, so on and so forth. So it's a part of the community. It's a part of what's going on in reality, and there's the truth, and nobody seems to want to actually get to the truth. It shouldn't matter like putting one side or the other side. It's like, let's look at what's going on. They have a group of people saying that a black leader was framed and was railroaded, and then you have victims saying that this is true and this is what happened. You know, so like let's get to the answers and to the bottom of that, because you might just be the media, but I have to live with it, and it puts the victims' lives in a certain kind of jeopardy because you have somebody saying that he's innocent and it was framed.
Now we know that Saneter always acts like he's like CNN or Fox News or CBC, NBC, PBS even, right? The Animal Planet. But you're going to hear a lot of what he already said about Polight. And that's why this video veered in the manner that it did, because both still support this man. Both act like they're still dumb or, you know, ignorant to the case information, or they didn't have the opportunity to see it. But Saneter knows well who Chuck Morgan is and the information that he puts out. He's going to acknowledge him, I believe, shortly. And it's just really weird because I've already shown you where Saneter still says he doesn't know, or he ain't going with that narrative about Dr. York. But I want to prepare you guys, because in about 33 days, Polight's going to go to court, and he may or may not plead guilty or whatever happens with the case, right? I don't know. But watch how Saneter is also going to continue to protect Polight or minimize the acts of Polight, whatever the charges are, whatever, you know, how much time he gets, whatever happens with it. Saneter is going to minimize it. And I'm predicting this. I've been feeling this way for 2 years. There is definitely something going on other than knowledge in the house or apartment of consciousness. And in reality, I'm here to expose that, period. Yeah, because, and then the celebrities, I just dropped my jaw when I saw all the people that were supporting Polight, or it was in music that I had heard but never really tripped about the name or whatever. I was just listening to the song, you know, but it was there all along. You know, and then the fact that people still to this day support this man like he was some type of savior is just wild to me. But I don't know where their mind frame is at. But anyway, let's continue with this video. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's get these likes up, please.
We all have mutual friends or whatever the case might be, but they thinking that we out here lying, you know, and people moved on with their life. Like last week,
let me say this to you.
last week,
Let him finish.
Real quick.
Yeah,
last week, one of the victims in an unrelated situation passed away. You know, in a carjacking, got shot in the head. She had 3 kids.
I wasn't laughing at what he's saying. I was laughing at Judah. It just happened at the same time. That's crazy. And then the other day we saw Ebony, right? In the last video, the last live stream that we did, we saw Ebony, who is a follower of York's, and where her mental mind state was, she was, and this is in no way to bully or attack her, but she was like abusing herself because she thought that it was Malachi Z. York. But if you listen when the FBI agents were speaking, and they were giving, you know, a little bit of the case information about what happened. And the agent was saying the victim's name as just a letter. There was a couple of E's that were said during that portion. And I'm wondering if Ebony was one of them. Now, I'm fresh in the case and I definitely don't know, you know, that much, but from what I've shown and what I've researched, that man was fucked up. So I just still do not imagine why these men with platforms like Saneter and Brother Polight would advocate for this man. But again, Polight claims that it's his father and this, that, and the other, which is cap too. I was also, you know, looking at the video where Polight sat down with Prince York and that whole situation, and like shit is wild, just the way that he was over there pushing it. But anyway, let's get back into it for real.
And she had a master's degree, but she grew up in the land just like all of us, and she was also a child molested victim.
Thank you.
So it's like, so, you know, like, to me, it's real. Like, her story will never be told again because she's not here no more. You know what I'm saying? And people are talking about, you know, going around the issue and stuff like that. So it just, like, when things are done like that, it puts us in a position, you know, because we're out here telling the truth. So it puts us in a fragile position because we don't have the people, you know, looking to find the truth. It's like, it still makes it look like a conspiracy and so on and so forth. And I think, you know, like, there's so much information out there. It should have been already addressed. You know, he pled guilty. There's a lot, there's transcript, there's all this information that's out there, you know. And then you got people like Polight and Prince York and other NOAKians. And I don't hate NOAKians, but they are telling people, you know, they're giving people a lie. And you know, and you know, like we're affected by it because this is our life, you know what I'm saying? And we go through this, like, you guys don't have to deal with what we went through. Like, we got to walk that walk, you know. And you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's nobody out here putting the truth out here, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna do it. I have sisters that's been molested, two of my sisters. I have friends that I grew up with that all went through the same stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I got to speak out for everybody besides myself, you know. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
All right, brother Tariq, you are always welcome, brother. I never close my doors on you. You can come on anytime you want to speak. It's up to you to call me and say, brother, I got something on my heart. I need to get it down. Just like when the last time we did it, what'd I do? I said, yo, brother, let's go. Come on out about 12 o'clock. Let's go to the restaurant, sit down and eat. We went into a restaurant, brother. We had a good time, and you told your story. Now, I brought your story.
And that is what we showed. It was a couple of live streams ago.
To the world. That's my job. To me, that is my job. It is not my job to rally behind you and say, yeah, he did it. No, my job is to put your story before the world. And that's what I'm continuing to do. And I don't have no problem with interviewing you again and letting you come out with more and more information.
Facts, G Styles.
That's up to you, brother. Whenever you want to get on here, you got my number. Call your brother and say, sorry, I need to get this out. It's something heavily on my chest. I need to put it on your platform.
Facts incognito.
And of course, the door is always open to you, my brother.
Yeah, but I'm more like on a personal level, man, because, you know, you call me your brother and you're my brother, I'm your brother, you know, and I come to you and I tell you what I've been through, and that's the truth, you know, and you can accept that or you cannot accept that, but, like, that's what it is. Like, if you want to be my brother,
you have to understand, I'm the media, brother. You don't see, you can't go to the news and tell them, yo, I did this or that.
Here we go.
And I did that. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, matter of fact, yeah, this is what he did. He did this. And you don't do that in media, my brother. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Well, so
just like with the party situation, I have now
Let's stick with York, though. York is a confirmed case. He is certified, verified. They got medical documents, back that shit up. He under the jail. He ain't in a jail cell. He in a jail cell under the jail.
Sister, there you go again. We speak on things we don't know. I checked it out. He is not in jail for molesting. That's not what he's in jail for.
Not only what he's in jail for. He is also.
He's not in jail.
He didn't get convicted of that.
That's not what he's in jail for. He's not in jail for that.
He's in jail for trafficking minors across state lines. For
Tariq, is he in jail for molesting people, brother?
He pled guilty to state court for child molestation.
Is Dr. York
got multiple
child molestation?
Hold on, let me answer the question. Let me answer the question, Saneter. It happened in two stages. It was the guilty plea. He pled guilty to state for child molestation. He pled guilty to federal for racketeering and all that, RICO and all that stuff. The federal got rejected. Whatever happened, it ended up going to court. and the court only dealt with most of the federal stuff. And
that's
you know,
the point. See, that's
okay,
what
but hold on. Now there were charges dealing with child molestation, but it wasn't worded as child molestation because they don't have.
I told you, trafficking minors across state lines for sexual purposes.
No.
Yeah. So now the reason is, hold on, real quick.
Which is trafficking minors for sexual exploitation.
If you go look up, the guilty plea is still standing on the state level. It's never been taken back. You can look up his guilty plea; it's still standing. He went to court for federal charges, not for the state charges. The state charges dealt with all the child molestation counts. Well, at least the majority of them.
Tyreek, let me ask you one question. Is Dr. York doing time because of child molestation? Yes or no?
Yes, and I would answer that because he's doing time for child molestation, racketeering, trafficking. It's all multiple counts. It's not one count. It's not one count.
And then the people show you different through the records. Come on, brother. You got to keep it real, brother.
So Saneter, I went to court to testify and told my story about being molested as a child. And what was the reason for that? Why did I go to testify that if he didn't get arrested for that and tried for that?
I have no idea about why would you do it.
Okay.
People do things.
He had 207 counts.
I'm not here accusing you. I'm not saying you right or wrong. I'm just telling you my position as a media. I can't come out and say yes, he did it. Because come on, brother, I can't do that.
Yes, but
I'm gonna give you the charges right now. I'm not pulling these up off the top of my head. I'm gonna read them for you. Convicted in 2004 of child molestations and violations of the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. He is serving a 135-year sentence. So he is not only in jail for child molestation, he is also up on RICO charges.
Woo. Okay, and you're reading that from where?
That's from Wikipedia, but I can pull it from several sources if you would like. I just pulled up the first one because it seemed the easiest.
And you're reading it from what? You got to give me the source.
Didn't I just tell you Wikipedia was the first one I pulled up?
Wikipedia?
Yeah, and I can pull up a whole
hold on.
chapter.
Yeah,
With what I just said.
If I had the best intent in my mind, would I not try to come and tell you the truth?
All right.
You're my brother. You understand?
Tyreek just said that no, he didn't been arrested for child molestation because
that's not what I said.
You did so. You said they didn't use the word.
No, he didn't. That's what you said.
No, he said that.
He said no. He not only went to jail for
child molestation.
Okay. You want to see it that way? He didn't go for child molestation. Okay, fine. That's your opinion. We have Mr. Morgan on the panel with us tonight. How you doing tonight, Chuck?
Oh, peace and blessings. How are you?
I'm fine. You had a question you wanted to ask, sir?
Well, it wasn't necessarily a question. It was just something I wanted to just add on to what Brother Tariq was trying to point out in regards to something also that you brought up in reference to what Malachi York was convicted of.
Yes.
And one of the best sources to get the facts on what exactly he was found guilty on, you can, if anyone has access or gets a PACER account, and what that is it gives you access to any and all federal documents, court proceedings, and the results of convictions, etc. So in case 5-02CR00027, you have document 362 filed of November 4th. It's only 3 pages, and it gives a complete list of what York was convicted of. So you have 1, conspiracy to commit racketeering violations, which he received 240 months for. Racketeering acts, 240 months. Conspiracy to transport minors in interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity. Conspiracy to travel interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity with minors. And conspiracy to structure cash transactions to evade currency transactions reporting, which will require, which he got 60 months for. So the majority of what Malachi received in the federal conviction was 540 months on counts 4, 5, and 6, because he was found guilty on 11 of 13 counts in the federal. Transporting minors in interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity, that's where he received the 540 months. Travel with interstate commerce to engage in unlawful sexual activity with minors, he received 180 months. So if we were to go down the list, he received a total of 1,620 months or 135 years. And this was under the Federal Mann Act. And the Mann Act was known once as the White Slavery Trafficking Act. So what the FBI was able to do was, because there's no federal statute on child molestations as a statement or term, they were able to use this Mann Act, which dealt with children, women being used and across state lines for sexual activity. And that's how the government was able to get him on that, because in the state case, of course, he pled guilty to the 200 plus counts, which are not necessarily 200 people, but just the various counts, which consisted of anal sex. It consisted of digital penetration, which is fingering, and so on and so on. So and the total of those counts, York pled guilty. And the only reason he pled guilty was because when his blood work was returned, it found that he had the herpes simplex 2 virus, which several of the victims also had. And it was his legal team who decided in 2002, which he in 2003 pled guilty in both the federal and the state, came up with the talk of having to plead guilty, because having to explain how he has herpes simplex 2 and several of the male victims and female victims having the exact same virus, it would be kind of difficult. So that I just wanted to bring some context to how the government was able to finally convict York in the federal case. And if someone went to my website, NOAK.com, I do have this all on the site for anyone to see, check, recheck, analyze, scrutinize, or criticize, because it's there. It is accessible, and I only put it up there for the sake of clarity for individuals who want to have the clarity on it. It's under the question: if Dr. York is not convicted on child sex crimes, then what exactly was he convicted of? And the documentation is there for anyone who wants to see it.
Damn. That's the information, man. Shit, that's all we need.
Yeah.
Out here, Suge. Now this was a minute ago, but right here is Chuck Morgan. Suge's right here, and Tariq Noel is right here. You seen how Saneter was responding to this information, and this sister right here was dropping gems about the case. It's all factual. But Saneter trying to convince people, nah, it was something else, so they was hating on the black man and this, that, and the fifth, as if this man and what he did should not have, to come to some type of end. You know what I'm saying? And he have to pay for what he did.
But
that's how you do it.
That's all I need. That's all I
Church mouse.
I just wanted to contribute in that. And I thank everyone for at least giving me the opportunity to do that. And I don't know if the brother's still there. Peace to Brother Saneter. I never had a chance to speak with you, but I just wanted to say, I'm happy to be able to at least share words with you. I watch you all the time, and I think a lot of what you do has helped a lot of people, at least brings a certain aware or level of consciousness. And it's just another platform where people have an opportunity to see things from various sides. Now, what I would like to say, and this is not necessarily a harsh criticism towards you directly, but I think that in regards to what I deal with Nuwapianism, period. That is my contribution in this thing, is to set the record straight from various aspects of it. I would think that it would be better or fair to have more of a counter argument to certain individuals that may come on your platform who advocate the Nuwapian doctrine or speak on York's guilty and or innocence. I've always wanted to share that part with you, at least.
Okay, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I'll definitely take a look at that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chuck, for coming on and clarifying. I've been meaning to get in touch with you because we do off and on. We do a cult series over here, and it would be good if we had an actual expert on one of the people that we do be talking about, because we talk about them all down to the moon.
Sure, anytime.
My email is LatashaPope1981@gmail.com. You can hit me up there. I'll respond back in usually an hour or two.
Sounds good.
If not sooner.
Yes,
but I do thank you for coming on and giving a more thorough than I could, because I know about your site, but I don't know how to navigate it. We'd have been sitting here for 10-15 minutes me trying to go.
I wonder if Saneter feels some type of way about her talking to him. It came off to me as that in editing.
To see what the actual information, even though you have questions listed, you got a lot of questions, brother. You got a lot of questions.
Well, I try to put the questions the same way that Malachi York did when he released the book series, 360 Questions Asked Muslim, Hebrew Israelite, Israeli Church, the Nation of Islam. I just wanted to use it in that same format of a question and then answers, and then we go into the historicity of whatever it is that we're discussing and present the accurate, concrete evidence to support anything. Because anything that I'm putting on the site, I cannot have it based on my opinions. It has to be based on the evidence and the primary sources for the people to be able to analyze it and research it, so that they'll be able to come to a conclusion on whether or not they would like to accept or reject.
That's always best. Don't just tell somebody something wrong. Show them how it is. There's more chance that they'll listen to you.
All right. Well, I appreciate everyone. Okay, and we all have a wonderful evening.
You as well, Chuck. Thank you.
Peace, bro.
Thanks, Chuck. Peace, bro.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this 12:48. We're gonna wrap this up. Are there any remaining questions on the panel for Sai concerning Sai? Did he answer your questions adequately and thoroughly?
No, we're talking about guilty or not guilty.
Guilty or not guilty?
Let me ask another one question real quick. So based on Chuck Morgan's answer or more clarification on, are you satisfied with what he said?
Yes, I've always been satisfied with a lot of stuff he said. Trust me, brother. I've been listening a lot to Chuck Morgan and a lot to y'all.
But you
I just have a responsibility to do to my people, and that is to try not to get in the way of making my own personal statements. I can't do that as the reporter. I don't know why you can't understand that, brother. It's not up for me to say you guilty or you not. I can't.
I understand that. I'm not asking you specifically to weigh in.
Morgan has said a lot of powerful information, and I would never say he's lying or he's wrong. He's been saying a lot of powerful stuff. So I listen to that brother a lot.
The reason that we're having this conversation is because mutually on your platform is somebody saying the opposite of what I've lived through, and I'm saying is true. So my question is, what would be the implications if I was lying? So would I be an agent? Would I be getting paid? Would I be what would be the implications of me lying? Because if I'm not telling the truth, then I'm lying. So if I'm lying, what would that make me?
Let me ask you, how old was you when this happened to you?
I was 7 years old.
You were 7
on my
years
birthday.
old?
Upstate New York. I was 7 years old. Upstate New York.
And you saying that he penetrated you at 7 years old?
No, what I'm saying is, after the party I had on my birthday, one of the women was a teenager at the time. She took me to his trailer. When I came in the trailer, there was a cartoon porno on, and she started taking my pants down and touching me or whatever. And then he's on the right. I see him. He's taking his clothes off, his pants off, and he comes towards me. Now, that was the first incident when I was 7 years old. Now you're asking me, did he try to anally penetrate me on that specific event? No, that's the first time it happened. But there's been times when it happened in Georgia after upstate where he did try to penetrate. Every time he tried to penetrate, anally penetrate me. It just wasn't successful for him. But there was other things done. And there was always a third. There was always a woman there. So
that's just crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave it. Oh, was the video? I'm talking about after he caught the case. He got
like 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was like right after he caught the case.
Well, that shit was like when everybody was getting it, and then so once I got the news of it, that's when I condemned his ass. Yeah. So when I hit you up, it was on some shit like, yo, brother, I'm not letting you come on my platform till you denounce Polight. Everybody, check it out.
I'm wrong for that?
Yes. You know why you're wrong for that? Because you're not doing your research as a young brother. I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about this before when Polight wasn't here, but I think it's important for, again, I want to say that people say that I'm Jewish. That's where my wealth comes in, because I don't complain that it don't exist. I put it there, So what I got riding for me, like you were saying in your world, but I got riding for me.
So when I hit you up, it was on some shit like, yo, brother, I'm not letting you come on my platform till you denounce Polight. Everybody, check it out.
I'm wrong for that?
Yes. You know why you're wrong for that? Because you're not doing your research as a young brother. I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago.
So what I got riding for me, like you were saying, in your world, what I got riding for me is that I'm so dark.
I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago. I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago.
Making mistakes on there.
I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago. I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago.
I was going in. And so I just wanted to play that little clip right there just to get y'all ready. Now I think you're ready.
I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago.
And so what I'm going to do is
show you why Brother Polight was one of the most feared, comedic, steady brothers amongst the Hebrew Israelites. I denounced Polight damn near 3 years ago. Brother Polight was feared. You best believe the Hebrews was afraid of him. They didn't want no smoke with Brother Polight. Because I defended him, brother.
Right after he caught the case, bro. You put him on your platform, bro, and you was defending him, bro.
Pull up the video. Pull up the video.
I send it to me right now.
Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty.
Right after he caught the case, please, rabbit hole research, please.
After he caught the case, listen, nobody even knew none of that shit what was going on.
So he did not come on your platform after he caught the case, bro.
I didn't know nothing about what was going on. What is he talking about? This is the first time I'm hearing everything. And so, here, show me the video. I didn't see that. Hold on. Don't you fucking dare.
This video right here was actually 6 months ago, but when Inky did this little part, which I snipped from our earlier live, he forgot to flip this one into a 6. The other one is 9 months ago, but this one should say 6 months ago. I just wanted to let you guys know that. So throughout these alleged 3 years, the case hasn't even been going on yet it formally, like far as when the abuse happened, yes, but far as him being charged in court, that took place on the 17th of August in 2021. So this is, 6-9 and a couple of months ago, and even last year, he was over on his channel supporting Polight and talking to him on the phone.
Talk to me about I'm letting Polight.
Meeting up with him at clubs.
Polight has not been found guilty.
Just a little bit.
After he caught the case, listen, nobody even knew none of that shit what was going on.
So he did not come on your platform after he caught the case, bro.
I didn't know nothing about what was going on. What is he talking about? This is the first time I'm hearing.
Yeah, Saneter has a couple. He just uses his green screen so you can't see him.
Everything. And so, here, show me the video. I didn't see that. Hold on. Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty. I'm gonna let it know. Oh, what's the video?
I'm talking about like after he caught the case. He got
like 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was like right after he caught the case.
Well, that shit was like when everybody was getting it. And then, so once I got the news of it, that's when I condemned his ass. Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty.
I feel you, but you know.
Didn't nobody really support that? He didn't get that much money. I'm sure it's up, though. I'm going to have to look later.
Now, check this out, though. Brother, check this out, brother.
Was there or was there not DNA? His DNA found on that young woman.
Yes, it was the DNA found on I think on her shirt or something like that.
Oh, and then that's what you talk about.
No, but what are you saying? You asked me that question, I answered you.
I'm saying that you knew that and you still was like,
no. Listen to me, brother. Slow down. I did not know that, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is all fresh. Yeah, this is all fresh and all new. I didn't know none of that. So when you said he came on that first time, I didn't know none of that about the DNA. Nobody really got that story until later on. So once they got the story later on, Saneter been condemned him. I'm not going to be long at all. For those of y'all who didn't catch the stream yesterday, with brother Black Jesus Minister and Brother Sanchez, Brother Polight called in last night to challenge Brother Sanchez. Right after the show, Polight called me and asked me to see if Sanchez want that smoke, want that fire. So Brother Polight wants to get back
4 minutes into the video
in the ring, and he wants Sanchez to be on the chopping block. And so for those of y'all who missed it, I'm going to play it for you. And then we're going to deal with Brother Polight and Sanchez and see what y'all want. If y'all want that, I can give it to you. All right, if y'all want that smoke, y'all want that fire, Sanchez said he's willing to do it. He's willing to get in the ring with a bigger fish. And so without any further ado, here we go. If y'all missed it. All right. I gotta move on to the next person. I got a call up on the line. Peace and Black Power family. What's your name? Where you calling from? This is Brother Polight.
On social media, on
Now, this is one of the first court dates that Brother Polight has had in this case, excuse me. This, as you see, it says Michael NOAK. That is his alleged government name. Here is Polight's attorney, as well as here's the prosecutor right here. And it was interesting to go back and listen to this because there was some things I think that a lot of people overlooked, or we were just so focused on the case. I don't know what the fuck, but listen to what is said in this clip.
in this case, Your Honor, is that this is a media case. He was arrested for punishable by life crimes. He should have been held no bond. However, this is one of those charges where the PBL comes in at the very end of the charge, and I think the clerk's office made an error, allowed him to bond out prior to seeing a bond appearance, or prior to going to bond hearing. Somehow I think he was given standard bond of $21,000, $10,000 on count 1 and count 2, and then $1,000 on count 3, Judge. My issue, Judge, is that there's no stay-away order on the case yet. That's why Your Honor asked the defendant to be present. I also am very concerned that the defendant has been essentially terrorizing the victim. I mean, the victim's 14 years old, and there's been a lot of...
Since the arrest?
Since the arrest, Judge, she's been very...
And I'm sorry, there's an echo that was already in the video, so I apologize. It's not on my end.
He's been very vocal on social media. There's been videos of the victim drugged by this defendant leaked online. Your Honor, on this case, we do have DNA showing that the defendant's sperm was on the victim's clothing.
Your Honor, may I ask why any of this is appropriate considering no motion has been filed?
My issue, Judge, is that there's no stay-away order on the case yet. That's why Your Honor asked the defendant to be present. I also am very concerned that the defendant has been essentially terrorizing the victim. I mean, the victim's 14 years old, and there's been a lot of...
Since the arrest?
Since the arrest, Judge, she's been very communicative he's been very vocal on social media. There's been videos of the victim drugged by this defendant leaked online. Your Honor, on this case, we do have DNA showing that the defendant's sperm was on the victim's clothing.
Your Honor, may I ask why any of this is appropriate considering no motion has been filed?
Now, this attorney right here, he's a douchebag, for real. What she had just stated, and we're going to hear it again, is that this man was trying to intimidate the witness, doing all type of things online. There was no contact order, which would prohibit him from communicating or making even a reference of her, and things like that. And then here comes this douchebag, like, oh, what, this is inappropriate and all this tight booty ass shit.
Filed.
My issue, Judge, is that there's no stay-away order on the case yet. That's why Your Honor asked the defendant to be present. I also am very concerned that the defendant has been essentially terrorizing the victim. I mean, the victim's 14 years old, and there's been a lot...
And yes, the DNA.
Since the arrest?
Since the arrest, Judge, she's been very communicative he's been very vocal on social media. There's been videos of the victim drugged by this defendant leaked online.
Videos of this the victim leaked online of her being drugged. Huh? Because I don't look. Now this shit is crazy as hell. And why this man is still able to be out and flaunt this lifestyle, I think, is because, even though we know that he don't really got money like that, but it's because I think they have the feds looking at him, period, point blank. But the fact that this man was remained to be out, and then you gonna, like, when dealing with the bail, there was a clerical error or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I just think that he should have never got a bail. Because if he would do this to one 14-year-old, why not do it if you know you're going to get slammed and maybe do some years in prison? I mean, it's apparent to me at this time that Polight learned mannerisms and things from York as well as Nature Boy did. If you guys didn't remember, Polight was running around talking about that he had bought a mountain. What would he have done on that mountain? It was Cap, but what would he have done on that mountain? Just like Nature Boy was running around, and what he was doing was very Dr. York-esque, in my opinion. Let's continue.
Your Honor, on this case, we do have DNA showing that the defendant's sperm was on the victim's clothing.
Your Honor, may I ask why any of this is appropriate considering no motion has been filed?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like being ambushed with all of this.
He is a tight booty, for real. And then we got another one that Unc Tar had brought to my, my understanding or whatever, is this King Yahweh dude. There is definitely something going on there, but it's going to take me a minute because I like to research things well before I come out and really talk about them. This York thing, I mean, I'm kind of jumping out there a little bit, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of things that still need to be connected with this King Yahweh dude. I mean, he had several celebrities that are riding with him. The lady from 227, comedians like, Cedric the Entertainer, like what the hell? Lisa Ray, all this and all that. And he really doesn't show you what he does. But just like with Dr. York and them used to, like, I don't know, send children in other countries shirts or go there maybe even and take pictures where the children all have the shirts on. There's other things that even the first one, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, was doing. And when his cult was, brought down and all that, we can get into that too. But I'm saying, like, I just saw a lot of the same qualities, and this dude just seemed to have risen up, and he's allegedly the king of some African area, land or whatever, but he talks like he's from America, like no accent or nothing. And it's just very odd or whatever. So we might veer into that eventually, but I definitely want to sit on it for a while and then just kind of draw comparisons. Right now, there's nothing to like really point out necessarily besides the celebrity contact and the support that he's getting. Like, he got awards from like some presidential shit and all that. And this dude just kind of came out of nowhere. But I do got my eyes on him. And it's crazy when I say that, because I'm not talking like some of the other women that have come in contact with him. They look at him and it's like he just takes over their soul. Now, I don't know what the hell they're tripping off of, because when I look at him, I just see caramel complected man, and that's about it. But it seems like they just start coming on demand because they're just blown away and they have no questions about the situation. But like I said, he hasn't committed any crimes yet. So I'm just kind of looking, because normally when people like this arise, they're either an agent or it's some other type of shit going on, like a cult or molestation and stuff. There's a senator that he's connected to, and her name is Yahweh or something like that. It's crazy, but I did spend a great deal of the last couple of days researching other things, and he was one of them, okay? And there's a couple of others, but that's on like a different level. It's not sexual molestation, so I'll observe right now. But I just wanted to kind of let you guys know of these type of creatures. I mean, people. I'm just saying, he ain't did nothing yet, but he gonna do something. Trust and believe. But he's the one that has a doll in Walmart, an action figure doll, and it's like $275, and he dresses like an action figure. I'm just gonna be real or whatever. It was giving me, Shaka Almost kind of vibes, you know, Shaka, like how he dresses and stuff. It was giving me like that, but more of a like sword fighting ninja type. I don't know, but no disrespect to people that dress like that or whatever. But I don't know where he come from, but he's very suspect. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Nor do I, Your Honor. This is entirely inappropriate.
If in fact the state was seeking a motion for pretrial detention, they should have done it. I mean,
Judge,
as far as
I'm
the
not
stay-away order is concerned,
that's a fact.
I can certainly do that, but I just can't go ahead with allegations from the state without giving notice to the defense. I mean, certainly I would hear it, but I can't do this in a vacuum like this. So the only thing that I know that this was reset for, which was advised to me the last time, is that the stay-away order was not properly presented, and I'm ready and able to do that at this time.
Judge, you are the first appearance, Judge, regarding the information that was filed, Judge. He was charged with a total of 6 counts, Judge, and they're different. They're all different from the charges, except for
Again,
one.
Your Honor, excuse me, I have to interrupt. This is entirely...
Hold on.
I need to-
Mr. Terrace, hold on. Let her finish. Just let her finish. I'll allow you to make your argument. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He has been charged with 6 counts. One of them is the same, but there's 5 additional counts, Your Honor. So Your Honor does have to set bond on those counts. And then the stay away has to be set. I will be filing a motion to increase bond. And I understand that Your Honor does not want to be ambushed. I will file that at a later time, but I did want to put the court on notice that with regards to the other bond amounts that need to be set, Judge.
All right.
So we definitely have to address bond.
Okay. Now, did you have a response, Mr. Terrace? And then I will deal with the information.
Yes, Your Honor. We don't. There is no motion pending before the court. The state, no one. Our side certainly did not ask for a schedule bond. That was something that the state of Florida decided to place on this case. Those charges were higher charges, and they were downfall. Doesn't matter that there was more charges that were.
Miss Good Life. His charges, his accusations are still out there. I do have the Kelsey story up. And he did respond. He said that he did it, but he tried to downplay it and say that she was older. So until they press charges or whatever they do, or they come out again, it's not much I can do.
Were listed on the information. These are down-filed charges. Mr. NOAK is out on constitutional bond. There's no motion pending before this court, and there's no need for Ms. Garcia to just ambush us with additional information that she feels the court and the media
and Marquise
in her speak should hear. So we are entirely prepared to address the motion that's before us. Not another word needs to be said regarding a motion that's not pending before this court. We do and are prepared to address the no contact situation today.
Okay. Now, first things first. First thing I have is an information that's been given to me.
But I think it's really crazy. And again, this video right here is going back to the beginning of the case. So I just don't want to put it out there like he just had some type of, court date or whatever. This is going back to the beginning of the case. But why wasn't there a no contact order to begin with anyway? A lot of the times in cases like this or other type of domestic sort of abuse or, assault cases, there would mandatorily be a no contact order issued. And that is concerning.
By the clerk,
that situation
filed
today.
on September
14th,
which was 3 days ago. And again, I have many cases on my calendar. Has this defendant been arraigned on this information?
He has, Your
He
Honor.
has, Judge.
He has. Okay, so he has been arraigned. And I am looking at, there are a total of 6 counts. I, at this point, do not see that there are any non-bondable offenses.
Hold on. There's nothing wrong with my internet, but it's playing slow. So hold on. It normally corrects itself in a second. It's going back up now already.
And there appears to be a second-degree felony for count 1, second-degree felony count 2. 3 is also second-degree, 4 second-degree, 5 is a first-degree misdemeanor, and 6 is a third-degree felony. So have all of the bonds been addressed at the time of the arraignment?
No, Judge.
Okay, well, that's what we need to do as far as that is concerned. And I will, what was he out on previously? Let's just start with that.
He was out on count 1 and count 2 for $10,000 each, and then count 3 on the information was a misdemeanor, so that was $1,000. So right now he has a total of $21,000 bond.
Okay, so 1 and 2. So what was added in the?
In my opinion, that is low as hell. Again, I don't think that people that do these type of crimes should be able to be eligible for any type of bail.
Information.
So the counts 1 through 4 are all second-degree felonies. Those were not on the information on the.
Were not originally charged.
Correct.
That's a fact. Restraining order or something off top, definitely. Now the restraining order, the mother could have brought on a restraining order or whatever as well. After right after the event happened too. But the fact that the court overlooked that as well, that's crazy. But I'm sure it was just a matter of her mother keeping her daughter away from it. And obviously she filed charges. So salute to the mother.
Also, Judge, count 6 is interference of custody. That one also was not charged. Count 5 was charged as count number 3 on the arrest form. So that one should stay at $1,000.
All right, y'all. That's what I got. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody wants to come up. If you don't, that's cool because I'm kind of tired anyway. Putting this together, I, kind of did it a little bit different than other videos or whatever. Put more into it, and that's why sometimes I like to, if it's not work related that would cancel live, it would be I start a video, I have a vision for the video, and then I want to put more into the video, so I may postpone a live and update you guys in the community tab. But I hope you guys enjoyed that presentation that I brought to you guys or whatever. I think it's really sick that people still support York, but going forward, it opened my eyes to see that the same outcome, not necessarily the 135 years, but the same outcome far as Polight going to jail and then people still trying to honor him in the community and minimize his charges, or allegedly they don't remember things like that. I do see that that is probably going to take place. I do feel like there at this time probably is the feds, and that's just my opinion, that are looking into the case. It is very plausible that they could have offered Polight a lower type of plea deal because maybe they know that the feds are closing in on whatever they're looking at him as. Maybe that is the case. I'm not saying that it's definite, but I feel like I've seen, I almost tripped over my lip piercing. I've seen these type of actions before, and I cannot imagine that for the totality that Polight has already been out here scamming, I cannot imagine that after he goes to prison, people will not come through with, charges in this situation. Obviously, Crypto Roots will not be able to come forward, but I do want to, at some point in time, revisit the Crypto Roots situation because there's so much that got left out. But there is 49 videos, so to condense all of them, I have to go look at them and figure out where I'm gonna place them and things like that. But even this York thing, we will revisit this definitely. And shout out to the victims and those that did not know what was going on and were there or did not support it and felt like they had nowhere to turn to, no way to exit the land without there being a problem or whatever it was. But fuck you to the people that knew about it, know about the charges, and then still minimize it. Protect this man. It's really just sick. It really is. Like, there's really good people out here that are doing good things or whatever, and they're always overlooked for some type of predator in the community, somebody that is out to scam or hurt people in the community, but they're always risen up. And it's sad when you watch this kind of take place over and over again. Now, Saneter and them can minimize the situation and, talk about, oh, I didn't say that now, or I don't feel that way now. I've already shown you guys that this man still to this day acts like he doesn't know what Dr. York was doing. Last live stream, we watched Ali Muhammad tell York a little bit of what he was doing, and Saneter sat there eating crackers or chewing gum or whatever he was eating and nodding his head like he was listening, but he really wasn't paying attention. And I feel like it's concerning that Saneter at those moments or at those times either acts out, meaning, he's upset because the situation is brought up or you're not hearing his side of the story, but his story is false. And then, just all the mechanisms that Saneter uses to deflect and minimize the situation, I think it's sick. If Saneter wasn't out here doing fucked up shit or Polight or whatever, we wouldn't be talking about these things. But he continues to do it. He continues to minimize the actions of people that have severely damaged people, others, and then rise him up like he's some fucking God out here, you know what I'm saying, creating some type of understanding of life and knowledge and wisdom and this, that, and the fifth. But Saneter knew that Polight was a dirty ass nigga years ago. But he deflected. He covered up Polight scams. He covered up other abuse. He knew more about Renintech in that situation than he let on. But he said he only came out with it because Polight had pissed him off. What else does he know and is waiting to tell if somebody pisses him off? I saw Q Butter over on Saneter's platform and almost threw the fuck up. And he was acting like I was like, what? Like, he was like too geeked up to be seen over there. It's concerning. It's concerning that, these type of acts, you got Captain Tazariak sending predators that are locked up on those type of charges money, donations from his YouTube channel. You got Saneter covering up Garfield scams at some point in time. What else is really going on? All this is it seems like a criminal organization. And I don't think that I'm far off when I say that the feds is watching. You can't hide behind this fake knowledge that you're bringing in shit, because at the end of the day, the feds gonna be able to research through that shit. So it's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before certain shit come down. And we know that sometimes the feds will research things for 10, 15, 12 years or some shit, right? But it's coming. If there's something there, it's coming. And then you got Polight over on his panel, on his channel or whatever, some years ago, talking about he gonna make sure motherfuckers go down. And he was playing the part of Nino Brown, basically. Showed a little clip of the movie and stuff, right? New Jack City. And that could be very true. He could, turn state's evidence to minimize maybe some federal, but maybe he brought it to him about what's going on the House of Consciousness. But I'd sure like to know what that $6,000 chargeback was. And in my opinion, I was talking about that the other day or whatever, because Judah, we had listened to that clip and Judah rewound the live stream and he wanted to know about it. In my opinion, when Nepal was talking about the $6,000 chargeback, Saneter would have had to send her mother $6,000 to give to Nepal. And then at some point in time, maybe Saneter was acting crazy behind the scenes, but probably on YouTube, he decided to go to the bank and request that the money be reversed because it was a fraudulent or whatever claim. There's a couple of ways that you could get your money back in that situation, and that would cause a chargeback. They would require the person that got the money under these alleged fraudulent grounds to have to repay the money back. But that is also interesting because $6,000 is a large amount of money, and we know that Saneter recently had to get a new computer. I'm kind of lost at what happened to the old one. The old one was not that old, but Saneter claimed that he had it for over 10 years. That's a lie. Why would he want to get rid of a computer? Why would he be sending Nepal $6,000 and then come on live stream and ask for donations for a computer? Why didn't Zion Lex come back out the Monday after he made the statement about Nepal flipping out at that event when they had that little build or whatever about rape and the victim's mother was there, Nepal was there, Polight and Saneter were there, Zion Lex and another lady were there? What happened that night? We're going to have to find out. Because honestly, I don't know. But how much other money is surfacing through the hands of people involved with the Apartment of Consciousness over there? The Apartment of Consciousness that has no ceiling in the bathroom. Or at one point in time, it was so molded out that Saneter and his wife, Cynthia, his real wife, Cynthia, were getting sick. Why doesn't Saneter have these type of debates with Cynthia either? She's a Christian. That's interesting. Also, the fact that one of Saneter's children, one of his sons, is LGBT. Why does he attack other people that are LGBT? That's interesting. There's a lot going on over there. There's a lot that I left out because it just won't come to my mind. These are not things that I wrote down. I'm just looking at my ceiling and just laying my thoughts on the line. And it kind of feels good, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just kind of wondering at this point, what is going on over there? I'm foreseeing that people are going to find a way to minimize what Polight is, going to be incarcerated for. We know that for a fact. He will be doing some incarceration. And it will probably be to prison. Jail is where they normally house you or whatever. If you have some type of DOC time, Department of Corrections, but not long enough that would send you to prison, and each state has a different requirement for that, or where you're housed before you go, before your case is tried and all this and that, and while your case is tried. So I'm just wondering, how that's going to go. We got 32 days left. If I'm counting correctly, I'm just looking down at the little date on my computer. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, what's going to take place next. You know what I mean? I'm gonna continue to look into these type of things. There's a couple of interviews and things that I want to gather, and also Sister Nandy went in yesterday. I do feel like she threw some shade at me a little bit, but I respect Sister Nandy. She wasn't disrespectful or nothing, but she made a couple of statements that could adhere to me. um, but I laughed it off because I do salute Sister Nandy and shit like that. If y'all remember when my niece she's an adult, but when she was missing, Sister Nandy helped me locate her because she lives in the same area that my niece was missing from and things like that. And I wouldn't have been able to jump over that hurdle without her help. So me and my family, we do salute her as well. But yeah, there was a lot that was brought out in that live stream that Sister Nandy did, and I was blown away. Okay, so that might be what I edit next. I do have it. Um, and I think I want to go over some of the things, not what she had said about me. All she said is she don't like basically that, I was trying to give Enki a second chance or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Basically, that was it. There was no crazy shit that was said or nothing like that. But the other things that she had said was nice and nice to know, informative. And I haven't did a spotlight of her channel, so it won't necessarily be a spotlight, but we're gonna definitely get the tea. Because if I'm gonna spotlight somebody, I'd rather it be, actual knowledge. I mean, she was bringing actual knowledge, but I'd really try to highlight them as a content creator rather just, them going in just on some beef type of stuff. But I think I'm gonna edit that video. It's pretty lengthy. It's over 4 hours. But I do have timestamps of what I kind of wanted to include in the video. So I've already done that. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on over there. I'm trying to just remember some other things. What her live was, damn. I mean, she's arguing with this dude named Blackson or something like that. I don't know too much about it, but I do go back and rewatch or try to pay attention and stuff. Of course, I get distracted a lot of times with my kids and stuff, but that's fine too. But trying to pick up what she was laying down, and then she got into the Saneter thing. And of course that, I was paying attention after that, But yeah, I think I'm gonna edit that and or portions of that, and because it was interesting. And I think I like the way that she worded a lot of the things and stuff like that. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I need a break for a second from like York and this cult, because it has really like learning about it is informative, but at the same time, it like really is draining. I mean, the other day I researched into this for about 6 hours steady, and I'm listening to, people that were on the compound that claim that he's innocent, and you can just peep off of the body language. In some situations, it was, you know, they didn't feel comfortable with what they were saying, for whatever reason. And then some that just seemed to be maybe ignorant to some of the situations. Maybe they were too young, or were with the shits but don't want to go to jail for it, now or whatever. I don't know. It just didn't seem right looking at it. Like I stated, I heard Tariq Noel's mother's interview where she came up and spoke about her interactions with York, and I felt some type of way in there. I really had to use some restraint on coming out and even speaking about it. I'm sure we will get there, but my intentions aren't to disrespect that woman, because I'll never know where her mind frame was at to allow her child or children to endure that. But if you know my channel, I go in on situations like that. So I don't know. But I think that, if nobody wants to come up or whatever, thanks to hearing me just, um speak or whatever and just lay my thoughts out here on this situation. I just at no point in time, while researching this, thought that Saneter is, innocent of knowing what in totality happened with the York thing. I mean, nobody wants to sit and listen to those type of details like the FBI agents were talking, but to fight something, you have to listen to the ugly parts of it. You have to highlight those parts because those parts are what's wrong with the situation. And if we continue to just act like nothing is wrong, or because this person did one or two things or whatever they did, if they did one thing that's fucked up to a child or a woman or even a man, they need to be held accountable. Like, look, York could come out and create the medicine that fights all illnesses and all this and that. I'm still not going to support that nigga. I don't support these niggas that go to jail for, like, R. Kelly. I don't support him. His music is repulsive. I cannot listen to it. I don't like it. And when I find out that they support niggas like this, like Killer Priest, I would never listen to your music. And I put on people to the idea that you do support that type of shit. Like Cam, I don't support that nigga because you support this shit. Al Sharpton, all these other people that was put in here. Prodigy is that, but it's like, that's fucked up, bro. Like, I don't care what they do. If they harmed a child or whatever, somebody else, that's fucked up. And like, fuck what they did after that point to me. Because if they were such a great person, they wouldn't be doing that. They would be doing what they're great at, not just what they can do to hurt somebody else. I feel that what York did was disgusting. I in no way, shape, or form believe that he believed what he was teaching people. Yeah, he was doing it. He did a lot of fucked up shit to law enforcement out there. And no, I'm not caping for the Caucasian man. But like, think about it like this. Like, these type of situations happen. We've already seen the Jim Jones cult, the Yahweh Ben Yahweh cult, right? Khalil Amani, Saneter's friend, was an informant, an FBI informant in Yahweh Ben Yahweh's case. He took it down, but why he didn't come out and talk about Brother Polight? Or how Saneter got all these things that I've pointed out wrong with his channel. That's interesting. There's so much more that somebody could do to have I'm just saying, like, I just cannot at this point. And people that want to sit by and just idolize people for doing, Saneter don't really do shit. He sit there and host debates. And what is a debate? Two people allegedly having an intelligent conversation about a topic, but it always turns out to be them yelling. They go over the same topic several times. There's no need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Ezekiel Perez, my bad. I can't even fucking say that word. But shout out to the chat though. I don't know. I'm just thinking about shit or whatever. And like I said, the song that I played in the beginning was by J.H.E. Ruga, and in that video, he is highlighting what happens to some women that are, looking for love in all the wrong places and money to pay the bills. And they might slide into something that is illegal or not good for them. That's not my story, but he did recently a song called She Ain't Proud. And I'm gonna drop the link right here. We're gonna listen to it, and I'm gonna close out. There's a portion in here that reminds me of, remember in Brother Polight's case, he had drugged up the victim. Now, some of the other stuff that is in the song or whatever, not necessarily, or maybe different people in Polight's life, but this song really like hit me and shit far as my emotions, because this type of thing goes on every day where a mother of a child or children needs to pay the bills, so they become a stripper, yada yada. It becomes their life. They may be in a situation to where they are raped or abused in some type of manner because of that occupation, and things like that. So this is what this song is talking about. There's the link to the video, though I encourage people to go and watch it. I think this is right here. Oh, that's you? Hello?
Yeah, it's me. True Peace.
Okay. True Peace, what's good? What's good?
Shannon, it was an excellent show.
Thank you.
Excellent put together. That was very, very good. It was very good. Oh shit, the thing is dog. No, I forgot about that. And I thought Chuck might have. I thought Chuck was probably going to jump up, but I guess not. I guess he got. I mean, Chuck. He always busy. So
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I just salute to him. I saw him in the chat. It was an honor to have him here, in the chat.
I wanted to address something that was being said earlier, like in the beginning, because I was doing some other stuff, but let me share my screen.
Okay, let me unshare mine.
Because a lot of old cult members and even the new cult members, they still keep going with this lie. You know, they're like the same thing with Polight. You know, he told me he wrote 90 plus books, and you know, these things are not true. A lot of it, like you can see, it was copy and paste with York. You know, it's all the same kind of thing. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Queen.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see it too. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I know you say you're a little drained. I could tell.
No, I answered you. I don't think you heard me though.
Okay, so here's just asking the Nuwaubians, did Malachi York direct his art department to transform certain pictures of real people into mythical and malevolent characters? So what a lot of people didn't know is that York had a lot of females doing all the drawing and putting those books together. Okay, it wasn't him. He just got all the credit, and which is foul in itself. So this is some of the pictures, and this is on the weaponism.com, so you can see. You see it was a lot of females in here that did all the work. You see the typewriters, the books, the drawings, and all that stuff like that. They were the ones who were putting those books together. And then to this day, the Nuwaubians, Sabians, whatever, will still repeat this lie. Oh, the master put out this book and that book. No, he didn't. They did. And he had guys that was also on the outside that were pulling books from different places and giving it to him. And Chuck was one of those people. You know, and Chuck had like a radio spot that he used to go on, like a little radio show, and kick a lot of information. And York had some young guys. I can't remember the actual title they went by, and you know they was dropping a lot of knowledge. And then Chuck was telling me, he said this multiple times, even on Trip C's platform, that they start seeing the contradictions in the books that was coming out. And again, a lot of people got this code where, because it's knowledge in a black person and then there's a falsification going on, we always opt to not let people know. And then they just go off in the background, and then the scam keeps, progressing.
Right.
And this is the case in a lot of places. When you get a chance, check your email too, because I think you might want to use that video that I put out.
Okay.
So that's just throwing that in there.
The last one that you did.
I sent one to your email. You'll see it.
Okay.
You can use that too. Now here is another guy that York didn't like, Bilal Phillips, because Bilal Phillips, a lot of York's followers left because they was being mistreated. And he put out this book right here called The Ansar Code in America. And this book is one of the main reasons that York wanted to get up out of Islam because of that. And what York did was have the females draw Bilal Phillips to look like the deity called Baal. Baal is an Old Testament, supposed to be a negative spirit, according to the Old Testament. So what York did would have, you can see the resemblance, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is the foolishness that York was doing. So he couldn't prove.
He did the same thing with himself, right?
Yeah, with himself too.
Draw pictures, yeah.
It made himself look like he was the hero and the God and the Most High. But when he had problems with people that he didn't like, he would have them draw pictures and then have us believe that this is how they looked back then. And this is how he got back at a lot of his people. So
Right.
Bilal Phillips, some of the people left. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Just give me 1 second. But he had a lot of his some of his followers left York because York was, I told you, York was separating the couples from their husbands and their mates, and had them out peddling, and they couldn't bring back less than $100 a day. And if they didn't, they would get beat and they wouldn't be able to have sex with their wives. Also, I think on top of that, what else he used to do? Oh yeah, and a lot of them, they were saying York had the women get on welfare, and then they turned over the money to him. This is the same thing that what's his name? What is his name? King Noble used to do the same thing when he was living in Chicago or wherever he was living at. He used to do the same thing, would have his people just bring that money to him. And like I used to ask him all the time. I used to ask people, I said, well, show me where in Islam, whether it's in the traditions called the Hadith or the Quran, that says York was able to do that. And this is one of some of the early signs of a cult, is that they start instituting things inside of things that they already claim are already altered. Right. You understand? And York used to point that out all the time about the Quran having the chapters was rearranged in the wrong place. A lot of the traditions were not right and accurate. The Bible this, the Bible that. And then he would point that out, but then he'll go in and do the same thing. You see what I'm saying? And so that was what caused people to be in a lot of trouble mentally because of the type of brainwashing that he would do. And now here's York right here holding some type of military gun. Let me see what's the caption here. York became so paranoid that the sooner Muslim would attack him that he would advertise that he was protected by his personal military known as the infamous Swords of Islam. And all York did was bite from the Nation of Islam, because you had the fruit of Islam under Elijah Muhammad. You see what I'm saying? So York, you could tell here that he's mixing a little bit of Black Panthers in the Nation of Islam name. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
All right. So again, like you said, see the Sword of Islam, and Bilal Phillips, he said, was the devil incarnate. And that's what he did. Now look, here's Quincy Jones. When he wanted to talk about Jubal, who was the second son of Lamech, who was the son of Cain, right? He said a black devil. Look, you can see that you could tell that that's
That is
Quincy
definitely
Jones.
him. Right.
This is the mental illness of York. It's one thing to try to draw pictures, but he made people believe that these pictures were real. And the question, and he was like, yeah, you know, Quincy Jones, when he wanted to, because his career never took off the way everybody else albums and stuff took off. You know, York was promoting his own stuff.
Yeah, because he had a music record company.
Yeah, he had a record label, I think it's called, I know he had a group called I think York Records or something like that. And he put out songs.
I thought it was Passion Records or something.
I know he had a group called Passion too.
Okay.
And but I think he had a thing called York Records or something like that. But either way, he put out albums and stuff, but he never blew like that. But he did travel, according to Chuck. You know, he traveled with certain groups that were famous, but he never blew like them. And we're gonna get into that stuff at another time. So I'm gonna show you how York was actually imitating MC Hammer. Ready for the World, Prince with the hair all wet and eyeliner and all this old crap.
I seen some of his pictures and I was like, what in the hell? Why this man thought that was nice looking? I don't know.
Because York was a wannabe. And and everybody knows today that the record industry is full of debauchery and demonic and all that stuff. And York was in that industry. And he was a part of it too. You know, he just never blew, but he was definitely involved with these people. All right, so this is just showing you some more pictures. See now, Adam and Eve, right? Even though he copied it from Ashford and Simpson, this picture is mostly looking like York. This is York's face. And it's just pure foolishness. And he did this a lot. Even put a picture in here in a book called Is Haile Selassie the Real Christ? He even told a lie and said that Haile Selassie killed his father, the man he claimed from Sudan, which is a lie. You know, York's father was a pimp. We went through this. I think I showed you that evidence before. Unless I was on another show somewhere, but these are just the stuff. Now this York again, Drew as I knew,
right?
Which we went through this, I think, a few hours ago. It's just different transition. This is lock move, but all this is York's face, all his features. He put himself in there, and so when you get caught up, you know, you start believing this stuff, and you start thinking that this person is important because it's different than all of the other black leaders we had. Because you dabbling with religion, you changing stuff out of their places, you making, 90% of the people and images in their black with woolly hair, things like that. And he justified it in an old video, by saying that it boosted the self-esteem of the readers, and they got a chance to see black images. But even so, but if the history is faulty, then the pictures is only just serving negative, purposes. Why take stuff and make it black if they wasn't black? You see?
Right. What's
If
good,
you-
Ezekiel?
Peace.
Oh, you
I just wanted to tell you, you're doing a great job. Your video is very well put together. Everything that you got going. I'm hearing Tarnoon speak, and it brought up a question that I had in my mind. Is I'm a former Nuwapi, and I was around for a little while, and I studied intensely, but with everything that has transpired, and Tarnoon was just showing some pictures of the sisters putting the books together. The crazy thing is that in all of York's books, I have never actually seen a publisher's address. You do not know to this day, even with the new tablets and the new booklets that they put out, the way you do not know who publishes this stuff, who's actually printing and pressing this stuff and putting it out. Tarnoon, if you have any information on that, please enlighten us, because
I don't
it
know.
is
I'm
the
pretty sure.
greatest secret I've ever known in the whole thing.
You know, when he was out, certain books, you know, he used printing presses and certain book companies, but a lot of times York had his own print machine from way back, and most likely, you know, if they still got it, they're using it, or they just got somebody that's making it. But like you said, yeah, a lot of those books is no address. It's just their stuff. So most likely they printing this stuff up themselves, and they're ghost writing or adding on to whatever York is writing to his family members, and they construct books around that. That's why a lot of these books are thin. When York was out, his books used to be thick. You know what I'm saying? So all of these books is very, very thin, because they're not. He's not able to communicate with his people like that, because that's part of his you know, his charges and stuff. He can't be in contact with it, because it's under the RICO, is considered a criminal organization. So he don't supposed to have no contact with them. But according to Prince York a few years ago, when him and Tariq was going at it, he invited Tariq to come to the pedophile bookstore that they got in Brooklyn. And he said York calls there like once every Tuesday or something like that. And, you know, he was inviting Tariq to be there to talk on the phone. But like, why would that man want to talk to his abuser? But, you know, Prince York was mentally off himself. You know what I'm saying? And he wasn't around his father. He lied about his age. He was talking about he was older than he was. We was telling Saneter that dude was not that old. He was talking about he was there when the raid happened. But he was a baby. He don't remember that. But he was telling lies. Then he once he got in trouble and went to jail for abusing his wife's son at the time. Then he go to jail. Saneter pretend he don't know what's going on, because we told him he was going to court. We had all the document and the paperwork. I'm gonna bring those videos out eventually again, and I already sent you, Queen, the paperwork of what Prince York and his wife at the time was charged with. Remember?
Right.
So
yeah, the PDF file.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it got when he was charged and all that, and then when he came back, the clown dyed his beard gray, and he was really trying to look like York. And I'm like, yo, dude, you just, you know, like, I think Prince was like maybe 21 or something at the time, a couple years ago, and he
dyed his beard gray.
He dyed his whole beard gray. I'm gonna produce all that stuff so you can see the idiocy and the mental.
I never saw that. I
Yeah.
swear when I seen him on HOK, I think he had a black beard each time. So that would be interesting to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was just a pure fool. I mean, he really was trying to look like he was older. And
there's a couple of other people that claim that they're York children, and they may be, but I just noticed like some characteristics about them. How they talked was just like York, but one in particular, his eyes were like just moving, and it seemed like every time he told a lie, possibly his eyes would shift. But I'm gonna bring that. I don't know. I'm still, I'm finding new evidence, so I'm like putting it where it needs to go for whatever video or whatever, and then doing research about it, before. So I ain't saying that he's his son. He's saying that. And there's a couple of other people. So it's really interesting.
So
a couple, I was like, what is
I've
going
met a
on?
couple of his children, and they're pretty powerful. Just their energy. But like I had a very strange incident with one of his daughters. I actually went down to Georgia during One Savior's Day. I was with Polight and like the whole camp from Brooklyn. And actually it's weird because I don't remember the brother who was there, but one of them lent me one of his garments, his robes, because I had a dashiki, but I needed another outfit for the ball, and he lent me one of his robes, but it was like one of the priest robes. So it was very cool. I had my hair, everything braided up. So we had the ball, and this female keeps like circling me, and then we start to talking, and by the end of the night, she's just asking, "Hey, can I get your number? Or you want to hit me up sometime in Georgia?" And like, okay, cool. I had no idea who she was, right? So the family was making fun of me when we was on the ride back and everything. And they were like, "Oh, you're trying to be part of the royal blood." So it turns out it was one of York's younger daughters. And so, we talked on and off for a little while on the phone. I'm back in New York, and she would tell me things that just stuck out. It was just weird. It's like I could tell she was troubled. She wasn't in a great situation at our household. She wanted to get out of there. She would tell me things like she remembers being a child and like walking through her family hallway, or like towards her father's study. This is York, so walking towards like his
Right.
study or his room, and she would see lights like flashing in his room, but like spirits. Like she would see like spirits or lights floating in the middle of the hallway or like all around him and stuff like that. So I thought that was powerful. I said, okay. But one thing she told me one time, which threw me the heck off, I don't know, I don't even remember how this came about, but she was telling me her dad would get really, really, really angry, and frustrated if he didn't have sex. These were her words.
Wow.
And I paused and I was like, wait, what? Like,
you didn't expect her to say that.
Yeah, how would you know your father? Like, okay, you understand when your parents are frustrated or they're fighting, or you're around them all your life. But she mentioned that, and I was like, how would you know if your father was sexually frustrated?
Right.
So that after that it just went south, because she had called me a couple times that she was like, again, trying to get away from her home. She didn't want to be there. I think she was having problems with her mom, and she was looking to stay with friends or other people, and she was just looking for help. And I wasn't able to provide that at the time, even though I had my own situation in New York. But that faded away. It just really threw me off.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like when you meet some of them, you definitely see. You said they definitely have an aura. Maybe it's just a sense of entitlement because everyone looks at them as like a royal seed, especially the Nuwaubians. But I didn't know who these people were. When I encountered them, I just thought of them as, okay, these just outspoken people. But not all of them. He has so many kids.
Right.
But that incident there, that threw me off.
Yeah, they throw the number. They throw the number out to 200. But this the thing I wanted to add too, that York also painted himself as Jesus as well. And I'm gonna show you that picture. I think it's this right here is the Melchizedek, which is the same as the angel Michael, Jesus, all this. I think this comes from Revelations. I think is either chapter 1 or chapter 2, where they say you see the angel with 7 stars and 7 candlesticks in the hand. So this is definitely from that particular the book of Revelations. And he used to use the he used to call himself Rabboni Yahshua. Yahshua is the Aramaic word for Jesus. And see, you can see here, this is the picture of Jesus on the left.
Wow.
And he just always placed himself in these pictures.
Is this where the pictures of Yakub came from too? Because I remember them earlier in my studies, like in 2013 ish.
Well, yeah, he took the Nation of Islam story and then he created pictures. The Nation of Islam doesn't have any images of the
Yeah,
story they
because I
tell.
remember images and like there was videos made with like a cartoon character that looked like that person
Yeah,
and all that.
York took a lot of stuff from them. So these are younger pictures he had drawn Jesus, but you can see that's him to the right and to the left. It's the same stuff.
So I actually have letters from York when when he was already in prison for like 2 years or something like that. I wrote him somewhere from like '03 to '04, but I have letters from him, just one or two really, that he tells me that he believes in Jesus Christ. So here he is making himself Jesus Christ, and a lot of people also used to talk about that as well, like after or while he is getting sentenced or something like that, he then went back on Christianity. He became Christian all of a sudden again, and
Yeah, and then he was like Native American.
because they were trying all kinds of different things. That's just like the video you were showing earlier. There was other documents in the court that they tried to file for indigenous and diplomatic status, but none of them worked. I saw those documents. I helped raise some of the funds with Polight and his camp to pay for those like legal fees to try these different tactics, but they never worked. And
you did it after you even knew that York was a predator like that?
no, I did it. I knew he was locked up. I didn't know the specifics of the case, so I got more heavily involved. And that was from like, I came back to New York in '03. I started like hanging around back in Bushwick, and then I found a Polight store in Utica and started hanging around his store more because it was closer to my place. And then '07, like '06, '07, I got more heavily involved with Polight stuff. And at that time, he was funding most of the legal fees for York. He was raising all the monies to try all these different tactics at that time. He's having direct contact with his legal advisors.
And he set up that situation with him interviewing Tariq. That was done to try to get Tariq to say something incriminating, and that's why that was done. He was trying to get Tariq to say something so he could take that back to the lawyers. So yeah, Polight is a very dirty, nasty individual who is a cult member to the extreme, and so everything you're seeing is, again, when somebody says that's their deity, that's their God, or that's my Most High, or the people are these people would do whatever it takes to be like that person, and so he was already not in his right mind, and he did the same thing that York did when York was teaching Islam way back in the 70s. York went overseas and actually got involved with a female Muslim, I think that was part of the Mahdi family, just to have that as credentials to have his followers feel like he was trying to solidify his Islamic side. And so that's what people would do. And Polight did the same thing when he was coming up. He was dating one of York daughters, and that was like a status symbol that he was really doing something. We heard whispers and this and that of him and York supposed to been tight, and like he said, raising money and stuff from behind the scenes in the bookstores. And again, all this stuff King Simon and them knew.
Right.
And they didn't say anything against Polight. And that I felt like, when you look at it, think about all of the black people that was in the community, Irritated Genie, Professor Griff, King Simon and Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine. He had all these different people, and nobody said nothing to him. I'm pretty sure Dr. Sabi, rest in peace, heard about Polight scamming, and nobody said nothing against Polight.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And this
Yeah,
is
it was progressive. It was progressive. I would say that York wrote Polight constantly, and we got to see a lot of those letters. He even put a book out about the letters that he had back and forth with him. There's a lot of letters that are like in detail, and York did want Polight to take over. He did.
that was discussed in the that's
and
in
that's
book.
one of them.
Yeah, you Queen, you got that book I sent you that Inky released.
Polygamy one. Yeah. I haven't looked at it yet.
In My Father's House, A Many Mansions, I think that's the name of the book.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, all that stuff is in there. This is Inky that York drew, who said was the son of the Most High, which is he was the Most High, and then this is him on the right saying he was the grandson. So how can you be the Most High and your own grandson at the same time?
Right.
But this,
that was the concepts he put. Those were the concepts that he pushed. So the story with Murdoch being the grandson of Enki is that Murdoch was the one that fought everybody else and was able to fight back. I think his uncle Enlil. It was the same thing. It's kind of like Horus versus Set, but basically instead of taking the throne, hold on, buddy. Instead of taking the throne, okay, Papi, go ahead. Instead of taking the throne, he gave it back to his grandfather, Anu. So,
this York here with the Indian stuff on right here, Queen.
That's crazy. Remember when? Do y'all remember when Nature Boy tried that?
Yeah, he was calling himself Chief.
So much of this reminds me of either Polight, what he was trying to do with the mountain. I saw your video on Polight in the mountain, where you had took some of the crypto roots when he was talking about the mountain, and then Polight when he was stating that he just bought a mountain.
Yeah, and he was.
I'm wondering what he would have did on that mountain.
And he said it was in Costa Rica.
Right.
He said it was in Costa Rica, and that's what Nature Boy was in Costa Rica. So
exactly,
all these spirits, these are spirits who have a certain way that they follow suit, and all cult leaders after a certain point go off into an enclosure. Whether it was Jim Jones, David Koresh, York, Nature Boy, Polight was on their way to that eventually. So it's a pattern. They all spiritually follow this pattern, and they don't even have to really know each other like that, and they still end up falling victim to the same type of stuff. And York was trying to do the Native American thing, which is a contradiction to the 9 ether teachings, because our hair, the kinky hair we have, is called 9 ether, and anything less than that would be of another mankind race. And York even put out videos where he said don't perm your hair, and I can show you where York was walking around with his hair perm. So he was a walking contradiction.
Right.
On top of that, and to say
definitely had some hot rollers in there or something. He had a whole set done. But Carter had said, did Polight really write 90 books? I've never seen more than a couple. It was said that he allegedly like plagiarized York's books, and York played, how he had them write it or whatever. But I don't know where he got the material from, but it's alleged that Polight had just reworded or rewritten York's books.
He referenced a lot of York's books. He would take snippets from it, and I knew Polight's place, his library in Brooklyn. And I mean, when he had almost every single book, like he had rules of York's work, like scroll. Like he tells it himself. He studied like intensely for like 6 months while he was trying to get himself together. but he had almost every scroll I could think of.
But how did
And
Polight get so close to York? Because it's alleged that Polight didn't even really meet York before.
so I was just about to tell you that,
I'm
Queen.
sorry.
So
Let me just chill out.
no.
Okay.
He has never met York. When he was working on York's case, he got to go to Colorado with York's older brother Omar, and on that visitation, Polight wasn't allowed in. He had to wait outside in a car. Like I don't even know. Yeah, no, he didn't. He wasn't on the list for some reason, or like, like it was only family and his legal team at the time, like blood family, that was allowed to visit. So he went with his brother on the trip, but he didn't get to go actually into the facility and speak with York. So that's the closest he's ever come to York.
And
So
this
that's why, like, when you see the Prince York interview, and he's like, "Oh well, you've never actually met my father," and he's like, "Yeah," like, because he knows he's never actually physically seen him.
His whole demeanor changed.
Yeah,
because he took it very personal. You don't understand when Polight was at his height in the Nuwabian stuff. York wanted him to take over, so his own family, York's family, was like, they were livid. They were just like, no, how are you gonna have this guy who's not even your blood take over? And they felt like they should have taken over, or one of them, or that they were supposed, like everyone in the nation was supposed to take care of them.
And when Polight talks about the bookstore, I'm sorry to interrupt, because on Jesse Powell, he went up there, whatever, I think that's the guy name. He had stated that he met his second wife, Riot, in a bookstore. Is that the same bookstore?
That's his bookstore.
Okay.
So Polight, what happened was he supposedly, and I wasn't around at this time because I didn't know what happened. I saw Polight before I left New York and when I came back. But before I left New York, he was just beginning to teach in Bushwick, the main store. But supposedly he moved in too after that. And then something happened, and then they kicked him out. Right? Him, his wife, and like a couple of other members. So he ended up taking those members and starting his own thing. They all went to their homes, their own places, and then he continued to have meetings in the park with just this group of people, and was able to acquire a property in Utica where it was a storefront. It was only a 2-floor building with a storefront on the bottom. Yeah, he had one apartment, somebody had the other. And then at later time, I think another Nuwabian brother was able to move in there too.
Yeah, he was
so they had
following-
both apartments.
Yeah, he was following York because York started out before he got to Bushwick. He was on Utica. So this is written in the Holy Tablets, like further into it when he talk about how he started. So
Yeah, the old that was way before. That was like one of the original stores in the corner.
So that's what I'm saying. So all this stuff is not far fetched. When I put the video out that Polight is following York's footsteps. This picture here is the Yakub picture you was asking about.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
So yeah, he took this here. Actually, is drawn.
It looks like the sister wants to say something. Whiskey.
Peace, Queen.
Go ahead. Oh, your audio is really messed up. I can't hear you, Queen. Yeah, you got to come back in because we can't hear you at all. It's like really, really, really choppy. I'm going to drop the link again. You can exit out and come right back up. Okay. I appreciate the insight too, you guys.
So Queen, a big issue with it, and this is the thing, because York really got into Polight's mind, because in the letters and the correspondences, man, you could see, like he would tell him over and over, you don't have to be my son by blood to be my son, like you are my son. And this is why when we speak of York, we used to say he's my spiritual master, he's my spiritual father, because that's how Polight was taught. He's my spiritual father. That's why he says he's my father, and then people just hang on to that and they think he's blood, but he's saying he's my spiritual master and father and like leader. You know, it got really bad.
That's crazy. I can't ride with somebody that do stuff like that. That's just crazy. I was trying to hear what the sister had to say, but
No,
it
it,
seemed like her audio's messed up.
Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you how York was plagiarizing real strong, because people don't really get it. But we got so much stuff in the group. But this is something that I did all the way back in 2015. Can you see it?
Yep.
All right. It said, ask Nawabians where did York get his drawing of Yakub from? These cult members will look dumb in the face. Let us 9 mind help y'all. York stole this picture from the movie called Legend in 1985, starring Tom Cruise. So when you look at it, I'm gonna blow it up. That's the movie. That was one of my favorite movies back then. I thought it was real interesting. That was the dude, the demon that's supposed to be like the son of Lucifer or whatever. But this is Yakub, and you can see it, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
He would tell us that Yakub was a mix of 2 aliens between a
Right.
Duros and I forgot the other species.
The Deros
not a
and the
Duros.
I think
It was a
the
Teros and something
Teros.
else, a Damac. It was a Teros and something else. The other one.
The Denakil and the Teros.
Denakil. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because they both had large craniums. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked like somebody with hydrocephalus.
Yeah.
That's an actual condition. Yeah.
Yep.
It's crazy how he played on the psyche. It's very, very strong psychology. It took a lot of members years to get out of the brainwashing and to really see the long game that was being played on them. Go ahead, Papi. It's
Just
okay.
glad that people woke up to it. You know what I mean? Like, this is a dangerous man. And he very, it seems like, I don't know. He's a psychopath in reality. You know what I mean? In my opinion. And it's just wild.
He plagiarized a lot of stuff. I'm just looking for something else real quick.
Well, I'm gonna hop down, but Queen, you're doing a great job and great information, and it's good that you have platforms like this so that more people can add clarity. Okay, thank you.
I
Thank you for
appreciate
having me. Have a good night. Peace, talk.
Peace.
That's good to hear from people that were in it. I welcome them. I'm not trying to attack anybody for their beliefs. People get told a lot of things. It's, the space that you're in. So we're not here to attack people that believed it or are a follower, unless they're still pushing that this man is innocent,
Yeah, I mean, well, I know that gentleman that just came up. I met him over there on Triple C's treetop. Over there. The one you played her, that was her when Chuck and all them was on the panel. If you didn't know that.
Okay, the Pope lady.
Say it again, you went out.
Her last name was Pope or something?
Yeah. Latasha.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I know who Trip C is though.
Yeah. So that he came up there a couple years back and he dropped a lot of Jews. And he had a lot of insight. He was with Polight in the bookstore, I think around the time that the incident with the gun had happened, and he was explaining how Polight he tried to twist the story like he almost caught a murder charge, but really that was, I think he shot at one of York's kids or something. It all revolved around them kicking him out of the Brooklyn bookstore. That's what that whole thing came from. He just twisted that story and just was just telling so many lies.
I might have to go watch that.
I don't know which show it was. It was a couple of years ago.
Okay.
But
Or get him to speak
let me.
on it.
Okay, she made it back. Okay, let me let her talk before
Yeah,
I won't say anything.
Yes,
Too
I want
peaceful. Go
to
ahead.
say yes, peace and blessings. I want to say thank you to the panel, a special shout out and thank you to Queen's Throne for bringing this information in this day and time. Every time I'm thinking like what's going on, I tune into your show so I can get the latest update because I can't believe, this happened to this child. And he, it's like the mother should be held accountable as well.
Whose
So
mother?
it's the child's mother.
Which one?
Which one?
Which one? Which child's mother are we speaking of?
I'm talking about Polight and the child that he violated.
She did what she was supposed to do. If I don't know, there's a couple of videos that you may have missed, but she had reported the crime right away. He had manipulated the child away from her and brought her to another hotel. And when it was brought to her attention, she brought her child right to the emergency room to do the rape kit and start an investigation, which is what she was supposed to do. So that's why I was just asking you to clarify, because there may have been something that you missed, or you could just feel that way. I can't take that away from you, and I respect your opinion, but I just want to let you know that a portion of what has been put out there by Polight concerning, the case has been put out here by him and not the mother, not what actually happened.
Let me clarify. What I'm saying is that of course she did the proper procedure to get the kit done. I understand that, but that child should not be uh, in a club, in a hotel, and alone with
Right,
Polight.
but her mother didn't okay those things to happen. Polight had told the mother they're gonna go downstairs to do this dinner meeting situation. They were supposed to be eating, and the child wanted to eat. Then they went downstairs. There was no dinner meeting, and he ushered the child into the car to where they had went to a club that was closed, and then he took her to a separate hotel. The mother did not know of that. She was supposed to finish getting ready and go downstairs. When
All I'm
she went
saying,
downstairs, her child was gone, and she continued to. I get what you're saying, sister. I'm just trying to make sure that the facts stay on the table about the case.
all I'm saying is that if my child, my niece, is missing for more than 20 minutes, 30 minutes with a known scam artist, we're checking in. That's all I'm saying. Anyway,
Right.
I'm gonna move forward because I'm talking about. I believe the mother should not have her child in no for more than 30 minutes alone with her child with a person that she knows, because I know that he been scamming. So
Right.
all I'm saying is everybody knew about his wives and his girlfriends, and I'm sure she knew too. In order for her to leave her
Okay, you could
daughter
say that.
alone, for more than 20 minutes with a known sex person that talks about his wives but are really his daughters, and everybody knows it, and everybody pretends that that's not it, but that's it. The minute you see Polight and his wives, you see something, it don't smell right, it don't taste right, it don't look right. You can see that. Now, the reason why I'm here is because I'm from New York City. I'm from the Bronx. And I was the one out there selling CDs and DVDs, you know, in 2013, 2003, 2004, and so on. So I've been in contact with all these key players, you know what I'm saying? 60 degrees of separation. But you had a guess, Ezekiel Perez. He was on right now, and I was hearing him talk about that he knew Polight when he was in Bushwick. And with all due respect, people want to know how Polight got and infiltrated, how he came in, how this African brother with a name Michael NOAK came in. They don't understand this.
Yeah, that
And
doesn't. The name doesn't match him as a person.
straight up Nigerian Michael NOAK. Okay, so that's the first thing. And then the second thing is he went to Brooklyn and got up with a pastor. And that pastor gave him like the okay, the street credibility. Because of that pastor, he got connected with Simon Templar. Because of Simon Templar, now Simon is putting him on with all the not. Okay, so we already got the bridge. My thing is, if you vouch for Polight back then you have to stand up for Dr. York's daughter, Uma York, who was living in Bushwick because her father left her a house and everybody wanted it, including Jacob York. And they set this girl up by herself. And Polight went in her house with some other crew members and shot her brother in the face. And everybody's just talking about like, oh, Polight, oh, whoa, how could he do this? When he's been doing this. So I'm saying all those that were in Bushwick with him, Simon Templar.
I gotta step away for a second, but sister, continue. Go ahead.
I said all those that were in Bushwick with Polight, all those that are standing up and talking, where were you when Uma York, the daughter of Malachi York, where were you when she needed help, when they were taking her house? And Polight wanted the house, and he came up with papers and said, we're taking this house, and came with her to her house and shot her brother and went to court for that.
Yeah, the guy
and beat the charges.
Yeah, the guy who was just up here, Ezekiel, he told that story a couple of years ago. He said he was there when that happened. So I remember him telling us that how that story went. And I remember, I think didn't Umar go on to Hawker Bay channel and tell that story again? Yeah,
and Saneter's channel, because everybody wants to know who Brother Polight is, and he's been doing this from way back when he shot that brother in the face over a house that don't belong to him. So we can't act brand new. And that's why I'm here, because I haven't heard. I heard Bushwick, but I don't hear Uma York. Because you can't say Bushwick without saying Uma York, because that was the house everybody wanted.
Yeah, a lot of people, and a lot of them, and I think Sakina's name, when I last looked at that the property some years ago, her name is on there with York's. So it's running it like a religious things, because they was getting tax exempt from it. Because they was a couple years ago, they was raising up a lot of money. The taxes was backed up on the whole property, and they finally got the money up some kind of way and got it painted. But yeah, Sakina is definitely probably still in possession of that. So if something happened to York, most likely she gonna get it because it's in her name.
All those
properties. Now, to answer the sister's question, like as far as I go or whatever, I'm really only, looking at portions of this case. I can do a further analysis, but also I think it was like a year and a half ago, Saneter and Taharka Bay were going at it pretty hard. And each grabbed certain members of the family and did some research on it. Now, at that time, I believe I was on Rabbit's Got the Gun. I didn't know really anything about this. Like, I knew that he was a predator. I knew, about, certain things or whatever, but I really didn't know anything about it to really when I watched both of the videos to know who was telling the truth and who wasn't. But I've never seen any real information to support that anybody was shot. You know, like no paperwork. When I did a background check on Michael E. NOAK Jr., nothing like that came up. So that is another reason why, because this is a true crime channel over here that deals with child molestation, abuse by parents, things like that. And we mostly go off of facts. Now, people can say that they heard of something or whatever, and we'll look at that video evidence as well. So I'm not saying that it's off the table. It definitely is something that needs to be looked at. And I'm not trying to minimize any of that at all. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm only one person, and there's other people that have looked at the aspects of it as well. But I would, you know, be inclined to try to fit that in now that it was brought to my attention. Definitely. I'm not trying to pick sides at all. I know what one side is saying, and I know what the other side is saying. It's kind of like religion, right? Where God's people is saying one thing, right? Or Jesus, or whoever the Most High is to whoever, right? And then you have what the devil is allegedly saying, and both kind of like throw mud at each other in a way, if I can just, you know, say it like that. So at the time, I was just looking at Polight, like I just want him gone, period. You know what I mean? And certain other people. So I may have overlooked things, and again, that wasn't intentional. You know, it's not like I'm just, because I've heard things about Jacob too, and I have questions, but I can't remember who was on which side in what portions of what story at this time. But I will go back and look at those videos.
I just want to say thank you for being you, because you are standing up and doing the great work. I want to salute you for standing up for the great mother and the great father for this divine completion. Because right now you think that, oh, Polight got caught. No, this is straight up spiritual. That's why all this right now is God on earth doing work and bringing in all these so-called Rashad Jamals, these nature boys, these young pharaohs, these Polights. The great mother, the great father was not gonna let these little punks ride like that. And I want to salute you for doing the work, the divine work, for and representing the great mother and the great father. Thank you. And I had to salute you for that. And also, I want to urge you or encourage you that to reach out to Malachi Z. York's daughter, Uma York. She'll be open to come over here and show the receipts, the documents, and so that her voice could be heard, because she is a woman that all these people try to shut her down. I'm talking about quiet her. You know, like
and I definitely am not into facilitating
just because she's a
her
powerful
being
woman.
quieted. Yeah, I'm not interested in like quieting anybody. If she has a story to tell and she has the receipts to match, you know, and so again, sometimes you may not have the receipts. It could be word of mouth or whatever, but you know, I'm glad that you came up. I'm glad that you brought that to my attention, because we do have, like, because in this video, Jacob was talked about sparingly, or other things like, you know, there's other players in the game, like, you know, or other people's stories allegedly, you know what I mean? So I would never just try to quiet somebody, you know, in that manner or whatever. No judgment. You know, I just cannot remember there was a lot going on. Like,
yeah, because Jacob I think went on both channels. Uma, she went on both channels, and they was cool.
There was another sister too.
Yeah,
there
it was
one more sister.
I think it was because I think not Uma, the other one. I forgot. I think we talking about the same one, but she was really upset, and her and Jacob started getting into it. It was real.
But at one time it was like
Umi. I think she went by Umi.
Umi, okay, yeah, because I knew it was two sisters, and then Jacob came in, I think on Saneter's, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember hearing like the pain of the one sister, and I can't talk about it much, but I did sit in on a phone call that took place. and it was concerning this case, but that audio has not been put out. I want to go back and listen to it because I did record it because I was asked to by the member on the phone, and some things were shared, and it's nothing that's new or anything like that, but just the identity of people I need to like protect. I do believe it was somebody that was like trying to speak out and get information out. We did touch base on it a little bit or whatever, but I got to go back and find that audio. I don't know where I put it at, but I'm just saying, yeah.
I'm trying to
go ahead.
So I just want to say, I wanted to just jump off and just say thank you. Have a good evening. And Uma York, she's definitely on Instagram, and
How would I
she's
what is her Instagram named? Can you put her
it's
name
just
in the
chat?
Uma York? Uma York?
Yes. Uma York.
York. Okay.
Yes.
I'll
and
look
she,
into that. Yeah.
And it's right now we're feeling the feminine spirit, the great mother spirit. So it's good to have our sisters, with a microphone, healing other sisters that go through the same things at the same time. So I want to thank you.
Give me a couple
Thank
of
you.
days to like look into both videos or whatever. Like I said, I'll probably come back on Saturday or whatever.
Yes.
The next time
Thank
that
you
I
for
go live,
everything.
because I want to review that video. So those two videos and however long that it took place and stuff like that, so I can just kind of understand more. Because you know how things are 2020 hindsight, like, oh, this is what was really going on. You know what I mean? And I was only really concerned about Polight at that time. And there were certain wars taking place. You get distracted and stuff. So now I have the time to like really look into what is going on. So I appreciate you, Queen. I
You are
appreciate
powerful. You this channel right here is powerful. I wish love, strength, endurance, and power. Thank you for everything. I'm signing out, and you already know. I'm tuning in. Stay beautiful,
Thank
people.
you. I appreciate your support.
One love.
Yes.
Peace, Queen.
One love.
Always. Okay.
Can you drop me? I don't know.
Yeah, I got you, babe. I got you. I just didn't want to do it and be rude or whatever, But shout out to that sister right there. Cause the thing that sucks is sometimes these things move so fast on these social medias or whatever, and then you may forget certain parts. I would never just, quiet somebody, even if I don't agree with the story or whatever, not saying that that's the case. I would, still allow her to speak if she wants to speak out. And I'm saying that I'm wondering how he would have fought that case when he can barely even fight this one. He's gotten about 60 days extended far as the case and a whole bunch of continuations besides that. He's still going to be taking a guilty plea that on some sort of level puts him as the abuser of this victim. In my opinion, I don't know I'm not psychic, not saying that I am, but that's what it's looking like. So I'm just wondering how he would have been able to fight a murder case versus this case and have not a blemish or anything on it. But if she's got the paperwork, that's what's up, because we don't want to be out here putting out false information. And I'm saying that he wasn't ever charged and he didn't shoot nobody or whatever. If he shot her brother in the mouth, the Uma York's brother in the mouth, then we need to hear and look into that. So I do apologize. Sometimes I get distracted. It's not intentional. But I want to take a couple of days to like locate those videos, watch them and stuff like that before I reach out to her. So next live stream won't be that. Even if we do agree to do an interview, it won't be that. But we will come back to this. We're going to put a pin in it because I'm interested in hearing all sides, even ones I don't agree with.
Yeah, I wanted to show this real quick because I found
Go ahead,
it.
bro.
All right. Speaking to that with the property, this was a couple years ago. I don't know if it has changed since then. I have to actually go look it up, but it's all right. So let me know if you can see that.
Got it.
All right. So this is 2015, March 29. I stated True Peace Nunaboos and Nawapian has come to our attention that the Nawapian headquarters in Brooklyn, New York, 717 Bushwick is behind in property tax for $83,000. So we, the new Nupu Andrew Davis, went and researched the information on PropertyShark.com and got the whole history. What we found out was astounding. On page 2 of the property tax history for this year is $3,788.52. That means there will be $79,211.48 lying around for whatever they want. Now, the first lie is saying they owe $83,000, and the Whopping should now be asking questions as to why are they saying they owe, why they're lying to you about such a thing. We will let you figure that one out. Also, the owner of the deed is Patricia Lewis, aka Sakina, and Issa Muhammad, aka Dwight York, aka Partner Boss. So we was really, I'm telling you, when I say when we was in this group getting busy, this is the stuff we was looking for, and they was doing scams too, because they were behind in taxes, but they was asking for way more than what the tax thing was. Now, let me know if you can you see the other document? I got another document up there.
No, you got to transfer over to that screen, brother.
Okay. All right. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, hold on.
Y'all make sure y'all check out Tar's channel. Let me get the link for that as well. This is like my YouTube uncle right now. That's what I'm going to call him because he got all the facts. And I said that earlier in the stream, Unc, like for real, you be directing me to where I need to look at and stuff. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the work you got going on. All right, so here, this is PropertyShark.com, 717 Bushwick Avenue. That's the Pedo headquarters of that building that the Sabians, formerly known as the Wabians, are currently at. And they got like 2 brownstones together. It's a nice big property. Got a whole bunch of Egyptian themes on the outside. You know, once again, making Kemet look bad with all these Hotep hustlers, whether it's Billy Carson or 19 Keys, York, Saneter, all these people who have all these criminals around them always want to hide up under Africa, and they make everybody look bad that's trying to do something positive. You understand? So here, this is just showing you the address, how big the property is, the zip code, all that good stuff. So you come down here to where it says, so you got all eyes on Egypt bookstore, business ownership. You keep going on title history, liens, title documents, and this is dealing with the title. So you see right here, the deed is in Patricia Lewis. That's AK Sakina. Okay. That's the one that's a super criminal, and it's in York's name right here under Muhammad Issa. So those two is who is in. So if something happened to York, if they haven't changed nothing since then, she's gonna end up with the property.
Right. Okay.
Sakina Lewis, Patricia Lewis, or whatever. So that's just to, you know, let that be known. That this stuff goes deep. Like a lot of them, you know, they didn't really understand. You know, a lot of the cult members, they just was out there painting. And like I said, we got all the receipts of when they was doing GoFundMe.
Kept them busy. Yeah.
They was putting out GoFundMes, and they was always asking 4 or 5 times more than the money that they needed. Why? Because a lot of the people that's in the building live in the building. And they was using, and you know, they was paying themselves, because a lot of them, just like the Nation of Islam and the Hebrew Israelites and other, you know, anti-Caucasian groups, like they hate the Caucasians so much that it'll kill them to go work for the Caucasian, right? So what it does, it puts them in a situation, I want to work for myself. And until I get to that point, they're gonna scam their own. you know, that's pretty much how it is. And
Right.
once
And that's how Polight is too.
right, they don't want to work for the Caucasian. And he used to talk trash. You know, y'all got to go and flip burgers now, but you get money from people that's doing those kind of jobs. But in their mind, they believe that they actually doing this from the mud. That's a lie. That's
Hey,
pure.
my queen. Yeah, that's a fact. No, I'm saying what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, let me show you this real quick too. Then we can do whatever. Let me see, let it come back up. Okay. Just to give you what we dealt with throughout time, and this just go back with showing you the pictures and stuff that I was showing you earlier. You know, people don't understand what they what you know kind of organization that Yorknam is. Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
All right. So what you see is it's an article that Chuck put up, but this is York stealing and imitating the pose of Master Prophet Muhammad, the white god of the Nation of Islam, that's a whole nother hypocritical organization as well. How y'all screen the white man, the devil, and the god of y'all religion is white. This is the mental dead issues that we have. And I think this is why they said this Clans 13X, aka Father Allah, who started the 5%, fell out with Malcolm. Rest in peace to both of them, because he was questioning in this picture to the right, and Malcolm wasn't hearing it and kicked him out of whatever temple that was. So you get further on down here, just giving you some context,
right,
about the plagiarism. See, look at this. The same thing. This a Hindu guy. And people just need to understand that we covered everything that, trust me, had Saneter took my advice years ago and stayed the course of really see, they missing a whole treasure trove because they want to debate people that follow the religion instead of actually digging into what the philosophy of the religion is, and really get in there and then bring it out, expose it, put a stamp on it. Black people stay away from this, and then move on. But that's not what we got. And a lot of us had to wake up from that thinking that Saul was doing a great job. He's not. He's doing a great job keeping our people confused and not understanding why he keep recycling the negativity that he does. Like the video that you put together was awesome. When he claimed he wasn't, when the guy was like, yo, you was protecting Polight. He was like, don't you dare tell me about bringing Polight on. That was straight protection.
Right.
All day. And we all know it. But it's the people that got to do something about it. You can see this picture here?
Yep.
Now this here clearly is a Hindu with the mustache. And we even seen these mustaches on Arabs as well as in the old country westerns. Remember that?
Yep.
Now this is a picture they drew of York.
That's him.
Nothing they do is original. And York didn't even wear his beard like this when he was out.
Right, with the twist at the ends.
Right. None of this. See, this is foolishness. But this is the stuff that they came up with. Because they were so we was on them so bad because they were just putting out so much mess. It's like y'all don't see how wrong y'all are. They just refuse to see the wrongdoing. And this is why we again, but you got to stay on the adversary's neck and try to, at that same time we was trying to help them too. We ain't trying to, it wasn't just we just like what Saneter them doing, they beat down the people and drag them and cuss them out and call them all kind of names. That's not what we was doing. Of course, you had that back and forth, but a lot of times we kept the level of respect. And if they couldn't stick to the level of respect, then we had to, like, we would just kick them out the group. We wouldn't just we wouldn't just stay there and let them just call people out their names. And we have a thing that if you have to cuss and call people out their names, then you automatically lost. That means you've been mentally defeated, and you just came in the group.
Where's that at? Oh, in the group?
What's that?
You talking about in the group? In the group, you can't
Yeah,
cuss
yeah,
people
yeah.
out?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
I got a lot of stuff I'm going to show you eventually.
I
Matter of
thought you was
fact,
talking about me because I was cussing out in the pod last time.
yeah,
It's not that but
yeah. Hold on, because I'm gonna do a video on it, but I'm gonna share some of it with you right now, real quick. Hold on.
don't get me flagged now.
No, you don't get you. No. It's let me see where is it? Where I put it at? I'm trying to think. What did I do with it? I know it's in one of these folders. I'm gonna do a small video, and I just gotta figure out where I put it at. Oh my goodness! Let me go back. Recent. But yeah, in our group, you got to really get down into the to the nitty gritty, and we didn't play. Bring your books, bring your questions. Everything could not always be answered in certain things, but that's what they used to do. They used to try to take what I'm into and try to formulate questions to try to make us look crazy. But we was like, y'all should have been asking, York them these questions. Y'all asking questions that, that we asking y'all, but then they're trying to turn it around. But it's like, you asking this because you just trying to find a way to deflect what y'all doing. And we used to always call them cult
Mike
members.
Martin. Right. They is cult members.
Yeah, that's what they are. They cult members, and they just couldn't take it. They was like, no, cult is short for culture, and no, man.
Yeah,
You want
trying
to
to
use it.
minimize it and
Yeah.
nah.
And that's not what we was trying to do here. What we trying to do here is show and prove that, that y'all got some real issues that you have to really take your time and look into. And a lot of times we just don't do it. We don't want to do the leg work. And that's one of the things that's going to take a lot of people some time to get out of. You have to take your time and do the work. And you got to sometimes got to know how to reset. You got to know how to start over. So I understand, I've been there. It's not
That's
easy.
definitely what I gotta do. Cause after making this video that we looked at today, talk about drained. I'm telling you, I feel like I could sleep a day and a half, and tomorrow is my off day. So that's why I'm saying I might not be back until Saturday or something. But yeah, I definitely, got a lot to look at and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, I got stuff that's backed up too. And matter of fact, I'm gonna show you.
Right, Derek said cult is short for cult. Facts. That's facts right there.
Yeah, they love it, but again, semantics is big in deceptive groups like the Masons. All of them have that gift to create and alter words from their places and make it make sense.
Right. I'm glad that the sister came up here and brought that to my attention, because I don't know if Uma feels like she doesn't have a voice, but
Yeah,
hearing
she
that
does.
and
She
just
does.
knowing, but hearing that and knowing that, possibly people are offended because more people haven't looked into it, or that I haven't, that makes me want to focus on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was
Too,
just
because at least give her an opportunity to, you know, lay down what maybe I haven't seen or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
'Cause
you
at
just
the
gotta go
time,
over there and type in, I think Umi York or something on Tahaka joint, because she was over there with him for a
okay,
minute.
right. So I do remember what she was saying, but at the time, me and Taharka was kind of into it because Rabbit's got the gun and Inky and all that.
Right.
So I only watched parts of it because I was like repulsed by him and his. I get petty like that, you know. And then at the same time, the other half of the family was running over to Saneter, and I don't like him and that whole thing. So I was just repulsed at the whole
Right.
situation, you know. But yeah, so it would be good to have her over here.
Yeah, just go
Definitely.
on. Yeah, just go watch the whole thing and then
Yeah, I'm
really,
gonna do
really
that.
look
I'm
at
gonna
it,
watch
because
both sides. I'm gonna watch
right,
both
because the
sides.
thing is that the only, like I said, a lot of them believe that York, their father, didn't do it, and the evidence from the court case to the teachings is completely against that. And like I said, I appreciated the story that she told with what happened with Polight and all this other stuff like that. Whether, and again, I don't know, you know, because you got a lot of kids, you know, so you can't. I mean, and it was her story, her perception that whole thing was for her. But
Right.
you have to add in how it goes. But like I said, that's all I showed you the store. York can't, and if he told her that, then he was wrong, because by the deeds, it's between York and Sakina. Her name would have been
Right.
on that, and this is years before I even knew about her. So when you look at the evidence shows that the deed is on
Hey,
them two.
Winston.
So
Right.
so she have to reconcile that. It's more than just saying somebody said this belongs to you. You see what I'm saying? They have to legally say, this is what I mean by people in cults they're not able to, the reality part is challenging. Right? I'm
Right,
just
but
trying.
also one thing that stuck out to me worse than the business situation or whatever, because honestly, that's not really interesting. Maybe I'm missing something, but that part isn't as interesting as possibly Jacob allegedly at some portion of time was inserted in this case that he was also or the one that was abusing children and put it on his dad, because I've been kind of challenging that aspect too, to bring in or look at Jacob's alleged presence in this case.
I mean, they say he even said he's seen York do that in front of him. And again, even if we look at it from that standpoint, York still was guilty of doing other things, because remember he caught that statutory back in 64, plus another crime he caught, and he was in there for 3.5 years. Then he, according to Habiba, he was messing with her when she was like 13 or 14, and she got pregnant at 17. So they had, that's who the FBI females was talking about. They spoke to Habiba. And the Wapians or Sabians still tried to overlook what York still had history, not only messing with young kids. And even if you say you put that on pause, York had he was oversexed. You know, they got stories for days for how York was sleeping with other people's wives back in Islam, and so he was breaking the rules of the religion that he taught.
It's 3 o'clock.
And he was controlling how they got together and had sex and pass around. All that stuff was going on. So he was already a sexual deviant, and he broke
Look
all
in the
the
back
rules.
chat. Look in the back chat for me too. I just seen what that said. But no, I feel it. I feel it. Yeah.
Yeah, so hold on. So, you know, that's why I'm talking how I'm talking. So
I feel you. I feel you.
so all of that, like I said, we went through this before on Triple C's way before, you know, this whole thing with Tahawken. This is like some years before this happened. But that's the problem, is that, you know, York being schizophrenic and all this stuff that they diagnosed him with, a lot of that went into his genes, into his children. Prince York was a great example of mental illness. And I'm gonna fish that video out, and you're gonna see it. You know, you see how the picture you got, how York face is?
Right.
It was like that, but you can still see the black dye around it. And he was not only wearing an older beard, he was just, it's not like he wanted to be like his father per se. The way he was going about it, the mental spiritual illness made it come off in a different kind of way. Okay.
Right.
So, okay, I seen you put the link in there. Yeah, people gotta go and just
Yeah.
gotta.
Just in case, because I do reserve the right to not talk about it or whatever. But, you know, a way to also have her story be heard is to share the link. This
Right.
interview has already been done, and I'm kind of trying to go in a certain direction. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And
With this,
she,
but I would never knowingly just, you know, censor somebody or whatever. So I'm giving you, I think they
Yeah.
did a couple of videos together, actually.
and I
So
think
that is there.
she was, I forgot. I know she was doing something, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember her saying, she's into, wearing tight leather, and I think BDism.
Dominatrix.
Yeah, dominatrix. Yeah, she's into that. And so it's like all of that type of stuff just goes against, what you saying your father represent. But
But
that shows,
also, in my opinion, how did she get like that? You know
but
what I'm
that's what I'm
saying?
saying. She got like that because of the coat. See,
Right.
and that's what people need to understand. But also it's a genetic thing, because York was crazy. When you
Right.
really look at what he's
Because schizophrenia is inherited as well. It can be
right.
inherited.
So, but when you listen, like you put the thing in there, when you listen to her, and even to the shows that she came on to Hawker Joint after that, then you'll start understanding. You can hear the pain, you can hear the depression, and a matter of fact, her the other daughter, I think is Uma. It's the other York. God dog, I can't think of her name.
It's like Uma, but
No, it's Hathor. What's a Hathor? I forget.
Hathor.
I
I
think that's
never
a
heard of the. I
that's a
never
that's
heard
a
of her.
Nawapian name, but
Yeah,
it was
it means
another one.
Heather, right?
No. She was on Saneter with Jacob, and they was going back and forth, and she was breaking down the background and how she was, I don't know, she was homeless at one time. I think she was living with them, and then they said she ended up in a home, and she was saying York came and got her out of a foster home. And like I said, when you listen to the story, it lays down all these different events and things that happen. And then, but all it does is make, again, they don't realize it makes York look crazy, because York claimed he had all these extra sensory things. He can see into the future. He can look into the Akashic records. He knew things were going to happen, but you had these kind of scenarios like this. They
I
even
mean,
had
clearly he didn't know what was going to happen, because if he did, he would have not done what he did and gotten
right.
135 years.
But a
Oh,
lot of
Leah
them take,
York.
but a
Yes.
lot of
Shout
them
out
take
to this person right here.
Leah.
It
Yeah,
was
that's it. Leah.
Leah and
Yeah, Leah.
Uma, and then, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's
Thank
it.
you. Shout
He,
out to you.
yeah, Mujahid. Yeah, appreciate it. He been around a long time too. He been around a long time.
Shout
He
out
been
to
he been
Majahid.
around a
That's
long
what you
time.
said.
So, yeah, it was Leah, and that Leah pretty much lays it out in a way where she rebuttals the claims that Umi was making. But as far as what happened with Polight and all that stuff, she was there for that. I will say that in the Spanish cat that
Leah
was up there.
was?
No, Umi, the one that said that's the sister that just left that said that the Brooklyn property was supposed to be hers.
Right.
And like I said, if York told her that, then that didn't mean that didn't make no sense legally,
Because she's
because
not.
the building been in Sakina been running that building ever since she had her name been up there for years.
But didn't the alleged shooting have to do with the bookstore or whatever, allegedly?
It had to be something dealing with, Polight was trying to establish himself.
Okay.
And all that. And I think it had something to do with, I think they fronted Polight about him getting out of there. It was a sum around all that right there. And once you get down, he was trying to take over. Like the guy was saying, Polight was trying to take over. You had people who've been living there, living off the bookstore, living in the bookstore, and they was getting their money from, that's why they had to come up with all types of plans and schemes and getting books, and they was getting all these lawyers, and the lawyers would get all this extra money, and they was parking it in, and it was just a whole bunch of people who was living in that building who had no skills, no talent, was not working, and that and like I said, Polight was living up there for a minute, and they said, "Yo, you got to go," because he was a threat to their livelihood, and that's pretty much the administration, and they pretty much ran by older cats that's in that building, and they're using, the new people who are dumb, who don't realize the scam yet. They don't see the scam is keep making up all these books, keep writing all these books, which they not really books. They like pamphlets, because a lot of them are not thick like the old school. So they real thin. A lot of them is refurbishing the older stuff and trying to rework it. But once again, it's no originality in it. They're not connected to the divine like they pretending, because a lot of this stuff is heavily based on Caucasian thought. And because of that, you could tell when you read the books. And when you're reading it, it's like whole articles that they just placed in the book, and they may move a couple of words to make it sound like it's really their terminology. But once again, they passed the number. York said the end of the world was going to come in 1999. It didn't happen. They said 2000 was going to happen. The Y2K, nothing happened. Then he said something's going to happen in 2001, 2002, 2003, and he was already in jail. So all of his doomsday predictions were gone. So they had to remix it and try to figure out how to keep people, interested. And so when people like myself who've been around a long time, I got all the old books. I got the dates that York gave. So now it's 2023. So York got arrested in 2001. They 21 years after everything that was said. You see?
And I gotta be honest, when I just seen this, so Uma has a page, and I'm not gonna be able to do that as far as the interview, because she's still representing her father.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
refuse to do that. I'm not no disrespect to Umar or whatever, but I'm not gonna be able to.
Yeah, she believes York is
And
innocent.
because I seen that they're with the Free York movement and stuff like that. So I'm just not even gonna be able to.
Right. And a lot of them a lot of some of his kids were not even following him like that because they not old enough. Like Jacob was old enough, but he dipped off in 1990 and he went into the record in business and all this stuff like that. But those who really followed him after that, like until the 2000s, those people, you know, like myself, we've seen enough to be this that we know. Even when you get into the 2000s, once I got and start when I met Tariq and his mother and all that stuff and sat down with them and talked to them and talked to the victims, read.
Oh, you did that? Okay.
Yeah. I got an interview. I gotta shoot you the interview so you can listen to the interview of Tariq's mother and Tariq. We was all on one big panel.
I did listen to that, and I did. That was really hard to listen to because I feel like I don't know. I don't want to be I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, well, what you got to understand when you in a cult and you being separated, and a lot of those women were like nannies to a bunch of kids, you know, and because of that, a lot of them, you know, York was constantly doing a whole lot of stuff, so a lot of them didn't really know that was going on the land. And that's something that people need to understand too. Because I listened to a story. I talked to Tariq, you know, and when you realize that York had these people separated, like Tariq and them and a lot of the older guys, you know, York had them sleeping in a barn.
Yeah, that's what the the FBI agents had said that we listened to earlier.
Yeah, it was a barn on like when you go into the property, you pass it on the road and go down a couple of feet and take a right to come in. It was like down the hill on the right side. And that's what York was doing. He had the grown men sleeping in barns and they had to take basically showers in front of each other. You know, he up the hill in that big mansion, and a lot of the what was it? The trailers had holes in the floor. You know, he wasn't maintenance them, and he had, like they said, he had stuff attached to his house. He had easy access to these kids, and you got to understand.
Yeah, because the children that were being abused and the women that were being abused, they were in the house next to his
right.
mansion.
And some of these women, remember, some of these women were with the program.
Right, the groomers.
Not Tariq's mother wasn't one of them, right?
Okay.
So she was like, you know, he really wasn't messing with her like that because he didn't like her because the way she used to tell me the story that she had a smart mouth and she used to like question him and say certain things, and he used to always call Tariq the gay word and stuff like that, and a lot of these kids came up.
Yeah, but isn't he, you know, the gay
right,
word?
But this is what Tariq said.
Right.
She said he used to say that, and she said he used to look at Tariq and be like, oh, he's going to be gay one day, but he was participating in the foolishness. So the thing is that these children, when they brought up in a cult, they're not exposed to the outside world where you get different variations of right and wrong in different degrees. It was just you was born, you was in it. Certain people were, you know, they knew something wasn't right, but they didn't have the education to determine it was right. They was, you know, the kids and stuff or the stories you hear, it was like, they might not want it to be in a situation with grown-ups, but they didn't have the basic understanding that children supposed to be this way until this age, and adults supposed to protect them until they this age and move forward. They didn't learn that. York gave them religion and different stories all the way up to the Sumerian and the Native American, but he didn't teach them real culture. They still
right. I feel that it's just that it's hard to determine who was a groomer and who was just totally manipulated. So I mean, no disrespect to Tariq Noel's mother. That's the only reason why I haven't already done the video and said what I was going to say, you know, whatever it was based off of the audio. You know what I mean? I also didn't want to disrespect Chuck Morgan and stuff like that. I've never been in that situation. So obviously, as you could imagine, it'd be easy for me to pass judgment, you know, because I'm not that type of person that would be easily manipulated. But it's also hard to know. And again, I haven't went over all the paperwork. Again, this started from, you know, the stuff with Polight, and we're just venturing into this because York is Polight's, you know, God and all that. But I'm gonna be honest, it just felt like, girl, you had to have known, like you had to have, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna be honest because I don't know if you know, but I've touched base on a lot of the stories involving children's murders, kidnappings, etc. And 9 times out of 10, the mother knows but doesn't say something for some type of reason. And then I'm normally going in on the situation. So I go the fuck in on women that fail their children because we're just, if we just don't protect our kids, we're not, you know, setting them up for a good future. And I think that, in my opinion, right, and I'm not her and she's not me, but nobody would ever be able to do that to me and my children because I'm definitely going to have questions. I would have been had questions. You know, I don't know how long the woman was there for, but it just didn't sit well with me. And I didn't want to come off disrespectful. That's why I didn't really look in, you know, to much of that. But I think about it on a day-to-day basis because I want to. My normal being self, if I'm being me, would, and it would not necessarily be in favor of the mother, you know. Now I could cut out the normal, you're a bitch or whatever out of that equation if I did give commentary, but it's not gonna probably be in her favor. I'm gonna be honest, because I'm a mother. I got 5 children. You know what I'm saying? Like, no.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that you was not raised in a setting like that.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I cannot ever say, like, I can sympathize with people, victims of abuse, but I can never understand what it is to live in a cult-like situation.
Right.
Because I would never do that.
Because it's gradual. And see, this the thing when you're dealing with spirituality, like I tell people all the time, spirits are a main factor that are not put in the equation. And these spirits control human beings. The guardian angels that you hear about, people talk about in the cartoons and religion, the spirits, they control you and you already have a predetermined life. You understand? You're gonna go through what you're gonna go through, no matter what you think, whether you accept it or not. We don't. Every day is not a blanket, and it's just blank. And you write down, okay, the next 24 hours, I'm gonna do exactly what. It don't work like that. And because the life is set and preset that way, that's this answer why it happened the way it happened. Some people do have an idea and they turn a blind eye. Some people don't. In her case, her kids were afraid to tell her what was going on.
And I can understand that. I can definitely understand that.
Some of them were angry, and some of them were angry and still angry because they felt that she knew. But you can't say that because if she telling you I didn't know, and then she have no prior experience before living not in a cult. See, that's the thing. When you raise in it, you automatically.
Again, this goes back to, hold on really quick. 24 asked, did Inky ever respond to Sai? Yes, and that was showcased in the last live stream. Look, I could never I guess people have a different, you know, some people are more vulnerable than others. I don't know if he caught her at a vulnerable time in her life. But again, if I just acted like I would totally sympathize with what she said in that video, not all of it was bad, but certain things at the finality of it all, I feel like she might not have known. But a motherly instinct is everything. Like I I'm in touch with my children, not in a perverted way, but like if they kind of feel down or maybe they even bump their head or whatever, I can kind of feel that already without even knowing. Not saying that every woman's set up like that, but I do. And maybe that's because I was a victim of molestation and my bond with my children is more heightened because of that.
There
I'm a
you go.
helicopter parents. My kids tell me the good, bad, ugly. So, and then I've also been that child where you're scared to tell your mother. So that's another reason why I didn't talk about it yet, because I don't want it to come off like to Tariq Noel, like here's another person that's somehow blaming a member of my family or trying to discredit, anything. You see what I'm saying? But I could never be that. I don't know. I don't know. So
Yeah,
I'm just
Perez,
saying.
if you try to post the link, it's not gonna post.
Oh
It's
yeah.
yeah,
The
it's
video.
yeah.
Is there a way that Ezekiel can send it to you and then you can put it in a back chat possibly, or do you know where it is?
I know he talking about one community. I know who you talking about. He probably gonna have to come up and then put it in the back chat.
Yeah, here's the link. Yeah, you can do that as well. Thank you for stating that.
Yeah. So, but you got to remember, York had these people separated, so the mother bond and the kids
But
bond wasn't tight. He had a
But
lot.
that right there would have had me feeling like something is not right. Why do you need to separate me from my children, or me them from their father if we're all there
But
to
that's
do
how
anything?
But that's how he did it from coming from
And
Islam.
then there
That's
was talks where people overheard the girls victims talking about York's penis, the size of it, what it's like to be upstairs, and the way that word kind of spreads even in an environment that may be hostile like this, to where there would be whispering instead of just talking in a normal voice. It's hard for me to believe that mothers were not made aware of this.
some of the
So
like you
again,
said,
I'm not saying that it's totally her fault and she put her kids up for an offering, but
well,
it
some
just
of them,
seems
but some of that did happen. But a lot of times when you again, we talk about a cult. What one of the main things that the cult leader does is to make you think that the outside world is evil. And once they convince you of that through the teachings, and York did very good with that. He had plenty of videos, VHSs. York was one of the first earliest.
Oh, I found it. I found the videos he's talking about. Yeah.
Okay, copy and paste, and so he was good at exposing other people's evils. And this is what I mean when people like Polight them or anybody who wants to grab you mentally, all they have to do is just master the evils of what other people do, and then make them the number one enemy. And then why you so caught up with that, even if you feeling a certain kind of way, but they had clicks in there, and a lot of people were scared because they didn't know. A lot of them yokemen would put people out in the middle of the night, in the morning, and that road that the land was on, it was no lights down there. And it would take you it'll probably take you 2-3 hours to walk to somewhere if you wanted to see light. Now, at the end of the road, there was this like a little country store with a little phone booth. But so that may take you maybe 30-40 minutes to walk to that spot. But if you ain't got nobody to call, you just gonna be stuck out there like in a movie in the middle of the woods thinking Jason or Michael Myers gonna come out of there. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people who were aware of something was going on, according to the stuff we heard over the years, that's what they didn't want to spend their time and get kicked out. Like we was hearing early in the audio, people wasn't in contact with their kids and stuff like that. But that wasn't. But some of them did come down there, because I remember York spoke about that one time, and some of the people's family member was down there in the crowd, and he highlighted that and stuff. So, but York definitely taught the children, that the reptilians and stuff or the Luciferians would get them if they ever left the land. So he would teach them certain things
I mean, a child, I can understand, because children believe, children still believe that they're Santa Claus. They may not even have a chimney, but they believe that Santa Claus is going to come down and give them gifts, right? But a woman, though, like a woman that has children, like it's just scary to believe that a woman could be that naive. And how long was she there for?
I don't know for a fact, but I know that she was up north and she
Yeah,
came
New
in
York.
and
And
she
then,
was and she came in when they was still in Islam. So there was and when she came in, she was just one of the many chicks that he had. And again, York had them women busy. They had a lot of kids, a lot of them was being nannies and stuff like that. And she just was one of those people. And I think she told me herself she can count on her hand how many times her and York was together. So it wasn't even like that. So that's what I'm saying. So they had jobs that they was doing, taking care of all these other kids. And like you saying, what you saying is true, but he kept them busy. And then it's a spiritual thing too. People have spirits that work against them. So you can be in a setting like that, and spiritually you have a spirit that's attached to you that keeps you negative and suppress your ability to be able to feel certain things that you say you feel in a natural state. But again, your spirit and the way your life was designed, you still ended up getting, assaulted. And how old were you when that happened?
who? Me?
Mm-hmm.
It started at 4.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So then it's like, whatever, were you with your parents at the time?
No.
You said yeah?
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. All this stuff is set up before you was born. When
Right,
you
but I
ended up
wasn't living in a cult though. I mean,
right.
I just maybe I'll never get it, but I don't know. My motherly instinct is telling me that ain't no way that I'm just saying. And it's not specific to this case only. I feel like the women that were in Yahweh Ben Yahweh's cult or even Jim Jones cult, I mean, I don't remember if there were children there. I'm pretty sure there was possibly or whatever, but
Yeah, it
I
was.
look at them like, what the fuck was really going on? Like, I'm just saying, again, I do know that
It happened.
women could stay in abusive relationships, men can stay in abusive relationships. It does happen, but I don't know. I'm just being real. I mean, because I could come in here and be like, oh no, da 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 da, and act like I don't have those feelings, but I would be being fake with myself.
And the
What's good
reason
forever,
and the
my
but yeah, the truth is, Shaka, yeah, and you got to look at it like look at the outside world. Look how people are so sleep to what's really going on right now, and
Right.
so that's what I'm saying. That's the spirituality come in and the negative energies that
But
exist.
nobody's like in this isn't really a cult though. Nobody's
It's it's
children
it's it's
in
worse
just
than
the
a cult.
community.
It's worse than a cult because we more like sheep, and people don't even realize the milkman is a wolf. The
Right.
police
No, I get
officer.
it.
You see, so we
I get
walking
it.
around in a state of we just as a lot of us are just mentally dead than a cult. A cult is just more condensed versus where we at now, and people in multiple cults. It's the Democrat, the Republican, the religions, atheism, all these different pockets of different cults. Some of them being controlled by a person or a person that was dead, but something else is, ruling in its place. And what I'm saying is we all controlled in something. Nobody exists in a vacuum where you're not affected by something. And that's what I'm trying to say. Me sitting down talking to them for hours and for days and for years, and me understanding how the psychology works and that human beings are not alone and that things do control and direct our footsteps to some of the worst situations to where you be asking why for the rest of your life. And that's just a code is no different. It's a controlling mechanism and it's used as an abuse to the people that become victims of it. you know, and you know, is just like a fraternity and the skull and bones and all this stuff that they victimize each other in there too. But why do they stay there? Because they have been brainwashed to believe that it's noble to let them do something sexual to you and then hold that secret over your head and stuff like that. So it's all levels of abuse in this life, and that's what we're seeing. But what it is, what they say is like 2 or 3 or more things can be right at the same time. What you
Then
saying
it's
is
like if she was groomed by him to stay there, whatever, and she only met him or had dealings with him alone or whatever a few times, then I mean, I'm just saying, I got questions. Again, I don't believe in religion. The only thing that would have any type of control over me has a control over everybody in the world, which would be any type of government that you live in. But besides that, I don't adhere to fairy tales or anything like that. You know what I mean? So that's where I feel like I'm different at.
Right, but
And my sign is, criticism and drama, critical thinking, and so
what is your
that's
zodiac?
what I do.
What is your zodiac
I'm
sign, Prince?
Libra, I'm Libra and Scorpio.
Oh, okay.
I was born on the cusp.
So yeah, you know, but again, that's what I'm saying. All that stuff play a part in it too. Your natal chart that tells you what your life gonna be about and stuff like that. If you go and look at your natal chart and look at your Chiron, yet that what happened to you when you was little, your Chiron told you.
Yeah.
But we was separated from all this stuff, and that's why we are born and we walking in the traps, because in ancient times our ancestors knew about the planets and the movement and when you was born and what orb was in position and all that, and that's how they was able to pretty much look forward into what type of life you would have.
See, and that's one thing that I adhere to right there is that, because I feel like that is the truth. Not saying that because it was in my, chart that I would be abused or, excuse me, go through all of these things that makes it okay, but it's an experience to, hold under my belt. It's something that I grew from, just like anything that we go through in the lives that we live. Because I do believe in reincarnation, but there's no God that I adhere to. People talk about get on your knees and submit. I'm not doing that, brother.
Yeah, it's
you know what I'm saying?
It's different levels to that, but it's not a universal. They, like I said, a lot of religion is just a fractured version of pantheism, and religion came from the worship of many gods, and they had their own thing, but they worked in unison to an extent. And that's what they don't teach. People, they try to teach that religion is the start of anything organizing human beings within some type of code, and that's not true. Religion, as we know it today, is roughly 2,000 years old. And that's pretty much starting from the beginning of the Roman Empire and how they organized pantheons into a one God thing. So that's why I'm using that. So when you go past 2,000 years ago, you had many gods, and that was the dominant science of what people followed back then. And their gods were not separate from nature. So when you talk about, let's say, Amun Ra, you knew that it was a deity and a spirit connected to that.
I have a snake. I have a boa constrictor named Amun Ra.
You see what I'm saying? So all of that stuff comes and work together in unison if you have access to the right, correct information. So what you should do, you should go get your natal charts of all your kids. Find somebody you trust and let
I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Yeah,
So
my mom was really, really deep into that. Actually, that's in my whole lineage. I'm not gonna go into that, but yeah, it's deep. It's deep.
yeah, I'm telling you, go look at your Chiron, because the Chiron will tell you where your pain and trauma is at. And if you read it right, you're gonna see it was already designed for that to happen to you. Once you understand that, it makes you look at life different And also a lot of times we do have karmic debts from past lives that you have to eventually, level out. And so that's why when you born and say, you be like, damn, why this happened to me? I was just, 2
Right,
years
like
old.
you could have killed somebody in your last life or did something messed up.
Right,
You
and
gotta
it
pay that
follows
back.
you.
I know
Right.
who I was my last life and the life before that, but we ain't finna get into
Yeah,
that.
but a lot of
But
people
yeah.
ain't aware. Yeah, you can. Some people born knowing that. Some people can get hypnotic transgression, or you can, spiritual people like tarot people. It's all of these. It's different avenues to find out your past life. If people,
Yeah, I know it was helping to me to find out what I did in my past life to be born here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? In this dimension where I'm paying back this alleged, karmic debt. Not
Right.
alleged, but I
Yeah,
be
but
throwing
see,
that in there about everything.
right. But that's what I'm saying. This is how people who are trying to figure themselves out survive, traumatic events. Because what happens is it keeps you from being stuck in victim mode. That's the beauty about having knowledge of self and of others, because it's like, okay, that happened to me. And a lot of times it sends you trauma or pain, send you on a path of trying to figure out, I need solutions. And the answers are out there. But unfortunately, because of how we're raised in America, they don't really teach you spirituality or things dealing with past lives and stuff. They give you religion, and religion is trapped around somebody else's life and what they went through. So you already understand about natal charts and all that. So if you believe in Jesus and if you believe that happened to this person, that's their natal chart and their experiences.
Right. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? You never learn about yours. Religion traps and take you away from your life and who you are and your experiences, because you're following somebody else's natal chart written in a book called the Quran, the Torah, the Mishnah, the Kabbalah, whatever it is. Whoever wrote that book, that's a part of their natal chart. That was meant for them to write that, and you get trapped into that. So that's
I
what
agree
I'm
with that.
doing. You see what I'm saying? So that's the beauty of equal standing. That we all. It's not that we're victims. You're victims, and you paying back what you owe. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't gonna get out of life. Because they say for every action is reaction. Some people die in this life and never got punished for the dirt they did. You see what I'm saying? But it'll catch up with them because
Next life, because that's that karma you can't get off of that.
Right.
It's in the Akashic records. I like this question right here. What is your earliest recollection as a child? When I was born dead. So they had to revive me back, and basically what happened was my lung collapsed and I swallowed some meconium. So I was placed on the ventilator. I had to have surgery right away. And I do remember being in some type of incubator. And then I just remember like nothingness. And what had happened was they put me in a medical coma so that my body could heal because I was only a child. And I just remember just everything, a baby, that I just remember that everything turned off. And then when I was 4, I remember my abuse starting. And then around about when I was 6, something happened in my life that I'm not going to talk about, which is kind of a good thing if you believe in aliens or whatever.
Right.
And I do remember that process as well, down to like every tea, like what I felt like the room smelled like, or what certain things were in the room, basically, is all I'm going to say. So yeah, I remember a lot of my, growing up as a little child, even like skin knees. One time I fell off this big hill and I skinned like my whole leg, and stuff like that. Cause I was messing around in this, it was like a paint store, but it was like a gate in the parking lot. And some of my friends in the neighborhood had told me it's a bum that lives in this car that's back there. So a couple of us had hopped the gate And, you know, it was one of them want to see a dead body type of thing, but the dude wasn't dead. And we hopped over the gate, and then the man got out the car or whatever when we got close to it. And I just remember taking off, jumping over the gate, and I got on my bike, and I had to ride down this really big hill, and I had fell down the hill, literally, like it was bad. So I remember that. Like, I remember a lot of pain, like anytime that I was hurt, like dislocated a shoulder and stuff, and family events, you know, or anything like that. But yeah. Basically, yeah, I do feel like I was, and that's a deeper thing or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I do believe in aliens, and I do believe that a few times, several times, even not on an everyday basis, but I've been communicated with, and I got some proof, you know, talk to some people that know about it and things that are running, you know, like bigger programs. But my brother had cut me off from doing it because he ain't trusted. He was on, you know, the conscious thing, like they could mess with your DNA. You don't know these people and stuff like that. So I will always kind of wonder what if I had went in to do the test, the sleep test and things like that, what would have happened. But you know, what if my brother was right? That's what I was feeling. But they did you know, reach out to me and stuff like that. I'm not the only one. So I hope nobody look at me like they crazy, because one thing, you know, I've met other people like me or even heard their stories, but you don't really hear a lot of, you know, melanated people talking about that they was abducted. That's a deeper thing or whatever. But you always hear white people claiming that they was abducted. So I was wondering if, like, you know, some ancestors morph into these alien beings at some time or what, and then they just go and pick on the lineage of the, you know, the slave owner or whatever. I don't know. It's just, I just always had that question.
Yeah,
But I do.
Didn't we talk about this last time?
Yeah, we kind of like talked about it. We didn't go into depth though or whatever.
But you do know they just acknowledged UFOs and stuff exist in Congress like 7 days ago.
Yeah, I remember when I was 6, something was telling me, I just not like a voice in the head, like go to your window, and but it wasn't like that though. It was just something in my body that was like go to the window. And when I went to the window, like when I was walking to the window, it told me look down at the water. And where we lived at in these townhouses, there was a pool right there. It was a huge pool, and I was just looking down at the water and how, like, you know, the water was glistening because it was nighttime. I looked up at the stars or whatever, and I was holding a teddy bear in my hand, and I was gone, just gone. And I was like teleported somewhere else, and there was these beings that were like doing stuff. Like I got this piece of metal, some type of material in my leg. I already had the one in my arm taken out, but when they had looked into it, it was a material that's not found on this planet. So I thought that it was like, you know, a blood clot that was stuck in my vein or whatever, but it gets hot sometimes. And the people that my brother refused to let me, you know, work with or whatever had stated that that's because when it heats up, it is the beings trying to take like your vital signs and things like that or whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine who went through that, you know, so they used to call me all the time.
Oh yeah,
so yeah, that stuff is real. I seen a few I seen like I was in the Bronx. I was just coming off the train for my job doing security, and it was like I could see, I was like maybe 3-4 blocks from where I stayed at, and like in the background it was a bunch of orbs, and they was blinking at different times, but it was orange. And it was like, and it was a whole bunch of them traveling the line, but they was like blinking in and out. And they was like, and then they stopped blinking in and out. and then they straighten out like a line of orbs, and they start blinking at the same time.
Okay.
And everybody was looking out the windows. Some of the Spanish people, they was cussing and like, yo, you see that? They was talking their language. We all seen it. And
Right.
then they all just rose up into the sky and disappeared. So it's a lot of that. I think I talked to a friend of mine who stayed down there in the Bronx, and he was telling me how he was visiting his kids at his baby mama's spot, and her mother was on the roof sunbathing a little bit, and he said that she ran downstairs because they on the top floor. So you got the top floor and then the roof, right up the stairs. So she ran down and told them all to come here. Now, he said she told him that the sky, she said when she ran downstairs, it was bright outside. When they came back up, it was dark. And he said his son and his baby mother was on the roof, and she was on the roof. And he said he looked up, and it was this, you couldn't even see the sky. It was something blocking it.
Right.
And he said he thought they was finna die. He said he grabbed his son and he thought he was gonna die, and they had a bunch of lights going off. And he told me like the whole sky was blue. And he told me the year that it happened, and I'm gonna have to probably look back into that again. So I want to look back at the time. I think it was maybe 2014, 15, somewhere up in there. And I seen different clips on the news, and they were saying that a power went out in Queens, some type of something that deals with electricity in Queens, and they said that that's the reason why the sky was blue, and people was believing that.
Right.
But when you look at
That's not what happened.
Right, the power that went out, you can see it's going off. You can hear it, it's sparking a little bit. But where he was at, he was in the Bronx. Is in Queens, from where he was at from Queens is 20 miles. There's no way
he would have been
a generator
right
going off can make the whole sky turn blue from 20 miles.
Right.
And when you listen to it, you heard this sound, and it was just like, it was just going off. It had this
Yeah,
loud,
they've tried to cover up for years what is going on with the aliens and stuff. 24 said, Townhouse, you grew up well then. Yeah, for like the first 10 years of my life, my mom and my dad were like struggling financially until they could get set in their career. My mom went to school and things like that, got her doctorates in stuff. But then after that, we were straight financially and things like that. So, but yeah, I feel you. I feel what you're saying, and the government covered it up, and now, more is coming out. I've always supported that type of thing, but you can't just walk around and be like, I've been abducted before, because people are gonna be looking at you.
Yeah, a lot of them doing so, but
you just trying to clout chase. No.
Let me end the story. The shit was so big because I was watching the video footage from different angles, and the whole sky was like ocean blue, and it was still in the middle of the day. It was not nighttime, and they literally you can hear this weird sound the ship was making, but the news was trying to play it off like, oh yeah, it was the generator over here in Queens that went off, but people didn't realize how far that ship, how wide it was. But you had people that was outside pointing at the sky, and they was like, yo, look at that. And you can see through the clouds something was there. And But it wasn't. It was, I think, and according to somebody who they were saying I think it said Ashtar Command was taking credit for that, and they said that was them, but that was like to to show whoever the enemy is against human beings is showing that they are presence there and that they're not going to let certain things happen, because they got these galactic rules where they can't really interfere with human beings because human beings got choice and they have to choose so it's a lot of that stuff
But
going
there
on.
is also government programs that was ran to where the government had okayed for the abduction of beings, as well as a lot of the times people that are abducted had a family member that was in the military somewhere. That does happen. There's certain like marks that are on them, mainly around the ear, the neck, or other portions of the body, mostly upper. But yeah, some of the other things, like when they told me that the whatever it was in my leg and they showed me and stuff, it looked like metal, but when they had did their analysis on it, it was not metal. And then that's when I'm gonna say it, Stephen Greer had Dr. Stephen Greer had reached out to me and wanted to, me to join his program or whatever, to agree to testing and stuff. And I had messed up and I told my brother. I still like kicked myself on like, you should have just did it. You should have just did it, but he could be right,
Yeah,
'Cause I have a very rare blood type, very rare. Like
some of
most
these
rarest.
these beings are harmless. They conducting experiments for whatever reason.
Because
And
when I listen to like Caucasian people, not to make this a race thing, but when I listen to some of the other abduction stories, it seemed to be very painful what they went through. I didn't feel that. You know what I mean? I didn't feel that at all. It was, some of it hurt, like, but it wasn't like excruciating and like how they put it in some of these documentaries or whatever. So I don't know if it different beings, but it really
It
just
is.
felt like they were checking on me and making sure I was good,
Yeah, I mean
You
that happens.
did?
It's like that.
Wow, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you said, some people have, you know, nice experiences. I listened to a couple of, guys throughout the years, and some said they was taken off the planet, they was shown the universe, and it was all types of stuff. Some got horror stories. I mean, it's all crazy. But I've been reading this type of stuff since '95, so my brain is open to that type of stuff. It's a lot going on. Eventually, it's getting to that point now, because of how dangerous things are going behind the scenes. Of course, they're gonna have to manifest themselves eventually. I mean, a lot of times they fight, but because they on different levels of energy, every thunderstorm ain't a thunderstorm. And I see a lot of stuff on the gram and stuff where people be flashing, looking at flashing lights and weird stuff coming out the sky. And
So I really think that it's something there. It definitely is.
yeah, Nope was a really good movie. You seen that?
Nope. No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. What is name that film that?
Let me look it up.
Off of the two, what it was, them two guys they was filming. What is their name? Cause he make movies now. He don't.
You talking about this movie right here? Hold on, let me see. Oops, that's inviting somebody, child. What am I doing? Okay, let me see.
I
You
just
talking
want
about
to
this
get.
movie right here? Like with
What's
these
his name?
actors in it. His name is David something. His name was OG Haywood.
No, the one that filmed it.
OJ, I mean. I don't know. So here's the movie. If you
I'm gonna tell what his name is.
Did you know? I don't want to play it. That's not what I was trying to do.
You don't want to play nothing.
Hey, I'm not trying to get flagged. See, when you fight and you do what you got to do for your channel, and then you get flagged and you lose channels. Yeah, I'm not trying to. I had channels that had several thousand subscribers and stuff, and put in a whole bunch of work and lost it all because I was not being careful. So I'm definitely careful. But are you talking about this one right here, or what's going on? This what you talking about?
Hold on.
What you're talking about?
I'm looking now. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan
Okay.
Peele. Jordan Peele filmed that.
Made it. I love Jordan Peele's movies. I do. Like Get Out. I never seen this, but I'm definitely gonna check.
Yeah. Nope. Nope was definitely the most different movie I ever seen dealing with.
I saw Us. I did see Us. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't look at Us or the other one, but Nope was good. It's the different. I've never seen a UFO movie like this.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check
They
it
Live
out.
was good.
I'm gonna check it out because I got today off, and I'm definitely gonna lounge around. I ain't doing shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna watch stuff, spend some time with my family
Yeah,
and
do
stuff
that.
like that. But yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
after looking into some of this, that's all I wanted was my family. My kids is over at my sister's house, enjoying their cousins and things like that. You know, time with their cousins and family. And I've been saying for about last 3 days, like, they need to come home. Like, I miss them for real.
Right.
So I'm gonna go get them tomorrow and spend some time with them. And that would be a movie that they would probably enjoy as well. We do like watching movies together and stuff. So I'm definitely
Yeah.
gonna check that out.
Yeah, that's true. Phoenix. Yeah. I mean, but
They probably got it on YouTube for sale.
when people are being, interfered with by Hollywood and NASA and the Nazis and all this technology that's interfering with our brain and trying to mess with our memory, like the Mandela effect. You aware of that, Queen?
Yup, the Mandela effect, that's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that was amazing to go
yeah,
back and
because
look at the products and stuff like the Berenstein versus the
and that's because
Berenstein.
those are ETs trying to change history.
Yeah.
That's what makes that dangerous.
Now,
Because
I just want to add that the movie Nope is shown on YouTube, but you gotta pay $3.99 to rent it or $14.99 to buy it. I would definitely be buying it, okay? Because I definitely, if this a movie about alien, I get into all that. Like I must have watched every single X-Files,
yeah, I watched
watched
that back
every
in the day.
documentary on aliens or whatever, whether I agreed or not, 'cause I don't
Hmm.
think that all aliens are bad, but I don't think it's just like human beings. Not all human beings are bad or good. Some
Right.
are, whatever. So, I mean, but we got to be careful of Project Bluebeam, and we did talk about that. That's where they could project the image of a being or a person in the sky. But
Yeah.
what were you just saying? Oh, the Mandela effect. Going back
Yeah.
into that. Go ahead. I'm sorry that I
Yeah. That's just some beings trying to alter history and our minds, but they're only getting people who they can't trick us because we remember. And those who are not mentally up there, they'll never pay that no attention. But we remember, especially the publishing clearinghouse, they tried to say that Ed McMahon never used to come to people's house with a big check saying that you won public clearhouse. My mother used to play that all the time.
right.
I remember the envelope and watched the commercials multiple times. And they tried to say that Ed McMahon never did publishing clearinghouse. That's a lie.
Or
That's a
that
whole lie.
Shazam movie. That
Yeah,
Shazam
I
movie.
remember
Yeah, the
that
Publishing Clearinghouse. Yeah. I
publishing clearinghouse.
remember me and my king watched it.
The Shazam with Sinbad. I remember that. I watched that.
Yeah. How the Ford logo was. A lot of the logos have changed now. And they claim that they've always been like that, or there was documentation.
Yep.
I had videos up on the Mandela effect.
Yeah, the Fruit of Balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Curious George talking about he never had a
Sex in the
tail.
City. Yep.
Yeah.
Sex in the City or Sex and the City.
Yeah, it's Sex in the City. We all knew that.
Yeah.
But like I
Facts.
say, it's amazing. And that's just more proof that there's a serious technology out here that they able to actually warp things that we knew happened. Like that's really interesting. I mean, it's all part of the universe and stuff. It's not like it's it's out of the ordinary. It's part of existence at this time. And it's kind of like the Will Smith with the little thing, flash it and people just forget.
Yep, that's a fact.
But that's all it is. But yeah, I think you need to probably dab in that a little bit too. Add an X-Files to your channel.
Yeah. I
Because
kind of moved back from there. I kind of like consume the content, but I have a friend, her name is Leak, and she's really into that. She's respected by a lot of the people in that community. So I just kind of let her do that. But I will she asked me one time too to do a video. She's interested in interviewing people that have been abducted. And before this conversation, I told her, yeah, but then I was like, nah. But now I'm like, I might as well now. I already talked about it a little bit on here, but like some of the details or whatever. But
yeah, I'm
I
just
think
saying you
that
should have that too on your channel. Even if you do maybe, just start off small. I mean, because it's a
right.
part of existence, and that it's going to be the next big thing because
I
America
agree.
been shuffling their feet on acknowledging it because the other countries already start releasing stuff. I think around the time Obama was in there.
Yep.
So,
It's just a
the
matter of
files is
time now.
out, but
Yep.
people don't want to just keep reading about that. We want to see it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We want to see objects now. We done got past all that. Hollywood and made
I've
everybody.
researched into it. There is like so many species of, these beings and even more aircrafts. We're kind of being told that it looks like a bowl, with the lip hanging out with some lights on it, but they got ones that are shaped like cigars and V's and pyramids and all type of other things.
Squares.
Yep, they can cloak their technology. They could be right in front of you. One time, my king woke me up, and I swear I was having a dream, but it wasn't a dream. After he woke me up and I got to talking about it, I understood that, in my opinion, I was, and his too, because he listened to everything that I was speaking. These beings were laughing at me, but they asked me to give them a tour of the planet. And every time I pointed out like an animal, they would like laugh, like it was humorous. And he woke me up right after I had said that right there running is a squirrel. And, they do this and that or whatever. And my man woke me up and he was like, "Babe, who are you talking to?" And I don't talk in my sleep at all. Like, this is the only time that we've been together in 10 years that I had spoke in my sleep. But I was explaining it to him and what it looked like. And it's bomb when you wake up from an experience like that and you can remember vividly what happened. And I do feel like you can astral travel. We've made fun about York astral traveling out of his cell or to Polight cell or whatever during this situation or whatever. But I do think that you can astral travel, and I believe that I did. And the first time that I did, I was really scared because it felt like I was leaving my body. But like the me that was really awake, because I was awake when this happened. I was just laying in a dark room. And it felt like I was crippled or whatever, like, because I could not move my hand, my head. The only thing I could move was my eyes and stuff like that. So I feel like, there's a cord. I don't know what they call it, but it tethers you to your body so you could really never get lost. But I think that the fear that I had, like that being that floated out of me, which, a lot of people call it different things, but floated out of me, was brought back down because my soul, like my everything did not feel right about what was happening, or I was afraid until I learned that there is a cord that tethers you and you can't get lost over there, and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm sure Saneter is going to be like, "This bitch thinks she's been abducted by aliens. What's so important about you that you would be abducted by aliens?" But I do have some friends that say that I'm hybrid. So, based off of the energies or whatever, you know what I'm saying, that been dropped down on the world fire as blood type, I could be or whatever, but nah, but I think it's totally interesting, regardless or whatever. And I'm very mindful of like dreams and stuff like that. So, well, quote unquote dreams. Road rage for aliens.
Yeah, I seen what he said. I think I done hit my limit for the night.
Yeah, it's getting late. It's getting
Gotta
late,
get
brother.
up
But
and
I
get
always
back
enjoy
on.
when you come up here.
Yep.
It's a blessing.
I told myself I wasn't gonna stay up this late and still ended up doing it anyway.
I'm telling you, it happens every time. Happens
Mm-hmm.
every time.
Yep. So I
But I
think
do
that's it.
appreciate you.
Anybody
Right.
got anything they want to ask before we get out of here?
Yep. Anything stated now or hold your peace till the next live stream.
Yeah, Phoenix, if you got that link, put that in the comment section. I would like
Yeah.
to see that.
Oh, he can't do that.
No, I'm saying
I
he
can.
can put it in the comment when you go. When you go
Oh yeah.
when you
Yeah.
cut
And then
off.
I'll just approve it or whatever. Or maybe the title
Yeah, he could
of
just
it
put
or
it in the
something.
comments once you cut the live off.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I'm out, Queen. I appreciate
All
that.
right.
The
I
live was
appreciate
beautiful.
you as well.
Thank all the guests that came out. Tell your king I said true peace, Queen. And don't forget to check your Gmail.
Okay. I looked and I didn't see anything there. It was about like 3 days since you last sent me
I sent
something.
something to you yesterday. Like,
I didn't get it.
You sure?
Yeah, the last time I went and looked when you had came in the chat earlier and said check your email. I looked before I started the stream and there was nothing there. The last time that you had sent me anything was 3 days ago.
Hold on. Let me send it again.
I
Because
meant
you
to
know
say
what?
that. My
It
bad.
just seemed like it takes a minute to get there or something.
Yeah, it do. I've
Hold
sent
on.
emails and it don't do nothing. It's not in the draft. It's not in the sent area, anything. So I don't know
Okay.
what's
Because when let me see. I got Queen's Throne right here. I'm sending it again.
okay. I will definitely check it out. And
All
I'll
right.
let you know if I don't get it. I'll just send you something like I still ain't got
All
it.
right, cool.
But I think I'm gonna end up giving you my phone number or something like that so we could text. That'll probably be quicker than just,
All right, let me put my
stuff like that.
I'll put my number in the back.
Here, I'll put mine as well. Here, just call me because I don't got a pen around there. Or, email me.
Okay.
There it is. That's me. So, yeah, this was a nice build. I'm glad that you guys find it interesting and stuff like that. These are things that we got to talk about, definitely. Now I'm thinking about alien content, but I did look at, went and found the videos that were referenced earlier, and I'll take a look depending on how I feel. We may touch base on them or may not. But yeah.
I got it.
You got it? Okay. Yeah, because then that way you could just send me stuff if you need to or whatever, or vice versa.
Make sure. I sent you that. I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Yep, I just got it. True peace. Yep.
Okay.
Got you. I'm gonna lock you in. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming up here. It's always a pleasure.
Yep. I'll be back soon as I can. But I sent you that. This one I just sent you that video is very important.
Okay.
And use it how you will.
Okay.
All right.
I will take a look at it. I appreciate you.
All right. True peace, everybody. I'm out.
True peace. Shout out to the True Royal family and the Queen right here. My bad. I think my allergies are messing up or the air quality or something. Normally my computer will tell me, but I just been feeling real congested or whatever today. But so excuse me for the clearing the throat and some of the coughing if y'all heard that, but blowing on this good kush too. The 23rd state in America to, legalize marijuana was Minnesota. That is a fun fact that happened on August 1st. So, definitely, I already got a medical card, but child, okay, period. Shout out to everybody that is in the room or was here. Please make sure that if you missed it, you check out the earlier portion of the live stream or this one that I had made, this edit for today's live, I think I'm gonna upload sometime tomorrow or the next day. Give me some time. But to Queen's Throne TV, just without the commentary, just a video. I like doing that. And I think I got a couple of other videos to catch up on with doing that. But I appreciated you guys. We had a really strong build today. We talked about York a little bit, talked about, the cosmos and all that, zodiac signs and all that, astrology and stuff. So I definitely appreciate you guys, for being open-minded, whether you agree or not, and just supporting the commentary and the content that's coming out of this channel. I do have a lot of new subscribers, and I am very appreciative of that. And you guys at any time can let me know what you're interested in looking at. But for right now, we gonna stay focused on, because we on a countdown. There is 32 days left until Brother Polight's next court date, and I still have lists and lists of things to go over just with Polight. But I also like to throw in York in there because that is his teacher, right? He's the one that taught him these things, right? Or this mindset. And like we stated earlier, it seems that Nature Boy and Polight got a lot of their teachings, quote unquote, or behavior from York, and that is interesting in itself. But honestly, I know I'm supposed to be live tonight at 9 p.m. and this video did kind of hold us back because I could have went live last night. It would have been a little later than I normally go live. But after just making the video that we looked at, I felt drained, y'all. And I know that it's very important for me to like clear and cleanse my energy when dealing with this, both as a survivor and both just for mental health purposes, because these things can be very traumatic. And then to hear it over and over again, I do think that I may, worst case scenario, I'll come back Monday, but I may even push the live out till Saturday, and then go live as my regular routine Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for next week. But if you don't see me until Monday, don't trip. I'm researching stuff that was brought up in this live, and also looking at where we're gonna go next. But I want to come back at least Saturday night, just to at least have like maybe an open panel or whatever. So if you have something that you would like to come up and talk about on the panel, maybe, gather your thoughts or whatever, I will let you guys know beforehand on Saturday that we will be doing that. But, even if we don't, just keep whatever ideas that you have, because we will be doing it soon. Okay. But there is a couple of videos, one in reality that I want to edit. Definitely is the Sister Nandy joint. Maybe I get it. It just all kind of depends when I lay down how I feel or whatever. But I might do that on Saturday or tonight if I do feel like it. You never know with me. But she did go over some of the things that is going on, and I thought that it was important, so I would want to highlight that. But it is a 4-hour live stream, and I would definitely have to edit it, and then that can take time too. And I like putting a lot of my own self and like work into the edit, not just like covering up the screen or editing out certain things. I like to just kind of add some creativity to it for the viewer. So I appreciate those that are supporting this channel. Please hit the like button. And if you're new, please subscribe, hit the bell so you can get notified every time I drop a video. Thank you for everybody that liked or shared and also donated to this channel. I appreciate you. And that money goes into, making sure that we get certain effects for videos and funding for videos, because these videos take time. And it definitely took me, that video that we watched, it took me about 9 hours to create. And it's only a 1 hour and 59-minute video. Sometimes they're quicker and sometimes they're slower, but it did take me a while. So I do appreciate that as well. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see me or hear my voice in another edit or live stream. And also, I took myself out the stream, child. As I played in the beginning, This song right here, oops, I did not mean to download that. Why did we do that? Okay. So, this song right here is by Ruga, J.H.E. Ruga. She Ain't Proud. And it does talk about a woman being a stripper. Her parents don't know what she does. She has a baby daddy. She has one child, a baby daddy, and he's not helpful in the situation. So she becomes a stripper. And while at work one day, she is drugged up and given drugs to sedate her, kind of like how Polight allegedly gave his victim in the case drugs. And this song really drained my energy earlier, but also it's important to highlight these things because they do happen. This ain't my story, but it touched me because I know that it does happen. I've seen it happen, and it's just a reality of life. But rather than to play a song that might suit my needs, right? I do listen to some aggressive music, and I'm not going to change that. But I do like to highlight artists that come out with important pieces of art that need to be heard by the public. And like I stated earlier, this song does remind me a lot like a song that I had wrote named Forgotten Victims. It deals with child molestation and things like that. Now this is just a different like topic, but it hit on the same lines as what that song hit when I was making it. So, again, I do want to highlight artists that normally talk about street shit and glamorize shootings and killings and abuse and things like that. But we do gotta look at these real videos that they're putting out, because a lot of the times artists don't put out videos like this or songs like this because it doesn't get a lot of support. Like, let's just take a look at this, the ratio of this, right? So hold on. So this video, right, was put up 2 months ago. It has 142,000 views and it only has 5.9K subscribers. Why isn't it that this video right here does not have higher views? We have to support real music, while at the same time I hear people say, "Oh, don't listen to that type of music," or whatever. And it's just people glorifying the lifestyle and stuff like that. But when they do put out positive music or music that is eye-opening and not about glorifying the street life, it does not get support like that. That video should have millions of views. This man should be getting a lot of support so that he continues to make this type of music, because he sees that people want to hear the realness of it all. And with that said, Royal Family, we will play this song as we exit. I do encourage you guys to go look at the video. It goes great with the song and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, every time I hear it, I get tears in my eyes, because this is somebody's story. Somebody is suffering from this, and this type of thing needs to stop. So much love. I will be in contact with y'all about when my next live will be. I do apologize that sometimes lives get postponed, but I do like to put out quality content. And if I'm still creating the video, or if I'm too tired to bring you the live stream and be coherent in the live, then I would rather postpone it a day or two. Thank you for all of your guys' support. Let's listen to this song on the way out. And if I don't see you before the weekend is up, have a great weekend. Spend some time with your family and your kids and your loved ones. And take care and be safe. Much love, y'all.